is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning here in the city of Lagos. We're broadcasting from, and this is VOP This Morning, and the show is VOP TM. That's this morning for short. And in here, we have quite interesting lineup for you today. And one of the topic of conversation today is about the Southeast governors and leaders, including Ohanaeze Ndigbo, endorsing Tinubu as consensus candidate ahead of the 2027. This is not the first time we're getting this. Even some time ago, Isi Guzoro happens to be part of a faction of the Ohanaeze made a statement that Igbo should drop any intention or even ambition of becoming president in Nigeria till 2035. Interesting revelation indeed. Also on our radar today, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso moved to expose Nigerian politicians accused of aiding bandits as Kwara community protests alleged strange helicopter dropping off armed men before latest killings. I am Fina. Okay, Chuku.
Well, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. I am Chukuma Okoro. Away from those, court stops Pengasan, others from cutting gas supply to Dangote refinery.
And yes, of course, there are other conversations that we will be chiming in on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey, and one of those conversations, Nigeria's new tax reform set to take effect in January 2026, and it will mandate all income earners, including commercial sex workers, to pay tax. Now, this is according to Taiwo Yedili, the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Now, he noted that all Nigerians, including women engaging in commercial sex, will be mandated to pay tax under the new tax reform set to take effect in January 2026. Now, the administration, according to Mr. Oyedele, will levy taxes on all services rendered in exchange for money. A rule, he explained, applies to sexual transactions. Well, he further stated that the law itself does not have the capacity to distinguish between income obtained from legitimate means and illegitimate ones. Well, hence all income is deemed taxable. Well, the new tax act will also target social media influencers and remote workers earning in foreign currency. Interesting times. Well, we started the show. Well, we started having a conversation about this morning on this platform. You know, just talking about the possibility of this. And my thoughts are, first, commercial sex needs to be legalized in Nigeria. It's currently illegal to give or take. Now, but it's not enforced in some parts of the country, while it's more enforced in some other parts of the country. The northern part of the country, where Sharia law holds sway, it's heavily illegal. If you're caught in it, it could, the punitive measures are dire. But we know that it takes place there regardless. Now, in areas down south where enforcement is not so strict, we still see it happen. But we see these commercial sex workers being harassed, arrested by the police, driven. I mean, sometimes you're driving down the road, you see them running when they see a police vehicle coming. But for us, for Nigeria to make this taxable, I think the law has to make them legal. First, we've established that. And then they have to come under an umbrella. You have to be able to determine, who sex workers are and how much they earn. You need to be able to know how much they earn. How are you going to determine how much they earn when there is no fixed rate per day or per hour or per night? It's basically determined by the players, both those that give and those that take, and this will put a dent on our moral stand as a nation. Now, I understand that in the United States of America, commercial sex workers pay a certain kind of tax. But then there is a system in place to monitor these. Now, owners of brothels, the owners of outlets like brothels, who are registered, pay tax on the workers under them. Now, are we going to ask brothels to register? That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Are we going to put them under some sort of association, and have brothels? Because usually commercial sex workers are just, independent individuals who just decide on a way of making money. They don't come under any specific umbrella, except
they have an umbrella now. They do. Yes, they have Nigeria Sex Workers Association.
Oh.
And the mantra is precious jewel. They do. Because I could recall that, I think December 2024, yes, they were demanding rights, that people should respect them.
Oh, they do have rights. Yes.
They were demanding that, not just that security agencies should help them reduce the insecurity that some of them actually been exposed to, the issue of violence and all that. And the way it got to a point, I think 2019 here in Lagos, they were also demanding that they should be celebrated too, during Workers' Day and all that. They have
an association. Workers, aren't they?
They have an association. But now the thing is this, the question there is, when the czar for the tax czar made this particular statement, the first thing that came into my mind is, are we going to see these people now have a crusted shirt to say,
no, they don't need to. They don't need to.
How do you now? What are the ways for you to determine what someone is doing? How will you know that? And what range of tax are you going to be putting on them? We have different categories of them. We have those who are doing escort. They are the big boys and big girls in town. And then we have those.
Do we have escort agencies in Nigeria?
When I'm talking about
do we have registered escort agencies?
When I'm talking about escort, I'm not talking about escort that has to do with carrying armor. I'm talking about escort.
No, that's not what
but now that they have they
escort
have
agencies. There are escort agencies. When a tourist comes in, you have them, they accompany the individual.
I'm talking about young Mr. Mo. I'm talking about those who are running international escort based on the runs part of it. Then we also and they are the ones helping out.
I think you're not just paying attention because we are saying the same thing, but you're not just paying attention.
Then we have those on the streets. Then we have those we even have gigolos. So how are they? Is it only women?
It's an umbrella. Commercial sex workers.
Now
there is no specification as to the gender.
Off camera, you raised the concern about the gender part of it. Is it only runs girls? How about the gigolos and all of that? But the report says commercial sex workers. So it didn't differentiate.
It's all encompassing.
I think both of you have practically said all and saying the same thing. The issue of implementation. So. But my concern here is it looks like this government is gradually getting paranoid on tax collection, How are you going to implement all of this? And by the way, commercial sex workers, directly or indirectly, are already paying taxes. Like Moses said, in the United States, you have some brothels that are registered. Now, the brothel owners pay taxes for those that are under them.
But those that are on the street, you can't trap them.
You can't trap them. But the thing is this, the difference and the difficult thing is, if people are on the streets and they have an arrangement, they have an agreement, they end up in someone's house. How are you going to collect the tax? But here in Nigeria, we also have brothels. And those brothels, one way or the other, local government, state government, go there to collect taxes, collect rates and levies and all of that. Probably they have not been called sex tax. But in one form or the other, they are still paying tax. But my concern in all of this, like I said, looks like this government is gradually going paranoid on tax collection. The umbrella, the tax net, is getting wider every other day. Unfortunately, we don't see a commensurate level of services rendered for the taxes collected. Are the streets paved with asphalt? The answer is no. Is there power for brothels to do business? The answer is no. Are there hospitals working, schools are they working, and every other thing? We keep talking about how the government has not been able, to make life easier for the Nigerian people. Inflation, no matter the trickle down, the little drop on inflation, 0.7 and all of that, it is still very high, especially considering the fact that they made it at a certain one digit, which was 8% in 2015. And now they brought the change. Now the change brought it up until where it is now, fluctuating from 38, 34 up until 26 or 28, or thereabout now. So what is the value of governance to the Nigerian people? The only thing we hear is tax. I'm sure one day the government will just wake up and say, hey, if you sleep in your house, you're going to pay tax. Because it's getting to that point. But the issue of it is, like my colleagues here raised, is the issue of implementation. If you're able to provide the services for these people and you collect tax, nobody is bothered, but how able are you to implement the policies that will now generate income for people to pay taxes? Nigerians are not averse to paying taxes. Their concern is, when I pay the tax, what do you do with the tax money? Do you fritter it on useless trips abroad, on luxury items, luxury jet, luxury cars, and all of that? That is the question. What are the governors doing with the internally generated revenue? Some states rake in as much as 4, 5, 6 billion on IGR. What do they do with the money? Go to states. Primary health care, primary education, nothing. You can't put your finger on anything. There's a skit, not even a skit, there's a video that is trending out there about Kenyans, how Kenyans talk about insecurity in Nigeria. One of them said he wants to visit Nigeria. And the other one said, what the hell are you going to do in Nigeria? Tourism? And one said, you want to go visit Davido's house when you are escorted by armed men and all of that. They say you can't go to some parts of the country. That is Kenya talking about Nigeria. Yet we have a government that is clearly concentrating on collecting taxes. Quite unfortunate. If you want to collect tax, please provide the services so that people will earn more and then pay tax. That way, there's a balance.
Please, another thing again we need to look at that is more like we've not really mentioned on the table is the fact that remote workers now too will pay tax. So I'm the one, I have my laptop and then I subscribe also and I managed to get this gig and I'm the one that will still pay tax to government. I don't think that's what I'm saying. Like I get to the filling station, I pay for the fuel, I purchase my fuel, I get back to the house, and I'm using my Samsung.
No, remote workers,
and
if
I'm to
they
pay
earn
tax.
income, they should pay tax.
That shows
and government has a way of collecting
it will
that.
get to a point whereby Nigerian youths will still be subjected to that inhuman action of going through their laptops, going through their phones,
No,
going
you don't
through
need
their
to go
gadgets
through their
to know
phones
what they
and
do.
laptops.
Because I'm using a dot name now on social media, and I'm doing something there with that particular dot name. And then finally,
so how do you get the money?
Now that's the thing. Now you want to pay me. I can get money from my brother or my sister who happens to stay in diaspora. You never can tell where the money is coming
Then your brother or sister
And
pays
then-
that money on your behalf.
the
Remote
thing.
workers should ordinarily pay taxes, and it's very easy to collect it because they use payment platforms. And those payment platforms, there's no way you collect money, dollar to naira, without that
I can do that
exchange.
using crypto.
At that point, the government is able to collect
We can do
tax
that
if
using
they're
crypto.
intentional in doing that.
We can use that. We can use crypto for that.
So you think you don't pay tax on crypto?
But-
You do. Anyway, let's move away from all of that and get into another very serious and interesting trending story here in Lagos. Angry traders at the Trade Fair International Market, Lagos State, on Monday shut down the market in protest against what they described as frustrating hike in shop rents and exploitative agent fees in the market. It's not just in Lagos. I think it's a nationwide thing. Where the protesters marched en masse around the market chanting solidarity songs, demanding that their shop landlords take immediate action to reduce the rent they are being charged for shops. In a video of the protest making the rounds on social media, where President of Balogu Traders Association addressed the protesters, the aggrieved traders demanded that they no longer want agents in the market. Here we are. Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwifuru said, from January 2026, if you are an agent in Ebonyi State, consider yourself jobless. And so here we are in Lagos. Traders in Balogu say we don't want agents again. So it brings back, to the conversation the role of agents and how people are able to get accommodation without agents. We explored all of that the other day, and we saw it would be difficult. Now we considered options too. Is it to ask the agents to register under the government, or what? How are you going to do that? And some people were of the opinion, well, if government floods the states with houses and all of that, practically there might not be need for agents. But I think head of tail, you still need agents.
You need agents.
You need agents.
But the thing is that, you see, it's always implementation of laws that's our problem.
There are problems here.
Because there is a, I don't know if it's a law, but the tenancy law states that you will pay 10% to the agent for the activity of the agent. But they don't stick to 10%.
They don't stick to 10%.
They just, and because they want the 10% increase, they ensure that the rent is increased. So their own percentage will also go up. It's, and we just hurt ourselves. We hurt ourselves. And in that report, I think I watched a video where some of the traders were lamented. Someone said in the background that, oh, these are even Igbos as well. Now, I don't want to play the ethnic card, but it's unfortunate how we do things. And agents, it's just greed. It's just greed. I mean, there's nothing else to call it but greed. When you see an apartment that ordinarily should go for 500,000 based on the development in the area and everything, but then you increase it to what now? 1 million, 1.5,
1 million,
2 million, just so you get. And sometimes, in some cases, if you've really worked with agents, which I have, so in some cases, what you pay as agency is almost the equivalent of what you're paying for the rent. Because they know that they're taking theirs and they are going and they won't come back next year.
They won't come back next time.
So they just take lump sum off you. It's crazy.
Now, the point is this. What role should the landlords play?
Now,
if you fix your house rent at 500,000 and all of a sudden an agent says, oh, landlord, the other person is collecting 800,000. So how do you work around it?
I think what they sometimes do is ensure that they don't put your house on the market.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and a house that is not inhabited goes bad over time.
Okay.
Buildings that are not occupied tend to, have more cracks.
Okay.
So they would put up houses that they know they have reached an agreement with the landlord. And it gets to a point, too, for the landlord, you feel, oh, the house down the road is going for this amount, the other one is going for this amount. You would also want to increase yours. And then when you now look at the price of things in the market, you just feel, okay, let me just increase mine so we'll all be at par.
Okay. Now, how about landlords? You put up a signage in your vacant apartment to let and put your phone number there.
Now,
So
a landlord can do that.
Okay.
It will solve the
sometimes
problem.
they do.
Sometimes they do.
Okay.
Sometimes they avoid that because they don't want too many people calling them.
Okay.
So agents do that on their behalf. You understand?
I do.
Agents do that on their behalf. Now, and as the agents do that, agents have, and another thing that makes the agency fee go up is because you have more than one agent in some cases.
Okay.
Working to rent out an apartment. One agent connects to another. So at the end of the day, the percentage each person wants to get increases.
And another thing is that I think they also feed on the desperation of the tenants. When people look for accommodation, most times they are
We are
desperate.
also our own problem.
We are also part of our own problem.
Because you see a house, somebody has seen a place and say, okay, let me just go and come back. And then you bring somebody else and they tell you, if you don't pay now, they will take this house and they raise.
That's the desperation I'm talking about.
Exactly.
They feed on the desperation of the tenant, because probably the person is already having a problem somewhere and can't wait. Oh, this one that I've seen that I like, let me just grab it, before someone else. Sometimes tenants carry cash when we hadn't migrated to cashless banking. Tenants carry cash on their boot, to go looking for a house. Why? Because the moment you step out and come back, they say, oh, someone else has paid for this apartment. Now, it brings us back to the issue of, is it possible that we get into all of this, pay for 3 months, then subsequently you pay
Before we get into that, I think to answer the question, one way what government can do to help landlords is to create some sort of yellow pages or something.
Okay.
Or some sort of website where landlords can put up their houses directly.
I actually have a friend.
Without going through agents.
I have a friend in Enugu. He has more than 80 flats.
Okay.
He doesn't
An
work
agent?
No. His own buildings.
Okay.
He doesn't work with agents. He puts
He handles
the
it himself.
vacancy there.
He puts it up.
He puts his phone number. You call him. You negotiate with him.
Now,
It takes pay.
some landlords collect
But
agency
somehow,
fee.
he collects agency fee, but not as high as.
Even lawyers,
Okay.
they will collect everything and put in their
Not as. In fact, he even collects lawyer's fee.
Yeah.
So he
Because he
collects
has a
everything.
prototype.
Damages and everything.
But you see, one thing is that when he runs into problem with a tenant, he now goes to a lawyer.
Okay.
Meanwhile, he was the one that collected the lawyer fee and all of that. I think the Nigerian real estate market is still growing, and as it's still growing, I think it's still at the base level. There are no standards.
What do you think?
Anything
How
goes.
do you think government can intervene in this matter, since it's between the traders themselves?
In the latter
the
point,
landlords, yes, the landlords and those that want to occupy. Can government intervene?
Yeah, government can intervene.
These are private.
Yes, the government can intervene. The only way government can intervene is to reduce inflation, so that the prices of rents will come down. Because also,
I don't think it's government's fault that the price of rents go up.
No, it's government.
Now, let me
indirectly.
Something I've experienced.
Okay.
Once a road is fixed in an area, government decides, okay, they want to fix this road,
okay.
to make it accessible.
The rent will go
Once
high.
the road is fixed, the landlords increase their rent. That's not the fault of government.
Part of it. Now, landlords, there are landlords, that depend on those houses as their only source of income.
Yes.
So when he goes to the market and buys a ram for 50,000 naira, next time he buys that same ram for 80 or 90,000 naira. When your house rent expires, he distributes the 40, 50,000 naira to his tenants. That is one way. So it's a very complex thing. Very complex, I must say.
Right.
So the government has a role to play in this. Make sure that the economy is working, is
Apart from the
buoyant.
economy working,
That's
the government should make sure that they also wade into this house deficit that we're having in Nigeria. if you have complexes being built by governments, Alex is doing something like that in Abia State.
Okay.
So many, I think there's one of the Ariari market or thereabouts, he was able to, put in place modern houses and all that.
Okay.
And he now allowed the local government to be the one in charge of the levies and every other thing you have to pay, even if you want to sell them. So if, for example, the Lagos State...
They also have a market authority there.
God bless
market
you for understanding. So they should do the same thing. I wanted us actually to watch the video to see the number of persons that come up to protest this particular thing. So not be like most of the people are the ones talking about it. See?
All the traders, actually. All the traders. The One Boys and the rest of them.
Imagine them now saying we are down in tools.
No, well,
you're tired.
They can't down tools per se, but can we get the audio to this? No more agents, no more agents. That's what they are chanting there. They're tired of the activities of agents. But will government come to their aid? Because it's government now that will help effect this change that the people are calling for.
The government can do is to stop the protest. The government cannot go and tell
and you say gas and disperse them. That's what they
No, you don't. If they get violent,
remember the people that protested.
If they turn violent, the government can use.
I think they should just have a conversation amongst themselves.
That's it. That's just it.
Interesting point. Let's move away from that to another trending story. Where the federal government has announced the cancellation of the Independence Anniversary Parade. The parade was previously scheduled to mark the 65th Independence on Wednesday. Tomorrow is first day of October, and tomorrow Nigeria will be officially 65 years. Yes. And the cancellation was communicated in a statement on Monday night by the Director Information and Public Relations Office of the Secretary to the State Government of the Federation, Segun Imohiosan. The statement noted that the cancellation is in no way a diminishment of the significance of the milestone anniversary, and the government remains committed to celebrating Nigeria's 65th year of independence with dignity and enthusiasm. The statement also noted that all other programs slated for the independence anniversary will remain in effect. Interesting one. Yesterday, so many persons were reacting to this. What is happening? Why is it that we're not going to have a parade? Is it because of the other time that we had a parade, something happened? People were just going back and forth. Why are we removing it? Is it that the president is not strong enough? When he come up to do the presidential parade, lead it and also collect a salute and all that, I don't just know what. But all we know is that we've been told that the parade, which Nigerian government do organize every Independence Day, will not take place this year. But according to what we also gathered, that this does not mean that every other thing put in place. Those in UK. Also, Nigerian diaspora have also organized their own movement and parade too for today and tomorrow. Yes, those in UK will also participate in it. So many persons actually, they've told us that so many Nigerian artists also will be there to grace the event and all that. But in Nigeria, why are we cancelling our own? That's the question we're getting. And why is it that the president is not telling us the reason behind the cancellation of the parade? If you're telling me that this particular talk does not in any way reach down the importance or significance of our independence, then one want to ask them why are we not doing it?
It doesn't affect the importance of the significance of independence, but I think I don't think Nigerians are excited about Independence Day celebration. Yeah, I don't think so. And the government is aware, and they are feeling the pulse of the people, as it were. Basically, Nigerians, it's possible for this to be boycotted by Labour and the rest of them. I mean, these are people that will be part of the parade in the first instance, the military and the rest. So it's possible for it not to be as joyfully carried out like ordinarily we would have wanted it to be. So government saying, okay, let's cancel this and just concentrate on other things. I think it's not a bad stance to take because I mean, independence celebration in other climes. I mean, I hate to go to the US, but that's just what came to mind. Is usually a big deal because it's a national, there's a national feel to it. But here in Nigeria, we've confused ourselves with too many things. There's Independence Day celebration, there is June 12, there is May 29, and then all of it just muddles up in people's head. And Nigerians are not as desirous of celebrating independence because, some people will tell you that, what are we celebrating? We're still crawling when it comes to the economy. We're still crawling when it comes to human rights, uplifting human rights. We still have issues in this regard. So what are we celebrating? We're celebrating 65 years.
Yes, we're celebrating 65 years. The thing is that 65 years. Yes, it's one thing to cancel, the parade at Eagle Square, and hold another parade in Aso Rock.
Would there be a parade in Aso Rock?
They understand the kind of parade.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I'm not trying a big party.
I'm telling you because independence is our independence. I think we are independent as a people, So while you cancel the parade in Eagle Square, make sure you cancel the other parade too. I think Nigerians are happy because actually at 65, there's nothing to celebrate. That's it. We cannot celebrate 24-hour uninterrupted power supply. We cannot celebrate good hospitals. We cannot celebrate good schools. We cannot celebrate good roads. We cannot celebrate our economy and all of that. We cannot even celebrate our democracy. So what is there to celebrate? Unfortunately, that has become our lot as people. Well, let's get off all of that and get into the papers. Do you have the paper?
Yes, we do have the Punch newspaper here. Dangote versus Pengerson. NLC mobilizes workers for strike against refinery. Labour places affiliates on alert as Pengerson shuts down NNPC, NUPRC, NMDPRA offices. And also, the window headlines, NNPC, Dangote Refinery signed fresh 2-year crude deal. Nigeria at 65, FG cancels Independence Day parade. 2027, woeful record will haunt Jonathan, says presidency. Church members avoided me over Muslim tickets. Remi Tinubu, all right, okay. I don't think that really matters to her. Yeah, I don't know why she's putting this out there. Court stops bank from releasing Osun LG allocations. Lagos guard faces trial for kidnapping employer's son. Tax reforms exempt food, education, Greek, FIRS. Well, those are the headlines.
On the cover page of the Daily Independent today, the banner headline reads, Nigeria 65, FG leads Tinubu's feats, urges unity, collective participation. Right after that, asks Nigerians to set aside division, work to build nation. And the window headlines are NBA to Supreme Court, make history, here reverse emergency rule case. Court stops Pengerson for cutting gas supply to Dangote refinery. NLC backs Pengerson, begins mobilization against Dangote. And we have other headlines on the cover page of the Daily Independent today. To be abuse allegation rocks. Nako Sako at airport free zone. PDP will win massively, reclaim presidency in 2027. That's coming from Makinde. Nigeria's prosperity inseparable from North's future. Tinubu. Presidency dares Jonathan to contest against Tinubu in 2027. Another bold headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent. Sule to governors fight insecurity. We have enough funds now. ASU threatens strike, gives FG 14 days over unmet demand. And the bottom strip headline, Court declares Patotomi's shadow government unconstitutional. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper today.
And quickly to the Daily Sun. Blame PDP if Governor Mbadom's party, ex-party chair, now one Southeast may become only region without PDP governor. Dangote, NLC says no more negotiations, sets affiliates on red alert. With the rider, court stops Pengerson's strike against Dangote refinery. Now the big story. Court restrains bank from paying out Osun LG allocations. And Ohaneze demands Nnamdi Kanu's release, expresses support for United Nigeria. Tears flow over mother of Arise TV news anchor, Somtochukwu Maduawu by armed robbers. Quite a sad one. 2027, why Jonathan can't win presidency, says ex-president performed dismally in office. Oh, sorry, I'll take that again for emphasis and for clarity. 2027, why Jonathan can't win? Now, this is coming from the presidency, and the presidency says ex-president performed dismally in office. Tinubu governors others storm Imo for Governor Ozodimma's book on APC. That's it from the Daily Sun newspaper.
And that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines, but join us again at 10 o'clock when we get into the papers proper. That's a newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's get into the conversation for this morning. Southeast governors, leaders of Ohanese endorsed Tinubu as consensus candidate ahead of 2027. Let's talk about this. Join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. Governors, ministers, and top political figures from the Southeast have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 general elections. The endorsement also came from Ohanese Ndibo, the apex sociocultural group of the Igbo people. This decision was announced in a communique issued after the 2025 annual Igbo Day celebration, themed Igbo Ekunye, the reawakening of the Igbo spirit of excellence and enterprise. The event, which ran across the 7 Igbo-speaking states, ended with a grand finale in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, on September 29. In a historic move, the communique declared that the unresolved misunderstanding among members of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, that's the NCNC, which hindered the elevation of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe to the position of Premier of the Western region in 1952, would no longer define Igbo-Yoruba relations. Leaders agreed it was time to end the 73-year-old rivalry. The group further praised President Tinubu for his inclusion of the Southeast in the major infrastructure projects, especially the 5 trillion naira road development initiative led by Works Minister David Umahi. Another pressing issue, the communique stated, was the revival of the abandoned projects such as the Enugu coal mine, the Azumiri seaport in Abia, and the Ivo Dam. They demanded also a quick action on the Port Harcourt-Maiduguri railway project, describing it as a vital part to the regional trade and economic growth. The Southeast leaders further pledged support for Asiwaju President Tinubu's uninterrupted presidency until 2031 and resolved to suspend support for opposition candidates. Interesting. Here we have with us in the studio Prince Francis Chilaka, who is a political analyst, and also we have from Oka, Engineer Fimba Adregu, Chairman, Safety Engineers in Anambra State, and also member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, member Anambra State Anti-Corruption Strategy Community. And from Abuja, we'll be joined by Patrick Ohi Femie, who happens to be a political activist and a good governance advocate. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Prince Francis. Good morning, Engineer Fimba, if you can hear me. Good morning.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Right. Good to have you join today's conversation. Let me start off with you, Engineer Fimba. What do you make of this particular statement coming from the Apex Socio-Cultural Group of the Igbo land, Yohanesa Ndibo, saying that they are not going to support any opposition candidate in the 2027 election, that the incumbent should be who they will support till his tenure elapses in 2031? Help us walk around this with the fact that we have also an Igbo man in the person of Peter Gregory Obi, who actually have been vying for that particular ticket for so long, and now we're getting factions of persons from Igbo saying, no, we're not going to support this. Just suppose that with the marginalization that Igbos have been talking about and the fact they've not been able to, get to the #1 position in Nigeria for so long.
Thank you very much. I would like to compliment your glasses. They look very good on you. Sincerely, it's a very good one today, because I'm very pleased. This is coming very timely, because just yesterday we celebrated the World Igbo Day, and then it was hosted by the governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo. He was highly delighted, and a good number of persons who came from the various states, 8 states that make up the Yohanese Ndibo. I think what you're asking is very, very much very clear. It's quite clear in the sense that they say a bird at hand is worth more than 2 in the bush. Literally, we may have presently the government of President Tinubu, of course, and at the same time we have one candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, who is coming from the Southeast to also contest for the upcoming elections 2027. The stakes are very high, however it is, but at the same time, a good number of persons amongst the Yohanese may have tinkered through it, in-depth, thoughts of it, as they must have looked deep down and has seen that perhaps their support for the current government will build more and sustain more of a division and implement more for the Southeast and the Yohanese entirely. I may not have all the details or all the cards on the table, but however it is, I think their support is very viable at this time.
All right, when you talk about their support being viable at this time, what does this really portend for, the Igbos, given the fact that so many persons were of the opinion that Igbos don't like themselves, that they don't really want themselves, they are not unified, if I'm to use that word, because if you're to check other climes, more like when someone actually is there, they'll try to throw their weight behind the person. Some on the social media also were saying that these particular these issues, especially these endorsements and every other thing, happens to be the reason Igbo people will never allow any of their own to see or come up to the limelight. And they were juxtaposing that with what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu and how Igbos decided to abandon him, even when other persons from other tribe faces such, there are people who come up to throw their weight behind them. What do you have to say about this, please?
Frankly, I think a lot of persons are entitled to their opinions. But I share a different opinion from compared to so many other millions of Ndibo and well-meaning Nigerians and
seem to have lost connection to our virtual guest there, Engineer Fimba, but we will re-establish contact with him and continue the conversation. Let's bring it to the studio now. Prince Francis Chilaka, what are your thoughts on this open endorsement
I don't know when you say open endorsement. It's shocking, and I feel so ashamed that some charlatans who parade themselves.
You call them that?
Some charlatans who parade themselves as
these are members of
please, let us get the facts right.
Okay.
Let us get the facts right.
What are the facts?
We do not have Ohanes Ndigbo led by Isugozoro. The Ohanes Ndigbo that we know is led by Senator Mbata, if I'm right. Azuta Mbata. That is the authentic national president of Ohanes Ndigbo. So when you have charlatans who come together for their own selfish interests, and they tell you that they're speaking for the Igbo people, they are speaking for themselves.
This particular statement was made.
Please, I'm coming. I've taken time to read the whole thing. The names of the people who signed this so-called communique, they are not known to anybody from Igbo land.
But it was read on the floor when they had their general meeting from 7 Igbo-speaking states.
Who are the 7? Who are the pure representatives of the 7 Igbo-speaking states? Who are they? Who are they? These are not known people. Isugozoro has always. Let me ask: why are people not reasoning out of the box? Isugozoro has always been everywhere. Today he's endorsing APC. Tomorrow he's endorsing P2B. What does he really want?
Now,
which Igbo man is he really speaking for?
Let me ask you this. Nature abhors vacuum. Now, the Azuka Mbata's Ohanes Ndigbo has not endorsed anybody, has not spoken. And then someone is speaking on behalf of the entire
No, please,
race.
let us know. Moses, let us not misinterpret issues.
Okay.
When you want to talk about Ohanes, say a faction.
Okay.
It makes it more. You say a faction.
One faction is speaking.
A faction, not one faction. As far as I'm concerned, I don't even know whether they exist. I do not know whether they exist. See, there's something in Ebola that people must understand. Let me tell this to APC and to President Bola Tinubu. These charlatans that are going about endorsing you, they just want to chop your money. The Igbos are purely Republicans. Igbo, what is it?
Okay.
Igbo, and what is it?
Okay, all right.
So before you can come out and say you are speaking for the Igbos, you must be a man of honor and proven integrity. I have not seen that in this.
Okay, Prince. Now, we hear that this Isugoro, this is not the first time he's saying this, and he seems to be working in gloves with a certain minister in Abuja talking about Devo Mahi. The other time, Isugoro and Mahi said, look, the Igbo shouldn't look at the presidency up until 2035. Not even 31, they say 2035. Here again, we see the same Isugoro and
Devo Mahi. Okay. Now, let me say something. Let me say something. When you talk about Devo Mahi has been all over the place. And I ask myself, what value has it brought to Igbo land?
I was coming to that.
What value? They are telling us that there is a project they are projecting. Don't forget, a few months back, on the floor of the National Assembly, projects were reeled out. None for Southeast. None. Asaba, Onitsha, Head Bridge is a no-go area. Benin bypass is a no-go area. And you have a man who's been parading himself, putting on one silly red cap. And he calls himself.
My question is, I'm sorry, calm down. My question is this, what do you think Devo Mahi wants? Does he want to be president?
Devo Mahi wants to be president just like...
in 2035?
Yeah, just like Kopu Zodima wants to be a vice president. We know all of that.
Okay.
So these are people who are looking at their own selfish interests. They're not looking at the collective interest of the Igbos. Check the Calabar. I saw him talking about the Calabar highway. The guy is going to pass through so and so place. Is that what we want? Is that what the Igbos want?
The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway runs across 9 states, and there is no service.
No. If you listen to him, was it yesterday? He was talking about it, and I was saying, where is this man getting these figures from? You gather some people, you pay some people, you gather them, and you say they're representing the interests of the Igbo people.
All right. Okay.
What have the Igbo man, I ask, benefited from President Bola Tinubu's government?
Okay, we'll talk about all of that in a bit. Now, let's go to Abuja, where we've been joined by Patrick Ohiefeme. He's a political activist and good governance advocate. Good morning once again, Patrick, and thanks for being part of VOP this morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, beautiful. We can hear you loud and clear. Now, my question is this. This group is asking for a handshake across the Niger with the Southwest, the Southeast and Southwest, more like an alliance to, to find a closure to what happened over 71 years ago when Nnamdi Azikiwe was shoved out of the Western Region House of Assembly and he came back to the East. Now, that is all history. In this republic, Fourth Republic, we've been through it for 26 years. The first time the ticket or power came to the South, it went to the Southwest. It came back again, and it went to the South-South. This is the third time it is coming. And instead of going to the Southeast, it went to the Southwest again. Is there some form of political injustice in that arrangement? And do you think that in 2027, this alliance, this peaceful alliance, could also let the power go to the Southeast so that there will be a final closure to what happened 70-something years ago? Now, this is the argument of this group. Do you think there's a possibility that it could happen in 2027?
Okay, thank you. Well, looking at the entire political space, I doubt a situation where, the power is able to go to the Southeast. Now, because if you look at the last election, there's no way we'll talk about power going to the Southeast without looking at how elections are conducted in Nigeria. For me, 2023 represented the brightest opportunity, with Mr. Peter Obi, leading that charge. And we saw in areas where, people who didn't have funds, who didn't campaign, won elections. So apparently, the elections in those areas were completely, free and fair. But now what we see today is that whether it is properly organized groups or factional groups, we see a complete movement towards APC. Now, the number of governors that the APC has today is not what it had in 2023. So you see a situation where gradually what is happening is that, the space for an Igbo presidency outside, the APC looks slim. And I say that with all sense of responsibility. Now, talking about the injustice, the narration you made, truly, any Nigerian who wants to be fair needs to be honest. The presidency coming to the South in 2023 was rightfully the turn of the Southeast. There's no doubt about that. Because if power has gone to the Southwest, power has gone to the South-South, it should naturally come to the Southeast. Even though some of us do not, completely align towards this ethnic politics. Okay. But again, you must have a sense of balance. The Southeastern people must be given, a sense of belonging. That, that can be said again and again and again.
All right, Patrick, I'm sorry to butt in at this moment. But you said something in the course of your intervention that you don't see the possibility of power going to the South because more governors are moving to the APC ahead of 2027. ADC says Jonathan had 22 PDP governors, yet he lost the election. Is there a possibility of a repeat of that incident, of that scenario? Could it happen again? Or don't you think it could also happen if the opposition have a very firm grasp of politics in 2027, opposition politics in 2027?
John, now, talking as a Nigerian who has followed opposition politics from 1999 till date, I want to say that as it stands today, the Nigerian opposition is sleeping and snoring. Sleeping very fast. And I want to say again that I do not see the opposition springing any miracle. The truth of the matter is that 2027 for me is going to represent the height of vote buying. You cannot run away from it. For those of us who are watching activities closely, now elections in Anambra held, and we all heard about money, heavily monetized votes. And again, how did the opposition in 2015, work to get the the sitting government out of power. Number one, they were united. Now today, what are Nigerians discussing? Nigerians are discussing, Atiku, are you going to step down and support a Peter Obi? Atiku is saying, I'll go for a clear primaries and all of that. Now, the opposition in 2015 was united. They were completely united. They had only one mission, to change government. And they went very, very far to do that, including sourcing foreign support, I dare say. But today, we have daily issues in Nigeria. You do not see the opposition on the street. Now, the ruling party has money. The opposition, what they have is time. They have not started mobilizing Nigerians. And today you are seeing what is happening across the country. When the opposition came in 2023, they had more, people in their party. Now, every day you hear somebody has left Labour Party, somebody has left PDP. So what is left? And the people themselves cannot truly tell you that they are confident in the opposition. That is the truth. The opposition in Nigeria is invisible. It's not seen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick, for your submission. Let's bring it back to the studio. And now, Prince Francis Chilaka, I want you to, what do you make of the fact that, according to this particular communicator we're still, extracting this morning, like my colleague in the studio pointed out, the 73-year-old driver between the Igbos and, the Yorubas over what happened, when Nnamdi Azikiwe was there with Awolowo, and the fact that they are talking about how that have been ended, reconciliations, swiftly. Just suppose that will happen in 2023, when so many persons believe that it's not the time of the Southeast for them to produce a president, but yet, what more like happened 73 years ago still repeated itself again at this point in time. Do you think that wound actually is going to heal anytime soon? And will the statement of the Ohaneze Ndigbo in any way reduce the pain that some of the Southeasterners are?
Well, if you say there is a rivalry and the same scenario keeps playing out, and then somebody wakes up from slumber and says, by mere speaking, that rivalry has ended, then you must understand that person is a joker. Now, the truth of the matter is that it's not about rivalry. It's about the people. Each time I talk about the people. And I keep asking, why is it that it is Ohaneze Ndigbo, a faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo, that has been getting all over the place, endorsing Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency for 2027? Are they the only socio-cultural organization we have? Why is Afenifere, who are the owners of the president, not talking?
They also have a faction.
Why is Arewa not talking? Why must it be Ohaneze Ndigbo? So it's not about rivalry. We must understand it. It's not about rivalry. For me, it's about the fact that the people who are speaking, who claim to be speaking for the Igbos, do not have the authority to do that.
Now, why is it that the legitimate faction of the Ohaneze Ndigbo have not come up to drop a rebuttal?
No, he has. He has.
Because recall before the first time, Isi Guzoro made a statement about how Dave Umahi is the only person in the Southeast who in 2035, will be the one that the Igbos will throw their weight behind for him to go for the presidential race in 2035. They didn't say anything about that, and they actually, it's more like them being quiet or keeping mum about this whole thing shows that they are supporting it. And like I asked you earlier, remember that this particular
they're not
statement...
supporting it. I know that Senator Mbata has come out to say something, and he has said that they are a socio-cultural organization and that they are not in a position to endorse any candidate. He has come out to say that. And that is the way it should stand. Isu Guzoro that is talking about the Igbos, speaking for the Igbos. I have not heard him say anything about the shops that were demolished at the trade fair. I have not seen him talk about the ones that have been dealt with in the Idumota. I have not seen him talk about all the ills being meted out to the same Igbos he's speaking for. So you sit down in your cozy room with a glass of champagne and you forget the sufferings of the ordinary people. and then you feel that by merely reading out a statement, you will not coerce the people to vote tomorrow. It's not possible.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. Now let's go back to Engineer Fimba as we wrap up this conversation. Engineer Fimba, let's reestablish contact with you. Good morning to you.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here with you.
Good to have you. Now, how does this division work? How does this division being seen within Igbos now? How does it work against or in favor, whichever way you want to look at it, of the Igbo candidate, whichever one emerges in 2027?
Quite frankly, I think it's been a strategy to use to portray such that there's a genuine division. I'll call it. Let me use that word. There's no genuine division among Igbos. It's certainly that we are quite enterprising, and it's certainly that we add value to everything we touch, and we've been adding value to the Nigerian system. And sincerely, currently, with the present leadership, we've been adding value. Perhaps it may not be very much liked per se, but we'll be adding value wherever within in the economy generally. So some people see and think that why should it be the Igbos? It's a silver lining which we all should embrace. That when things like this, when issues like this come forward, and objects or subjects like this come forward, every well-meaning and good reasoning and a progressive mind will embrace the idea which it stands, that especially for the coming elections, it is something I've said over time, that the last elections has been a golden opportunity. But however, it does not mean that the coming elections will not still give another opportunity for those who think Nigeria can be better, to give a president from the Igbo extraction or from the East an opportunity. I think we want to have an opportunity where Nigeria becomes greater and better. We want to see that Nigeria becomes a place where we all live and progress. We want to see Nigeria whereby we all can be proud of, within and outside the shores of our country. We want to see Nigeria whereby you can come, live and invest and be happy and grow old. We want to see Nigeria where things work. So the whole idea is all circled around a better Nigeria. But I think there are going to be people who are going to be fighting to see that opportunities like this don't come for you and myself, don't come for our children and our children yet unborn. And I think we all need to continue to speak about it, like you all are doing on the studio.
Okay. So I take it that you're wrapping up your thoughts with these words. You're concluding your thoughts. Okay.
I'm giving my own view of it at this point, because I think the various speakers, the man in the studio has spoken and in his own opinion, and I think we all have various opinions at which we can address the various subjects, particularly the coming elections and the subject of Johanese, and then that Igbo presidency, regardless of who it is, P2B or...
Now, another question, sorry, but the idea or the saying that the Igbos have no king, how does that work for the Igbos, especially in bringing them together? If they don't have a king, in quote, how will it work in, rallying the people into one cause?
I know we've had that challenge over time because generally a good number of us are quite intelligent. Naturally, we are smart at things. We also find it difficult to come together to accept one opinion and see that it prevails. We will continue to do our efforts on and on to see that in time, perhaps very soon, that notion or thought that Igbos don't have king, it will become something that will get to the background, and then we'll begin to say Igbos do have king, and then things like that.
So you do believe it has worked against the Igbos then? It hasn't worked in their favor. Do you believe it has worked against Igbos? It hasn't worked in their favor.
Well, sometimes certain things are just beyond human reasoning, but within our limits, I don't think it has worked against the Igbos.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you very much, Engineer Fimba. You want to wrap up as well? You want to give us your concluding thoughts?
No, I mean, for me, like, I don't know what the Igbos really want. I've always asked that question. What do the Igbos want in the wilder Nigeria? And going a step further, I've always said that the problem of the Igbos is those who showcase themselves as their leaders. They are not leading as leaders. They are not leading as people who believe in the collective interest of the people. They are leading just because they want to take care of themselves and themselves alone. And that is why I've said that the flaw in the Southeast, the bad governance in the Southeast, it has nothing to do with the federal government. The governors in the Southeast are collecting money. What are they using these funds for? What are they doing with it? And I've said, if the leaders in the Southeast are serious, we won't be talking about different airports in the Southeast. We'll be talking about trade network to ease trade, to facilitate trade, because we are known as traders. But what are we doing? What are the governors doing? After the likes of late Simon Bakwe, what have any other person done in the Southeast?
Big question there. All right, Patrick, please let's get your concluding thoughts in now.
Well, for me, I think that the Southeast as a whole has a whole lot to offer Nigeria as a country. And of course, they are a rare breed. They are an industrious people. What I think that they need, because when you ask if, this issue of Iboanwere, I'm an Edo guy, okay, if it has affected the Igbos, I think it has. Because I lived in the North. The North, one thing that people see is that they think, oh, these guys are not so schooled and all of that. But that has been the advantage, because once one person speaks, everybody follows. Like the other guest said, because of opinions, people, they don't just flow with one opinion. Everybody has, you have professors, industrialists, so everybody has their opinion. So that in itself is a weakness. So I think the Southeast has what it takes to be a mini Dubai. If the governors work together, including politically, and I think, this faction of Johannese, even though I read the statement and I didn't see the key actors who I know are either, the president or the faction, Engineer Chidi, so I was wondering which particular set of people had done this. But we know from experience that people will always take advantage of, vacuum. But I think the Southeast has a whole lot to offer the country if, the people can unite and speak with one voice. It's possible.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's move on to another conversation now. Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso moved to expose Nigerian politicians accused of aiding bandits as Kwara community protests allege strange helicopter dropped armed men before latest killings. Let's have this conversation again.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Well, thanks for joining us again. Now, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso have said they are preparing to expose the names of prominent Nigerian politicians aiding bandits in the northwestern region of the country. The three neighboring nations said they are working on confirming the identities of political figures accused of links with criminal groups in the region. Authorities further explained that information has already been gathered on certain political actors said to be involved in supplying weapons to the bandits. The authorities said they already have the names of some top Nigerian politicians and have arrested some individuals involved in supplying weapons to the bandits, adding that investigations are already underway. Meanwhile, in a chilling revelation, residents of Ajase, Ikpo, and neighboring communities in Kwara South on Monday staged an angry protest accusing security operatives and unknown gunmen of colluding to unleash a new wave of bloodletting across the senatorial district. At the center of the allegation is a claim that a helicopter repeatedly circled the area and reportedly dropped armed men who later carried out the deadly attacks. The protesters, some with injuries, said that the community has been pushed to the brink. But by what they call an orchestrated campaign of terror. Now, some of the protesters said the violence escalated a few days ago with local vigilante members singled out in a campaign of lethal precision. Oh, well. We have joining the conversation is Mazi Amobi Iheburu. He joins the conversation. Good morning to you, Mazi.
Thank you very much.
And we still have with us Prince Francis Chilaka and Patrick Ohifeme and, of course, Engineer Fimba. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying with us. Once again, the issue of insecurity being perpetrated with some sponsors, state actors sponsoring them, has been brought to the fore. Let me start off with you, Mazi Amobi. This is not the first time we are hearing that helicopter is dropping weapons. The other time it was helicopter dropping weapons in some parts of the country. We've heard about helicopters bringing aid, those that are said to be working with non-governmental organizations, bringing aid, and when those things are checked, they have guns and other things in them. Now, what should government do?
Thank you. The notion that if insecurity lasts for 48 hours, hold government responsible is still very relevant here. Helicopter is not a stick of matches. Helicopter is a big elephant in the air. So you cannot tell me that you cannot trace helicopter in the air. That is not tenable. So what am I saying? That the idea that some prominent Nigerians are behind this can be established, just like the Sahel states of Niger, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali are saying, I cannot wait for them to do that naming ceremony. It's very important. Recall about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Qatar or UAE or something like that, also did similar thing and other. We will encourage the Sahel states to come up with these names so that we can start from somewhere. Insecurity, the centrality of insecurity to the progress, development, and growth of this country cannot be overemphasized. So I think we should encourage the Sahel states to do this naming ceremony. It will go a long way to stemming the tide of insecurity in this country.
How certain are we that the names, if they are to provide them, will not have any political,
Let them do so first. Let them do so first. The important thing is that if they are not 100% correct, they might be 70, 50, 60% correct. And that will lead us, it will be a kind of lead way for us Nigerians to begin to look at insecurity as a problem and then prefer viable, sustainable solutions to insecurity.
Now, if that actually happens to be the case, then where do you think the legitimacy of the Nigerian security apparatus will be? Because like you pointed out, why is it that our own intelligence team cannot do the work to give us names of people who are sponsoring this? And why is it that the security team also find it difficult to profile the people that they've received their name before now and do the needful? Why do we have to wait for places where we know that are now under the junta leaders to be giving us information on how to handle the issue of insecurity in our nation?
Security is borderless. And if security is borderless, nothing stops us from getting intels from neighboring states. It's not compartmentalized. Nigeria is not, in isolation. To that extent, I will subscribe to this, naming ceremony that, in quotes, that they want to do. Let us have the names. Let us have the intels. And then Nigerians will take it off from there. That's what I'm saying.
All right, then, Prince Francis. Now, in a situation whereby government seems to be inactive, we've talked about these helicopters, these sponsored terrorist activities going on, but government seems to be inactive. What can the people do?
Honestly, when we talk about insecurity these days in Nigeria, it makes one to be laughing. Because laughing in the sense of, not that it is funny, but you don't see the seriousness you expect to get from government. If you recall, we heard that the late President Buhari was handed a list of about 400 names. Until today, nothing has come out of it. So if these juntas, as they are called, these three countries decide to give you a list, how do you think it will be useful to Nigeria? Because, this is a country where a sitting governor, the governor of Zamfara State to be specific, has come out to accuse your Minister of State for defense. And nothing happened. This is a country where we've seen pictures of governors, government officials holding meetings with bandits, fully armed to the teeth, and nobody gets arrested. And then somebody will wake up tomorrow and tell us that the government is applying a carrot and stick approach. They're applying a carrot and stick approach to a situation that is harming your citizens. You have taken a vow to protect their lives and properties. The truth of the matter is that the government is not showing the political will to address these issues. Because if they're showing it, there is no way you will arrest somebody who has reduced another person to now living in IDP camp, killed his family members, burnt his houses, and then you turn around as a government and you say, these people are repentant.
Do you think the state government is hamstrung in all of this? Do you think they are hampered from taking action?
You and I know that the state governors are called chief security officers, but to what extent?
Because a lot of them are crying out. The governor of Benue State is also crying out that his people are being affected.
Governor Alia himself is not being sincere. He's a Catholic priest. I'm a Catholic as well. But it's not been sincere.
That's what I'm at. Do you think they are being armstrong?
He came out and told Nigerians that he is going to release the name of people in his state that are responsible.
And now he hasn't done that.
Up to today.
Why do you think so? Don't you think some powers somewhere is hindering him from doing so?
In governance. No matter how powerful these people are, release the name and allow the people, like he said, allow the people to decide what to do. We must have a leadership that is pioneered and supported by the people. The reason why things are not moving is that you have government or you have leadership sponsored by individuals, not by the people.
Okay.
If the people are behind you as a leader, you'll be a successful leader.
All right, Prince. Now, let's go to Abuja, where we still have Patrick Ohefemi, who joined us virtually. Now, Patrick, the issue here is we are discussing the powers of governors, to maintain security within their states. The last time the National Economic Council meeting met, for the third time, they couldn't discuss the issue of state policing. And meanwhile, these governors, if you ask them, they are eager, they are quick to tell you, they are quick to jump and say, look, though I'm designated the chief security officer of my state, I don't have powers. I don't control the police. I don't control the military. I don't control even the DSS, even the NSDC, and all of that. Now, they still have the opportunity 3 times, to discuss the issue of state police and say, look, Mr. President, I think we are ripe for state police. Yet, they couldn't do that. What does that tell you?
It tells me that there's no sincerity in leadership. It tells me that most of the people who parade themselves as our leaders do not actually care for us. And it tells me that it is time for citizens to stand up and know that they themselves represent their only hope. Now, looking at this issue, I think this is a good opportunity for us to look at this, from a broader perspective. Now, on an individual level, when you have issues and, you've lost confidence in the police, we find that people do what? They resort to self-help. Now, if you look at the governors, we constantly hear about the security votes that they enjoy and they do not account for. Now, okay, let me use FCT as an example. We had a former president, late Muhammad Buhari, here in the FCT. Kidnappings were going on left, right, center. We had an FCT minister. Now, we had an FGC Kwali that had to quickly close because they said bandits were going to attack. Now, fast forward to now, with Nyesom Wike as the minister of the FCT and Bola Tinubu as the president. Do you know what has happened? Go ask any FCT resident if kidnapping has not dropped in the FCT. And what did Wike do? Wike engaged with the military, engaged with the police, engaged with the vigilantes. I stay in Kuje. I can tell you that the last kidnapping, I'm telling you of a live incident, the last kidnapping that happened here in Kuje, the vigilantes and the military, the vigilantes from Abaji mobilized, the ones from Kwali mobilized, the ones from Kuje mobilized. And you know what happened to those kidnappers? They were neutralized in the middle. Now, what he has set in motion is that once there is a kidnap, I think he has a timeline and a reward. The reward information might not be official. Now, the governors, if you call the DPOs for a meeting in your state, we keep saying the governors don't have control. That is a complete ruse. It's not true. If you call the DPOs in your state and you say, oh, you get 50,000 from the IG or 1 million, I'm going to give you 5 million. And for every kidnap you bust, this is your incentive. Are you telling me, for God's sake, that the people, the men on ground will not mobilize? Look, Nigerians are tired of these excuses. And I want to say that you see these rows again. I'm calling it a row from Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. We've heard this again and again. For me, I'm looking at the other side. Is it a bargaining chip? Because every time somebody says, I'm going to release names, we wait till eternity and we do not see anything. And don't forget that the Niger themselves, Mali and Burkina Faso, they're also having their own various security challenges. The root cause of security problems in Nigeria is because there is no sincerity. The government is not ready to handle this issue once and for all. A lot of people are profiteering from this insecurity.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, does it look like the governors too are profiteering from insecurity, because we hear the governor of Borno State, Zulum, Babagana Zulum, professor, the other day said, look, I know people in government, I know politicians that are sponsoring insecurity. The guest analyst here mentioned Hyacinth earlier. You know, the other time he said he was going to name names. He didn't do that. At the point he said, look, the attackers are coming from neighboring Nasarawa State and all of that. So does it look like you say that the governors are also beneficiaries of the insecurity? And how would that be? To what end?
Honestly, it is what it is. You know, I think that there's a complete disconnect between the leaders and the led. You know, because if just imagine the barrister that was kidnapped. I haven't even heard if she was released. You know, the one between the Auchi Okene Road. Now, just sit for a moment and ask yourself if this was your child. And, you know, we just keep playing with people's lives. People die daily and nobody seems to care. And that is why I come back again to the opposition. We need to look inwards. Now, Nigerians are crying against insecurity. Who is supposed to mobilize the people? Who is supposed to mobilize the people? Because if the people say, look, enough is enough. Because these guys who are in office today were once in the opposition. They called the government all manners of names. And today they are here, and then it's a different tune. So why is the opposition not mobilizing? You hear 200 killed in Benue. Across the nation, everybody's quiet. The opposition is sleeping. I mean, what kind of country are we? And this speaks to our nature as people. Because if we feel the pain of these communities, nothing should stop Nigerians from even being at the Aso Villa to demand a complete end. And I want to conclude by saying that until citizens take up the responsibility of protesting and crying out against insecurity, nothing is going to change. Nothing.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick, for your submission. Engineer Fimba, let's get you to join the conversation. Please, what do you make of this particular statement from the Sahel nation? I recall that some time ago, Abdurrahmani Chiani also said something about how some persons in Nigeria, how Nigerian government is not really doing their own bit or carrying out their own quota to what should be on ground. I'm talking about the joint task force now fighting insecurity on the border. Also, some time ago, a Nigerian said something about giving terrorists amnesty. Please, let's get your opinion on that. Oh, all right. I have been told that we lost connections with Engineer Fim, but let's bring this to you now, Mr. Amazi Amobiheboro. What do you have to say about this? Recall that Chiani first accused the Nigerian government of being complicit, not doing what they should do when they are fighting the insurgent group from their own end. Here in Nigeria, it's more like they have a safe haven. He said that. I recall that also they happen to be members of a joint task force team. And in one breath here in Nigeria, we have more like an intermediary between the bandits and Nigerian government. To the point that some people are saying, let's give these people amnesty. Stop calling them terrorists. When they stop calling them terrorists, they will stop terrorizing and all that. Do you think at this point in time that the issue of insecurity in Nigeria is going to end anytime soon? And what do you make of the fact that if all these joint task force team members decide to pull out, do your own, let me do mine, what then will be the fate of Nigerians at this point?
Yeah, thank you. I earlier on talked about insecurity being borderless. I knew what I was talking about. There is no concrete structural impediment between states. So it is very fluid, as it were. I also subscribe to the view that kinetic approach is the way to go. This carrot, stick, and whatever doesn't seem tidy for me. These people have demonstrated unwavering knack for killing people, disseminating communities, destroying properties. And then when you see them, you begin to romance with them. That is unfortunate. Take the war to them. I believe solely in kinetic approach. Take the war to them, disseminate them. By the time you go 80, 85, 90%, the remaining 10%, can be looked at and all whatever. You have completely disseminated them. So this idea of calling them together, just like Prince talked about, even some of them addressing press conferences and people are jumping up, taking selfies with them and all that. That is ridiculous.
All right. Well, Patrick is of the opinion.
Kinetic is the way to go.
Good, thank you. Patrick is of the opinion that this might just be some sort of bargaining chip, that we might wait endlessly for those names to come. What do you say to that?
At the level of government, some things are possible. At your level and my level, it looks so foggy, as it were. But at some other levels, these things can be discussed and opinion elicited from these Sahel states. So I do not think it is impossible. Of course, we have disdain because Bola Tinubu, our president, has not shown enough commitment in terms of dealing with the Sahel states. Recall, about 1 year ago, when this issue of ECOWAS and all that, these guys broke out and all that. That is it. So if you have good relationship with that is more important, that you must develop, nurture good relationship with your neighbors. Even at our own level in the cities where we stay, you have to develop good relationship with your neighbor. It goes a long way to even safeguarding you. So it is not a fluke, if you ask me, it's not a fluke. Why can't we, be in touch with these people? Let them even talk. It can be foolish, but we can take something out of it. That's what I'm saying. There is need for good neighborliness. That is why you cannot talk about Nigeria becoming a permanent member when you are local. You are not very friendly with the country. Do you know what has become the fate of AU? AU is moribund. AU is moribund. That is what we are saying. So you first of all look inwards before you begin to look outwards. Let's have cordial relationship with the sub-region. Yes. And then we can take it off from there. No advice is a fluke. No advice is senseless. A madman can talk to you 100%. You can pick 10%, add to your own knowledge and all that. So if you ask me sincerely, despite what is happening in their states, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, despite the challenges they have, because if they help us solve this security problem, they also will benefit. It's a win-win for all of us.
All right, Prince Francis. As it is, Nigeria's foreign policy that speaks about being in good terms with its neighbors and the rest doesn't seem to be working at this time. Should we come back to the table, rejig it? And yes, you did say, Mazi did say something about the clamor for the UNSC, a security seat at the United Nations, and I saw you throw your hands in the air. Some will say that, if you look at the size of the nation and the role Nigeria play in Africa, we should clamor for a seat, a security seat at the United Nations. Do you think we're just blowing our trumpets?
I think we're deceiving ourselves each time we try to say the size of Nigeria will determine what will stand to benefit in the world. When that size is not strong enough, when that size has not been able to protect its own, how would you now go out to talk of others? You can't be talking of a permanent seat in the UN when internally Boko Haram, non-gunmen, terrorists are decimating your own people. On the other hand, you talk about relationship with other nations. Do you have ambassadors? Till date, you don't have ambassadors. And nobody's saying anything about it. So we seem to have a country where, the government is just running that way. We don't have people who are representing Nigerian interests abroad. So for me, it's a simple thing. I'm not one of those to be carried away with, we're going to release names. You know that internally, if you recall, when I remember when Rochas was being hounded when he, before he left government. After, I think it was a senator then also. He said, if I open my mouth, the country. So we're used to people saying, we will open, we will say, we will print, we will publish. No, we've gone past that level. And as it is, Nigeria does not need to wait for anybody to give her names of those who, if our EFCC, for instance, can arrest Yahoo boys from one state to another, what is so difficult?
For the DSS?
What is so difficult in arresting those who are sponsoring terrorism? What is so difficult? Your governors collect their monthly security vote. What do they do with it? All right. What do they do with it? So it's not an issue of there is no money to fight insecurity. No. It's an issue of political will. It's an issue of bringing out those who are behind, who are benefiting. Those who are benefiting are the ones that should be called to book.
All right, it's an issue of political will. Let's move on to another conversation. Court stops Pengassan, others from cutting gas supply to Dangote refinery. Let's talk about what's going on in the oil and gas sector when we come back from this break. Join us again.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Justice Emmanuel Danjuma Subilim of the National Industrial Court in Abuja has restrained the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengassan, from embarking on its planned industrial action against Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Well, Justice Subilim, ruling on an ex parte application by Dangote Refinery on Monday, specifically restrained Pengassan from cutting crude and gas supply to Dangote Refinery. Besides Pengassan, other defendants in the suit include Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, that's NNPCL, Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for being part of this show. Okay, we still have Mazi Amobi Iheboro here with us. Now, Dele, let me come straight to you. Justice Danjo Masubilim issued an order restraining Pengasan from cotton gas, supplied to Dangote refinery. I think he also said that they shouldn't go on a strike and all of that. Now, what is the role of the industrial court in mediating between warring factions in a labor crisis? Because anytime, I've not heard for the first time where people went to stop others from going on strike and the court said, no, allow them to strike. What is the role of the industrial court in all of this? I want us to establish that before we get into the issue with Dangote refinery.
As a regular, it's not a regular court.
Okay.
Industrial court is specifically created to handle trade disputes.
Okay.
In the public and the private sector. And usually, when issues of trade disputes is subsumed in regular courts, it takes a while.
Okay.
And because of the urgency of mediating in these disputes, they had to create a court that is separate from the regular court.
Okay.
That's why. And they are not to call parties, they are not open to alternative dispute resolution.
Okay.
In the industrial court. You file your case, and on the merit or demerit of your case, they adjudicate. And it's another thing, it's one thing to obey the judgment of that court. It's another thing to obey it in breach. But they are not, that court was not created to call people into chambers to say, why don't you do it this way, why don't you do this way? So it's an open...
No, okay, now I ask this question in the light of the fact that, now does it look like, or it does appear that the court exists practically to work for government at all times? Because any time that people workers want to go on strike, especially against the government, now government is quick to run to the industrial court to stop that protest. Now, is it not part of stifling free space where Nigerian citizens have the right, to protest and demonstrate against bad governance or probably against labor issues that they feel that the government has not taken responsibility for their actions or inactions?
No, industrial court is not primarily for government to use against the labor unions.
Okay.
We have had cases of workers that have been unduly sacked, or even those ones that were their promotion was stifled.
No, I understand all of that. Now my question is, have you, as an analyst, have you seen a situation where a particular group complainant went to court and said these people want to go on strike, and the court said allow them to strike?
No.
So?
And usually it is not the judgment.
Okay.
It's just an injunction, ex parte motion that has been granted.
Okay.
That before you go into the specifics of this case, let the status quo remain. That is the judgment of the industrial court at this moment. That look, don't go on strike. Let's see the merit or demerit of your case before you go on strike.
Okay. All right. Pengasan, NLC. NLC just said, put its affiliates on standby to join the strike called upon by TUC and Pengasan as well against Dangote refinery. And Mazi, now, would it be a fair move to cut gas supply to Dangote refinery because of the grievances being experienced between the Pengasan and the workers, the over 800 said workers that Dangote allegedly laid off? Would that be a fair move?
Absolutely it's not, because a friend of mine who works in one of the companies told me yesterday that they are not producing because they use this gas to power their...
The company is which one? The Dangote refinery?
No, not Dangote. I don't know. They use,
okay.
I don't want to mention names here,
okay.
But they use gas to power their facility, and suddenly yesterday morning, there was no light, there was gas to power their facility. So it's already having a toll on, if you continue, the aggregate in terms of the companies and all that, you can imagine what it will happen. But let us put the issue in context. Sometime, I think it's during Yar'Adua's regime, that Dangote wanted to buy up some refineries in this country. And he was stopped. He was asked to go and see what he can do to erect his own factory, a refinery. He did that, borrowed a humongous sum of $20 billion to simply do that and all that. And I have said it on this table also, that Dangote may have done his feasibility studies very, very well. Know what it takes. Where do I get my raw materials? How do I get these products down to the people? What is the distribution channel and all that? He did all that before he came upstream. Having done that, he now said, okay, I think I can hazard this case. Where is the 3 or 4 Nigerian refineries now? Despite what Mela Carey told us 2-3 years ago, that, we also know that about $21 billion have been sunk for this turnaround maintenance and all that. So what we are saying is that now that Dangote, because also remember that we were told, that Dangote refinery is going to be a game changer in the energy sector. Now the man has come to, fulfill his promise. I'm not holding brief for Dangote, but before now it was Nupeng. After Nupeng, it was Dapman. Now it is Pengassin. Senior civil servants said they are waiting in the wings. NLC said they are coming up. Where were all these unions when Nigerian refineries, were managed to stupor? Where were they? That's the critical question we want to ask ourselves. There are things.
What are your thoughts on this? Do you think somebody or some people at the top are trying to, cripple?
That is not coming from me. That is what Dangote said. He said there is sabotage. Sabotage can be within or without, outside. He said there is sabotage. And Dangote has come to tell us also that for any truck that leaves his facility, the union, the Pengassin, or Pengassin or whatever, charges between 50,000 to 80,000 per truck. And it is believed that Dangote, about 2,000 trucks leave Dangote's, it is multiply 4,000 trucks a day. Multiply that by 50,000 basic minimum, and then by 5 days, and in 1 month, you are looking at about 500 million naira or thereabout. Who does that? So, if you ask me my considered opinion, I think that there are a lot of things, and also Dangote positioned that the workers take about 200% more salary than the regular in the industry and all that. These unions have not come to debunk that. Let them debunk what Dangote is saying. If really their idea is for the welfare of their own members, they should come and debunk what Dangote said he's paying and what Dangote said they are picking up from each truck in the refinery that picks petroleum products. So what am I saying in effect? It's like, we usually say that when there is a change, people begin to scamper for refuge here and there. That calls to question the whole issue of trade unionism. Is trade union meant to stifle investors? What is presently happening to Dangote? Investors are watching, both local and international. They're also watching. Nigeria professes giving investors enabling environment to operate, ease of doing business, and what have you. This is the time it should play out. Because if you probably go into the minds of Dangote, he would feel that, can I just pick this refinery from here and go to another country?
Oh, well, some countries have asked him to come establish
Absolutely. Absolutely.
in their land.
Where the environment will be conducive for him to, deal with business. No one is talking about Dangote repairing his loan he collected. No one is talking about that. The last time I checked, Nigeria is not a socialist state. Neither is it pure capitalist or whatever. It's a kind of mixture between the two. So if unions feel so embittered about this, they should come together and build their own refinery.
All right then.
That's what I say.
Patrick, let's get you into this conversation now. Now, some have said, some on the side of the unions have said, look, if we allow an individual take charge of production, distribution of PMS, crude in general, and the things that come out of it, he will monopolize the market. What do you make of that assertion?
Reacting to that question, as a standalone question, I find it is a very interesting question because we must be very careful when it comes to monopoly. And as a Nigerian myself, I know that in the past, other producers who have, shared the same space with Dangote at some point have accused him, of, unfair practices. We've seen the cement, how he monopolized cement and all of that. So for me, as a nation, we must be very careful because monopoly doesn't do anyone any good. We must allow the environment, the space, we must allow the space for others to come in and not hinder people. Because fuel is the live wire of this country. It is the live wire. Why do we have the kind of inflation we have? Because of the subsidies gone, statement, and then, the current cost of fuel. Because we don't have rails, we don't have some other form of moving goods and services. So truly, those who are looking at it from that perspective have a valid point, and they have my support. Because such monopoly could be used against Nigerians. That's the truth.
All right, talking about the monopoly being used against Nigeria at this point, there was a question someone actually asked. Why is it then that Nigeria Nigeria decided at this point in time to allow an individual do what they cannot do? I'm talking about allowing an individual have a refinery working against the nation's 4 refineries, being, let's say, in comatose state and all that.
You see, the truth is, we have been crying about bad governance for a very long time. And it is at the root of our problems. It's at the root of our problems. In foreign countries, private refineries, government refineries, okay, what's the state of our universities? If we're talking about refineries, what's the state of our universities? What's the state of our public health system? So the bad governance is at the root of this whole issue. So you cannot, the petroleum industry is not an isolated case. Other sectors are not working at, optimal level. So that is the problem. We've seen how these refineries, these moribund refineries, have been used to continuously, exert pressure on the Nigeria's financial system. So much funds has gone out of the system. If there was to be a proper audit, the kind of money that should be recovered from the refineries can turn this nation around. So for me, that is not the argument. The argument is the fact that players who come into the economic space must play by the rules, and there should be free entry and free exit, even though, yes, it's a massive investment. Even the refineries, it is still the same government, government and people around government that have made sure that it has not worked. What is there in turning around a refinery and is it money that has not been spent by the country?
All right.
It's just that there's no political will.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much, Patrick Ohifeme. Thank you for your time and your thoughts on the program. This is where we draw the curtains on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. But we must appreciate you for being on the program. Mazi Amobi Iheburo, thank you very much as well for being part of the conversation. Daily Fanimo joined the conversation. We do appreciate you as well. And also, we've had Engineer Fimba join the conversation, but I think we lost connection to Engineer Fimba Ajegu at some point. Well, thank you very much for being part of the conversation. Newspaper review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chuku.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice. that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ibamuruze mozo kerikosi ya gazero onye ukwu ma gazero onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thanks for joining us. Good morning once again. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, it's quite a full house. We have Mazi Amobi Iheburu joining the conversation as well. Good morning to you. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Thank you.
Well, Dele Fanimo also joins the conversation this morning. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Sir.
And Barrister Darlington Agomo is right here with us. Barrister, good to have you.
Good morning, Moses.
All right, and so let's go straight into it. I would like for us to start with this sad story. I want us to talk about this one. This is it's on most of the dailies. It's a story about a young broadcaster who was murdered in her home when armed robbers invaded that home. The Daily Sun has the report, the headline as Tears Flow Over Murder of Arise TV News Anchor Somtochukwu Madwago by Armed Robbers. We hear that armed robbers invaded the estate where she resides, robbed some houses, and she and a security personnel were rushed to the hospital afterwards because they were shot, they were injured in the attack. But unfortunately, they did not get immediate attention when they got to the hospital. And that is said to have led to their untimely death. Well, gentlemen.
Moses.
And this happened in Abuja.
Yes. I have my reservation about this particular death. If you check of recent, you hardly hear about armed robbery in homes because Who keeps money at home? Tell me, in this age of fintech and all that, there are times you can't find 1 naira in my house. But when I need money, within 10 minutes, I will go and get it.
Barrister, people keep precious goods, jewelry and all of that.
All those, even at that, you have the bank to keep all those things. You don't keep all those things at home these days. You don't. I mean, it's of no value at home. You keep it in the banks.
You want to keep your gold earring in the bank so that when you want to wear it, you go to the bank to take it.
These things, that's not even what the armed robbers are looking for.
What are they looking for?
Cash. Cash, because disposing those things will be a burden to them. I hope you know. So they don't even know the value of those gold they are talking about. So things that are disposable, the first thing they look for, money, and they know that people don't keep money at home. They can't even carry your electronics or whatever. Disposing it will be a problem for them.
The bigger issue here is an escalation of insecurity, you know.
But we know, let us not hide under it. Because we know what happened to Harry Marshall in the days of PDP. You remember? We don't want everything to be tied to armed robbery. Meanwhile, targeted assassination is going on. That's the truth. That young lady now, how much gold and whatever do you think she have at home? Tell me.
You never can tell.
Oh, please. As a news hunter, as a media person, how much gold do you think she could keep at home?
So, Barrister, what do you think?
It's not even a politically exposed person.
What do you think it is?
Like I just told you now, let the police do thorough investigation.
Well,
because we have seen things like this that later turned out to be another. I just mentioned the name here. That's the fact. We cannot tie anything now to armed robbery. Of late, people prefer to kidnap than to rob because they won't get any value from robbing. They can't.
Now, the question based on your perspective would be, who wants to take her out?
Good. You know, she has been... Please, is there any news person that is that the government loves? Is there anybody in the media that is a friend of the government or anybody at all? No, tell me. No, tell me now, especially Barrister, private media.
The angle you're going to, it's beginning to look like government has a hand in it.
We didn't mention names. We didn't mention. It could be an individual, a politically exposed person that you have.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Let them do their thorough investigation.
Investigation is ongoing, so we wait for the
result. But I'm telling you from his side, from past experience.
Yes, let me weigh in here. While doing the intro, you mentioned the hospital, medical attention was not given on time. That is an angle we should put our satellite on. Because is it a question of we don't want to do it, let us get a police report because that is what we are used to.
I think they said they asked for proper identification.
And all that, yes, and all that. So we need to also put our satellite on that place to be able to know. Because I think the basic function of the hospital is to save life. Many a times, we have been saddled with this unsavory situation where, somebody with a gunshot is refused medical attention until, a police report is gotten. I don't know what it is in this case because you alluded to the fact that medical attention did not come on time. So I'm, presupposing that probably some of these things we are used to played out. So investigation will most probably reveal what has happened. But it's really unfortunate that a young girl of 29, I think they said she will be 30 by December or thereabout, will lose her life the way she did. Very, very unfortunate. My heart goes to Arise
television. You want to chime in?
Yeah. At the point of that robbery incident, they may not even know the kind of person they are attacking.
That's assuming
it is only when...
Assuming that they are robbers.
Let's assume it's a robbery incident. I have seen cases in the past where the armed robbers, when they were caught, I'll give you an example of a broadcaster, Tokunbo Ajayi. You recall that days in NTA, she was robbed along with other neighbors, and the armed robber went ahead to even rape her. When the armed robber was caught, that was when he knew that it was that celebrated broadcaster that he robbed and raped. And when he was asked, he said, when I commit robbery, I rape because ordinarily I'm ugly and no woman wants to befriend me. Now look at his path. Look at how unfortunate that woman. The woman committed suicide.
Yeah. Yes, in London.
So sometimes it could be in the process of this robbery incident, one of the armed robbers wanted to rape her, and she resisted.
Okay,
this thing happened to her, and to that armed robber, she's just an ordinary woman of no substance. Whatever he is now, I'm sure that by the time he hears this news, he will be wondering that why did it happen?
But this was in an estate, Abi?
Yes, it was.
Armed robber strikes anywhere.
Good.
Armed robber strikes anywhere.
One of the reasons why people prefer to live in these places is because of the security, which they pay for. Okay. Because most estates, they have a security arrangement. Is that not true? That lady is not the only person in that estate. And I didn't hear that they raided the whole of the estate. I didn't hear that.
Well, I heard that they raided other houses.
But this particular incident didn't happen in any of those places.
Barrister, there is no place armed robbers will go and kill from one house to the other and keep killing people.
It's not possible.
It's a happenstance.
Yes, I agree. But this particular incident is what I'm talking about. How come it has to be this lady from Arise Television?
It could be a coincidence. It could be any other person.
The armed robber may not even know her.
Look, Barrister, I'm not ruling out. I don't rule out, your angle, your perspective, where you're coming from. It could also be that there could be other problems from elsewhere. You understand? Aside from what she does, apart from being a journalist and the risk exposure of her profession, there could also be problems elsewhere. Yeah. But at this moment now, the picture there in the open is that it's an armed robbery incident. A robbery incident. And somehow she got caught in the crossfires and she died. Nobody, except when we get the neighbors, or probably if there are people that live in the same apartment with her that can now explain. Or if
with Sherlock, if the armed robbers are arrested,
they will now tell, look, this is what happened.
Because if they have CCTV camera in that estate, their faces will be exposed. It's obvious.
That is if they didn't have face masks on.
They should. How can they mask themselves?
Why wouldn't they mask themselves?
Anything is possible. I think we'll just have to wait for investigations.
Yes, but let not be like the type of armed robbery that Alex Bade suffered. You remember that case, that Air Force chief? The incident that happened, I say, is armed robbers. Later, the truth came out.
Okay.
I rest my case.
Alex Bade, high profile. But my concern in all of this about investigation is that if we have some highly placed people connected with this, investigations also could be tainted with some form of,
it will never see the light of day.
Interference and all of that.
It will never see the light of day.
We have seen, like the cases Barrister mentioned here, it took extra effort for people to know that about Masha Hari, about Dikibo, and all of that. Delegiwa and all of that. Most of what we know still dwell within the realm of speculation. It is maybe this is what or this is what. The true pictures are not there, unfortunately. But for some, it's a very sad one.
Very sad one indeed. But let's move on to other stories now. From the Guardian newspaper, North gets bulk of 330 billion naira social support, says Tinubu. FG cancels Independence Parade, insists Nigeria still work in progress. And FG denies releasing Osun LG allocation as court stops disbursement. Gentlemen, let's take...
So, it was Spirit that released the money. Come and see these people. FG denies. So you mean the money did not leave the coffers of government? Or I don't understand. Look, there are things that is very, very childish. Seriously, FG denies. Because they discovered that you paid it into an account that you should not pay the money into. Exact LG chairman. That is not even in office, not even one. It's a different account of all APC members that are no longer in office. Come on. FG denies. And you want me to sit down here and say it's true, maybe they made a mistake, Abi? You can see we can see what is happening in Nigeria. FG denies. So I should not say, okay, yeah, let's not give them benefit of doubt. My dear, I will never agree to that. It was deliberate. It's just because the government in Osun State decided to take it up to embarrass them in court. That was why they quickly released that money to the wrong places. FG denies. I wish them well. I wish them well. Tomorrow they come and tell me how good they were in office. How they were a Democrat. Look at, you are destroying the institutions that you're supposed to even promote. So now that you denied, what happens? They will now have them to bring back the money or what? Oh my God.
No, the problem for me is not a problem actually, but because I think the matter is in court and all of that. My concern or what I feel about is like with the way Adeleke is acting now, I think it's more like frontally head on, with the federal government. Do you think that he will eventually move to the APC?
He will not.
No, he will not.
He will not. Because he comes across as somebody who says, well...
You don't think so?
He will not.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible in this country.
No, but because he comes across as he's not pliant.
Defection.
He's not amenable, he doesn't look like he's somebody...
He can have that posture in order to have a very strong bargaining power.
Okay.
And all that. The odds, if you ask me, the odds are against him.
Okay.
Considering where his political party is, highly fragmented.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So if he doesn't move to APC, what will he do?
Will he move to ADC?
No, or with ADC.
Probably ADC.
Probably ADC.
From shattered
because
PDP. I am thinking.
Consider the fact that Osun is PDP. Your political base is important to you wherever you are going. If Adeleke tries it, he will lose his constituency. Osun people will not listen to him.
What we're saying is that in this, as we approach 2027, a lot more things are happening. The seen and the unseen. This problem has lingered for too long. One had thought, that the Osun federal government in Broglio could have disappeared, very long time ago. Okay. Yes, but the thing is persisting. So one is tempted to begin to ask questions. So what is going on? What is going on? I think the posture of Adeleke, is akin to somebody, trying to do the last minute thing he needs to do. This news that came that these monies were paid into APC chairmen that are no longer in office. Federal government says we have not done so. It is a fake news. I do not even know what to believe anymore. Mm-hmm. It puts some of us in a dilemma, trying to understand what the truth about this whole thing is all about. So we are in the coming days. The situation becomes should become be clearer. Whether this money were truly transferred to this former, in quote, APC chairman and other. Right. If that is the case, then that is murder 001 of democracy.
Okay. I think Dele has something to say.
I think you have a different view.
He's from Let's there. Have it. He's from there.
I'm not from Osun.
You have somebody there.
But let me address the issue of if Adeleke
movement
going to
APC or
ADC or anything.
Okay.
ADC is not an option for Adeleke.
Okay.
Because ADC is alien to Osun. Nobody knows ADC in Osun.
The national secretary of ADC is Arebo Shola, former governor of Osun State.
Nobody knows ADC.
I just told you one person that knows ADC. The national secretary for that matter. And I think he has his own faction, his own chunk of people that are behind him solidly.
And they are from Osun.
Anytime I'm talking about politics, I don't look at the ceremonial part of politics, the idealist politics. It is the real politics that I look at.
Which one is the real now?
The real is the one that you remove utopian sentiment and look at their what is obtainable on ground.
Okay, the one that you believe in is the real.
I'm telling you that Adekunle and his cohort in Osun are being decimated on daily basis. Okay. Adekunle has to contend with Oyetola. Adekunle has to contend with Adeleke. Adekunle has to contend with Tinubu. And you are telling me that it will be relevant in Osun. Adekunle that couldn't pay salaries, that they call him AFSAT. You know the meaning of AFSAT in Osun? Go and ask them. Half salary is what they shorten to AFSAT. So you think Adeleke that had paid arrears of pensioners and is paying them as and when due today, the workers are paid between 25th and 27th of every month, where somebody who went to change all schools to one uniform in Osun committed that state because he changed it to state of Osun. You know the implication of that?
You come across as the person that is even being idealistic.
I'm telling you that
because you forget that you have seen governors that hold salaries for months on ending, and yet they won elections. So how do you explain that?
That is when you have a party at the base,
okay,
and you have a national party superintending over your state that is of the same party with you.
No.
Show me another one.
No, give me an example. Even at that, with the performance of APC, what they did in Osun, the election that Oyetola did in Osun that is causing this problem. I hope you remember. You are about to leave office. You conducted a shambolic local government election that is causing this problem. You think the people of Osun, they will forget so easily? Remember that even the one that Adeleke contested, APC people wanted to truncate it, but Osun people insisted.
You see, as of today, what I'm telling you is that as of today, Adeleke is a force to reckon with in Osun.
Okay.
Adekunle is nowhere in Osun today. I can tell you. And pick your phone, call people that matter in Osun. They will tell you this.
It depends on who you call.
Yeah. Okay, for instance, Lasisi Lagunju is our colleague. You know how impartial he can be. Ask him questions.
No, I don't know how impartial he can be. He has his own biases too as an individual.
He's not even based in Osun. He's not based in Osun.
I want you to land on whether he moved to APC or now you have said APC is not an option.
APC is not an option for him. Adeleke
is not moving.
Adeleke will move to APC.
Okay.
I know Oyetola will allow him.
Can you just
Oyetola will allow him.
Adeleke, Oyetola in the same party.
What is Adeleke Oyetola? The person that decides this thing, he knows what to do at the right time. And if the optics are not right, Adeleke will not. Don't forget that there is a strong connect, there is a strong bond between Deji and Tinubu. And Adeleke, Demola, is just a placeholder for somebody else in that government.
Okay.
But I won't say more than that.
Okay. But Tinubu was still there when Adeleke took this thing from APC in Osun State. Yeah. You see, these things are neither here nor there. Politics has no static mode. You know, it swings, it's dynamic, it changes from time to time and all of that. But I think Osun election is 2027 to November 2027 or thereabout. So we'll see how all of these things pan out.
Absolutely. The fact remains that PDP have taken over Osun State because of what Oyetola did. It's as simple as that. And the people of Osun, if you check what happened during that local government election, the one that Adeleke conducted, the people of Osun insisted, with all the federal might Oyetola brought, they insisted that no, this will not happen. So what happened within that period? With all the muscle that Oyetola brought to take over the local government, the people of Osun resisted him. So what are you now saying? Why didn't they win the whole place now? And now they want to use the back door to collect the local government funds. And now look at it, they are denying. So I don't think Osun, APC will smell Osun again. No. I don't think so.
All right.
Because Oyetola was just acting on behalf of
you want to say something?
His uncle.
No, on this, no.
He was acting on behalf of his uncle. And Osun people don't want it. They don't want it.
All right.
They said that they don't want Lagos to be controlling them. That's the issue here.
Okay. We'll keep our fingers crossed and see how things turn out. Well, Mazi, let me start with you on this headline. It says, Court declares Patotomi's shadow government unlawful.
Nomenclature. Nomenclature. He said he wanted a shadow government. If he calls it a think tank, opposition think tank, wouldn't they
have been a problem?
If you call it anything, I think the problem here is nomenclature, shadow government, and all that. Now, some people are even saying that Patotomi should appeal, since it is the first, the Federal High Court that has given this and all that. I do not think there is need for all these things. You can do what you want to do. Criticizing the government, you can take on the government. Look, the opposition have not done what Lai Mohammed did. They are just not near what Lai Mohammed did during Jonathan's era. Lai Mohammed was everywhere, saying everything he needed to say, and getting all the media attention he needed to get as at that time, and nothing happened. I think the problem is, Patotomi christening the whole thing shadow government. That is where the problem is. Now the court, in her wisdom, has declared as unconstitutional, what Patotomi has done. The court, will not also declare unconstitutional when you take on government policy, take up a piece of government policy and begin to, discuss it and all that. It will not. So I think this, to my mind, should not cow the opposition. They should do what constitutionally they are supposed to do by ensuring that they put government on a very hot seat. Because this government, as far as I'm concerned, needs to be put under serious pressure for them to deliver good governance. What we are lacking here is good governance. That is what Nigerians are lacking. That is why when you talk about Pengasin, Dapman, and Nupeng, trying to go on strike to disrupt Nigerians' activities, I get infuriated. These unions should direct their energy to ensuring that Nigeria enjoys good governance. That is what it is. I want a situation where the Pengasin of this world, the Nupeng of this world, the Dapman of this world, and even the Senior Staff Association of the Civil Service and Nigerian Labour Congress, to take on the issue of, one, for instance, let me set an agenda for them. One, look at the Electoral Act. Make sure that the onus of proof that you have won an election is residing with the INEC. Before now, the onus of proof of any electoral victory resides on the winner, the supposed petitioner. Let me just say petitioner. The supposed petitioner, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you won the election. I will want these organizations to take up the gun and say that the onus of proof of any victory resides with INEC. Secondly, that IREF should be used sufficiently. Electronic transfer of results should be used. These are areas where they can muzzle up, they can use their energy, not declaring strike and putting Nigerians into. When you drive across Lagos now, you see a lot of queues are developing. Gradually people are still, filling stations are, divided. They are still doing some, cautionary cells and all that, assuming this thing prolongs. So I want to use this opportunity to set an agenda for labor unions. Go and ensure that the right things are done. My idea, I am not worried about who becomes the INEC chairman, where a lot of energy is being directed to. Look at the processes. If the processes are right, the man at the top has no serious way of changing the whole system. Let us go in that direction. The labor unions should champion this. It is not beyond them.
The only difference is that this is the labor union and not a political pressure group. That's the difference.
Which one is that, Barrister?
The Nupeng and NLC. They can't leave labor issues and dabble into political issues. That means they are becoming partisan. They can accuse of becoming partisan.
No, it's not. I beg to disagree. It's not. They are not becoming partisan at all.
I am coming.
It is for the generality of the people. Now, what they are fighting is for their members. It's for their members, which constitute an infinitesimal percentage of Nigerians. But the agenda I have set for them, cut across Nigerians.
But yes, because since it is a political issue, when you talk of INEC, you are looking at the election and all that.
You cannot divorce whatever from politics. That is what we are told.
If you allow
all of us are political animals. I'm not a card-carrying member of any political party, but I have interest. I have vested interest in how this country should be governed.
If they can tidy up the labor issues, it will permeate into political issues. But since they have not gotten it right in their own domain, why would they now want to encroach on purely political matters?
Okay, but let us go back to the issue of shadow government.
When you have the opposition. Now, let me tell you, there is nothing wrong in what the erudite Professor Patu told me. Yes, there's nothing wrong in what he did or what he said. Because I remember that under APC, this thing was abundantly practiced and orchestrated by APC. They did it. They even said it openly. Just because the government in power then was so magnanimous and so democratic. That's why they didn't bother with all those things. How come the things they enjoyed as an opposition party, they didn't want another opposition party to enjoy it when they're in office? How come? That is the issue here. If not, did the Patu set up an office where they have people coming in to discuss government issues? You have a minister of labor under the shadow government. You have a minister of finance under the shadow government. There is nothing like that.
No, but I think the process is that if you have a shadow government, you have all of those things.
That's what I'm saying.
You have a shadow minister of labor, a shadow minister of petroleum and all of that. But the bigger question should be, at what point will it become a threat to the government, since it doesn't have executive authority to implement policies of government?
Good.
I think that should be the question. Because in the UK, where we have shadow government, you have an alternate minister,
of course,
for specific
of every portfolio.
But they don't have executive authority.
Exactly.
They don't even have money to fund anything.
That is where,
at that point, should it be the concern of government?
That is where I blame APC. They are becoming paranoid. I'm telling you, APC. That is like when somebody is afraid of his own shadow. When somebody passes, they say, hey, they are come opposition. They want to take over power. Whatever they do now, they see it from every angle as inimical to their position. This is the problem of APC. Jonathan wants to contest election. Hey, let him come, but let him remember his failure. All those things, they are becoming so paranoid that they don't even know when to fight and when to keep quiet. That is the problem APC have.
We have had guests on this show who said that, look, whatever tactics that the government employs, to stop the opposition, that is all fair and good. So
no. If he hold on. You mean if amount to killing opposition?
Nobody has said anything about killing. But will you sit back and allow opposition, gather together against you? I don't think anybody would.
You do it decently. When I say killing opposition, I don't mean you should shoot them with gun or whatever. By killing them, by making sure that they don't exist, by truncating every move they make, by stopping their meeting.
Would you allow your enemy to gather against you?
What?
No.
Ordinarily.
In a democracy,
what happened to Section 30?
You can't help it.
What happened to Section 39 and Section 40? Freedom of expression and freedom of association. What happened to it? Hold on. What happened to it, Mr. Moses? You can see now. You can see. We should not encourage them because they enjoyed it under PDP.
Absolutely.
They enjoyed it. What kind of other people
let's
enjoy it?
Let's look at it from this angle also.
Okay.
The government in power is in a panic mood because they've not been able to deliver dividends of democracies. Yes. That is why, if they have been able to deliver as promised, They should not be, they should not any fear at all.
I'm telling you.
Jonathan wants to contest. You said, why must he contest? Obi said he wants to, Obi, for what? You do not have, a monopoly of knowledge and all that. The Constitution agrees, that there must be an opposition party. Opposition even helps the government in power to readjust,
to shape policies,
realign when where necessary and all that. So, if government is very averse to opposition, it means there are things they are not doing right.
Right. That's the
point.
Mark of a
so
failure.
they should not. Opposition should not bother with what the government is doing. They should up their ante. I was thinking that when ADC, came on stream, and all that by now, the temperature of opposition could have risen. We want the opposition to be at their best, so as to put the government in check. That is the function of the opposition. But the way opposition is being, look at what is happening to PDP. Now, Damagun has written to INEC. Anyanwu has also written to INEC. So, which means PDP can be reduced to a regional party or state parties, where if you are a governor and you have what it takes, you can hold on to your own. But at the national level, PDP is gone. PDP, as is presently constituted, may not be able, as a matter of fact, to present any presidential candidate in 2027. And that government has achieved their aim. If they can also do that to ADC, that is what it is. So that is why you see attacks on Jonathan. You should remember the past and all that. But I have said it on this table also that if I were Jonathan, I would not run. I still stand by my position. Jonathan should not run. But if he decides to run, so be it. Now, why is APC afraid of Jonathan? Why? So the opposition should up their ante. They are not doing enough. If they are doing enough, we'll know. It's like the ADC has gone to sleep. I do not understand. The ADC should.
I don't think the ADC is afraid of.
What are they doing?
Of GEJ. I don't think.
What are they doing? It's less than 2 years before the general election.
Politics. I think they
less than 2 years.
If he comes into the fray, he will distort things for the likes of Peter Obi. Basically,
and that is the intention.
So, I think the APC is afraid.
I think they are afraid.
Yes.
Of a Jonathan. Of a Jonathan.
Yes.
I don't think they are.
No, because if they were not, they would simply ignore him.
No, they would not ignore him because they've been speaking to others.
They've been speaking to others.
They've been speaking to others. They've been responding to others. So it's only appropriate that they respond to him as well. I don't think they're afraid.
No, when was the last time you heard the presidency respond to Echibike Amechi on his presidential ambition?
I wonder.
He hasn't come out to say he's
has Jonathan come out to say that he's running? Well, it's all about speculation.
Ghana just spoke on his behalf.
Does Ghana speak to
Amechi has been saying, I want to be president. I'm going to contest.
Does Ghana speak? Does Ghana speak to Moses? Does Ghana speak for Jonathan?
They know Amechi can be anything, but they know that Jonathan can be something. So that's why they are jittery.
Ghana is not a spokesperson of Jonathan. This thing happened in 2003 when, against all odds, people thought Jonathan could, wanted to run and all that. But at the last minute, he did not run.
So you think it's going to be the same thing?
It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same. In one of the television programs, monitored somewhere and all that, some people were saying, look, I am very close to Jonathan. He will not run. Now, where do you place that one?
Then why did he waste all this time going about?
Where do you place that one? Just recently, about 4 or 5 days ago, he met with
David
Mark and co. The other time, 2 weeks ago, he met with P2B and all that. So in political space, they are calling it political confrontation.
When he met with the PDP, what we heard was that he wants to get the ticket unopposed.
Same condition he
gave. But Atiku will not allow it. And look at what the ADC said. He said, look, when you come in, just declare first that you are a member of ADC. Then we'll give you a level playing field, and all that. If I'm Jonathan, I would throw it over the board. They are not being sincere. You understand what I'm saying? If Jonathan should run as a former president and what have you, And because of the reputation and integrity he has garnered since leaving office, he's a very big fish. You understand? So he should be given first refusal. So for you now to say you are subjecting
in his party, not in another party.
No, they are winning him. They went to him. Even in business organization, if you want to poach a staff, you call the person in a round table devoid of these tractions of interview and all that. You give the person, okay, we want to come. What is the salary? What is that?
Mazi, I understand what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that
in the first offer of refusal,
yes,
it is obtainable if you are still in your political party, But now, Jonathan...
It is not Jonathan that wants ADC. It is ADC that wants Jonathan.
No, it is Jonathan that wants ADC.
No.
It's Jonathan that wants ADC.
I disagree with you. It's ADC that wants Jonathan.
How?
Jonathan
Did they go to meet him or he went to meet them?
They went to meet him.
No. He went to meet him.
No. He didn't.
Let me tell you what happened.
He didn't.
In PDP, Jonathan gave condition.
Okay.
And one of their conditions is for them to take out Wike, which is not going to be possible. On that score, Jonathan is considering another party. Because with Anyanwu and Damadu now having loggerhead, is it a Jonathan that will come and resolve it when Wike is still breathing down their neck? So there's a problem in PDP. They may not get the ticket there. That was why he went to ADC. That is the truth. That was why he went to ADC.
Remember the pivotal role Atiku Abubakar played in ADC formation.
Okay.
He was very central in formation of ADC.
Oh, yes.
And at this point in time, you think an Atiku Abubakar...
No, he was very central in the formation of ADC at the beginning or now?
Now.
In the coalition.
In the coalition, yes. That's what I'm saying. In the coalition, sorry. In the coalition, he was very central.
Okay.
You understand me? And his points, are you saying that at this point in time, when the jungle has matured, that Atiku will...
Exactly the point. That shows you that it was not ADC that went to Jonathan. Jonathan went to them, and the condition Mark gave him was that, look, if you want to come and run, but you must compete with others.
That was where they disagreed.
Well, that's where they disagreed. And Jonathan said, I will come back. Let him do something.
Jonathan will be doing himself a great disservice if he assents to such a conditionality.
Now, because he won't get it.
And that was
absolutely
because he won't get the ticket.
And the reason why this happened is because Mark was considering an Atiku who is already campaigning.
Is that Mark he's still considering now? He took him to the party now and made him chairman. So will he take him to the party, make him chairman, and he will turn around to give the ticket to another individual?
That is why Jonathan did not get a straight answer from the chairman of the party.
No, the answer was very straight. But you compete with others.
No, the answer
away from what Jonathan wanted. Jonathan says, I'm coming, but I want the ticket on a platter.
That was the original intention. That was what made him to go there. Because there was off-the-cuff discussion that encouraged Jonathan to go and meet them. It was after this meeting that they told him that, look, it's not a straightforward thing. Are you getting it? That was where Jonathan had to now begin to think twice about joining ADC. If not, he would have declared the sins. But you cannot declare when he is not sure of a ticket.
Mr. Fanimo, you're shaking your head. Let's have your take.
He's a realist. He's a realist. What we are discussing here is utopian.
Everything you have said is still in the realm of speculation.
Okay.
But one thing that is clear in all of this, we are setting up a 3-horse race.
Yes.
And it is always to the benefit.
You mean within the ADC or at the national level?
In the next election.
National level. Okay.
We are setting up
who and who then?
No, it may be 4.
Race.
It may be 4.
Who and who?
No, I said at least for now, 3 are clear.
Let's have the names.
PDP.
Okay.
You understand?
Let's have the names of the individual that you think will...
Wait now. And I've not seen in my political engagement where an incumbent will lose in a 3-horse race. Because he will be solid on his own terms, and then the others... In fact, do you know that a strong 3-horse race election will produce 40, 30, 30? and 40 will win. Okay.
Afluent in Africa.
Incumbents
have been losing election.
We're not talking about incumbents.
What are you
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, this election you're talking about, it was a 2-horse race.
Which one is that?
Which one?
In Malawi. That you're talking about in Africa.
Apart from that, you mean it's only in Malawi?
In India, in Ghana, it was 2-horse race.
2015 was?
It was majorly a 2-horse race, actually. 2015 was majorly 2-horse race.
No, show me another. Yes. Show me another party.
Between Buhari and Jonathan.
But the fact remains that
Buhari and Jonathan.
They were the major.
The fact remains that an incumbent lost.
Yes, but it was.
But it was the 2-horse race.
I align with your thoughts on that one.
You understand?
No.
You see, at the end of the day, look, when Mimiko was to win election, what's this man? Akeredolu was to win election in Edo State. It was a 3-horse race in the second term, and he won. Ajimobi, it was a 3-horse race. He won.
Which parties? Let me ask. Which parties makes it a 3-horse race?
ADC, PDP, and APC. Those are the 3 parties that will likely.
You are counting PDP.
You are counting PDP.
Okay.
PDP is going to come.
It's gone.
I said
at the presidential level, there is nothing like PDP.
They will come with a feeble candidate.
That's what I say.
Chukuma.
PDP is not gone. PDP has about 9 governors yet.
They say they
have. We are talking about the presidential
structure
election.
And what is the structure of it compared to PDP?
That's what I'm saying. Can PDP produce a presidential candidate?
3 gladiators fighting for a ticket, and the 4th one has joined. And PDP is left.
And the 3 or 4 of them are very strong contenders.
That's what I'm saying. It makes it very easy. Because
for the
one of them.
No, what we are saying, if the presidential elections were to held today, it would be a clear 2-horse race.
It's not good
between the APC and the candidate of the ADC.
Absolutely.
Because who will be the PDP candidate?
Let me tell you,
nobody.
24 hours is too long a day.
No, and so you think it can happen?
Do you know that these 4 gladiators with Jonathan's entrance will not cause a stalemate? That one of them will go back to PDP
when Wike is there.
Forget about.
No, you can't forget about
Wike. Is it the 4 of them that has problems with Wike?
Everybody.
No.
I strongly believe that their convention is slated for November
15.
November 15. It's just a whistle distance away from now. That convention, will it hold? Will it not hold? Is it going to further fragment
the PDP?
If you ask me, I will say yes. The latter will be the case. So what we are saying is that PDP has lost an opportunity to continuously become a strong opposition party at the federal level. I'm not talking about the governors of the states. The governors can hold their own. Those that have served second term can ensure that, their stooges or whatever person they prop up will win. And I'm not talking about the states. I'm talking about presidential election. It will be very difficult. One will be surprised to see PDP produce a very viable presidential candidate come 2027. It will be a miracle, a political miracle at that, for that to happen.
God's sparing our life, we'll be here to talk about it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's check out a few more headlines. And I'm just going to read out the headlines, and we could just individually respond to them because we're running out of time. From Nigerian Tribune, these are the headlines here. Okay, we've reacted to some of them. FG makes thesis submission mandatory for NYSC mobilization. British diplomat dismisses reports of genocide against Christians in Nigeria as false. CVR figures hit 6.2 million as Borno displaces Osun. Oyo eyes 100 billion naira IGR as Makinde's reforms boost economy, education, healthcare. CBN, OAGF deny releasing withheld funds to APC chairman. Councillors as court restrained UBA from paying out Osun LG allocation. That has been reacted to. And ASU issues 14-day strike notice over unresolved issues. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune, and you will also find those headlines in other newspapers as well. So, gentlemen,
the people from UK that is disputing the issue of genocide in Nigeria, what are their data? What are their statistics? Did they come out to tell us, or that these people have gone there to spread propaganda, so that they will get a better image? Because that's what is going on here. They didn't come here to tell us that, look, based on empirical evidence, that this is what is going on. Or are they not aware of the killings, especially in the Middle Belt, who are mostly the religious group in the Middle Belt? Is it not Christians, especially in Plateau and Benue, that the people have occupied even their homestead? You can see what these Western powers are doing. When they give them a stipend, they will now spread the falsehood. This same Britain that is put us in this mess. They never wanted us to move forward.
Barrister, thank you very much. Let's other guests too have.
I want to take a dive on tomorrow's parade being cancelled.
Okay.
Did they give any reason for that?
I think it's low key. No, it's low key. They want it to be.
I said parade.
Yeah. It's low key. They want it to be low key.
Will there be parade?
No.
They said the parade has been cancelled.
That is the point. I said why?
Because they want it to be low key.
No,
I want to ask a fundamental question. Okay. You know, why that parade? They said they are doing well, that the economy has stabilized and all that and all that.
Mazi, this is where you are going.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to. Why? What we are used to. They did parade last year, didn't they?
Was not.
I can't remember. I
can't remember. So what we are saying is that
they told us,
if they are doing well, every Nigerian is very happy and everything is
economy has made a rebound.
Yeah, rebound and everything is going on well. We should celebrate, is it not? But here we are not celebrating. Rather, we are asked to have a low key. Is it only in parade that that should be low key? Is that not necessary for all other spheres of Nigerian life to be low-keyed?
Okay.
That's where I'm going to.
All right.
Because this will make the whole essence, worthless.
Okay.
That's the point.
Mazi, maybe tomorrow we'll answer the question.
All right.
But before Dele takes this thing, I'm just laughing here because of the headlines Moses read out. FG, that's federal government, makes thesis submission mandatory for mobilization. I don't know what they want to do with that.
They said it will make lecturers to be up and doing. Because if you know that if you supervise me as a lecturer, your name will be attached to my project, my thesis, which will be domiciled with the federal government. So whenever if I am not doing well, and then
so how would they go through about 7
that is the point. These are projects that have no relevance.
Okay. Now again they say
time wasting, it's financially exasperating and
continuous voter registration figure hit 6.2 million as Borno displaces Osun. Beautiful. What on Borno displaces Osun?
Why are we celebrating figures that will not be relevant?
No, it will be relevant.
No, what I'm saying, earlier in this program, I harped on certain things that I think should help our electoral system. You see, if you have 200 million voters on your INEC voting list, what difference does it make if the processes are not right? That's the point I'm making. So I am not thrilled about the numbers.
No, it's not the numbers. It is the fact that Borno State has displaced Osun State in the number of
insecurity, high level of insecurity
voters.
At the moment.
That is what I'm saying.
Good. Oh well, we're absolutely out of time.
Our understanding of the situation is different.
Okay.
Tell us what to expect later this evening.
A lot. Moses, a lot. Let me just keep it close to my chest.
All right, here's Chukwuma Okoro. He'll be back here later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. And we must say a very big thank you to Mazi Amobi Iheboro. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter. And thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumwo. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
This producer...
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Observed every 8th of September, International Literacy Day serves as a reminder of the fundamental role literacy plays in empowering individuals and building stronger societies. This year's theme, Promoting Literacy for a World in Transition, Building the Foundation for Sustainable and Peaceful Societies, focuses on equipping citizens with the skills needed to navigate today's fast-changing world. Education stakeholders emphasize that literacy is not only about the ability to read and write, but also about acquiring critical thinking skills that foster participation in democratic and economic life. Experts warn that millions of children and adults globally still lack basic literacy skills, a challenge worsened by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education.
Funding is a big challenge, across the 36 state of Nigeria. I went to my alma mater just 2 years ago, and now it's an eyesore. I kid you not. Imagine school with no marker board, leaking roofing sheet, no laboratories for students. So, funding is really, really major. Apart from funding, we can also look at insecurity in some areas, in Nigeria. Let's not forget the incident with Chibok girls. They still haven't been found today. So apart from funding and what I said, we also have, the problem of having teachers who are not fit to actually teach. We have teachers who we can say are half-baked. So I think the government need to, look into this area, maybe even sack some teachers and then recruit the ones that are ready to work.
As International Literacy Day is celebrated worldwide, the call is clear. Literacy remains the cornerstone for sustainable development and a pathway to building a better future for all. Matthew Ugunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, feeling very great to have you join us. What a way to start up a show talking about Nigeria. Flying Eagles bad results. Welcome to the Sports Republic show. My name is Kizike, and it's time for us to bring you the sports updates, everything that transpired in the course of yesterday's games, and also for the midday, and just everything sports on this very day. Nigeria on the 20 side. That's like the bad news to start off. The Flying Eagles were narrowly beaten 1-0 by Norway as they kicked off their 2025 Under-20 World Cup campaign on Monday night. Rasmus Holt's early penalty was all the Norwegian needed to beat the 2005 finalists in the Group F contest decided at the Stadio Fiscal de Talca. Head coach Aliyu Zubey named a strong lineup for the opening game in Talca, but captain Daniel Bamiyi and Remo Stars defender Ahmed Akinyele started at the heart of the back line alongside goalkeeper Hakoti Beniza and Odinaka Okoro in the defense. Daniel Daga, star for the last World Cup, started in the midfield, and Kwarobo Arehi led that line. But you know what, yesterday, the Flying Eagles started the game well with Kwarobo coming close as his effort came off the woodwork before the follow-up was cleared off by the Norwegian defense. At the other end, Norway were handed a penalty after Bamiyi was punished for an handball incident in the box. Norway's keeper Rasmus Holten sent Hakor the wrong way for that game, and that goal came just in the 9th minute. Heartbreaking goal against the Nigerian side. The Flying Eagles continue to see a lot of the balls, but they failed to threaten the Norwegian side in that very game. Ayuba Israel long-range effort was pushed over the bar by the goalkeeper midway through the contest. However, the Norwegian did well to take the lead into the break. Shortly after the restart, Parobo saw his effort go inches wide of the mark before another attempt of the Beyond Limits product was blocked. Just after the hour mark, winger Tahir Maigna struck the base of the post before Sahilu fired over minutes later as Nigeria continued to look for a way back into that very contest. All efforts failed to produce a goal as the Europeans claimed an opening game win. Nigeria, what's next for the Flying Eagles? They will now face Saudi Arabia in their next group game, and that's scheduled for Friday. So, is this a good news? I don't know, but I don't know. I just felt like a draw would have not been wrong yesterday. Maybe a draw against a side that's got quality. That goal broke the Flying Eagles, and they had a very decent game, not a bad game, but playing against a Norwegian side, and I know Saudi Arabia is next and Colombia, maybe just a draw would have not been bad. But we'll be having our guests join us on the day virtually. Edo State, Benin to be exact, Carrington Palmer on the sideline, and also live here in the studio, we have DK Medina, who will be doing justice to all of those talks. Don't forget the Champions League is back, and then there's a news about Mourinho. He said, I'm the biggest one, and Chelsea made me. I also give Chelsea history, and that's just what it is. But we talk about Mourinho, but that's for later on. Let's talk about this now. DK Medina, feeling great to have you. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kizzy. Good morning, our viewers.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to be here.
Yeah, always happy to be here after a long time. I don't know, but that's by the way. Let's talk now. Flying Eagles, what's next? Saudi Arabia. Everyone is saying it's a Saudi thing, or we'll Saudi Arabia. We'll go beat them. Like everyone just can't score.
It's very important for us. It's a sad loss for us yesterday. I really wish we ended that game with a draw.
Oh, okay.
But if we pick our games against Saudi, we're back in it.
Right.
Then we need a draw or a win against Colombia. Colombia is a very tough side, but we need a draw. At least a draw to move over to the next round. So I think the hope is still alive. The boys should just keep their head down, play like they did, and just make sure they finish better in the next game. Would do well. If we can secure that 3 points against Saudi in our next game, I believe we'll be able to move to the next round.
You already sound like it's a walk in the park against Saudi. Are you scared of Saudi? Or are you not scared of Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm not. I'm not. Saudi, they're a good side. No disrespect to Saudi. Their game against Colombia, if you look at it and compare to our game against Norway, I believe if our boys do the right thing, we should pick the 3 points from that game.
All right, so let's connect to Benin. Edo State, Carrington Palmer will be doing justice as well to talk about this one. And there's a news about the Super Eagles. We'll talk about that. This feels like it's a breaking one. We heard it yesterday. We still report it a lot about the South African point dogs. That's the long-awaited one. But after all is said and done, would it be more is said and done? 3-point dog, 3 goals, and then who is he giving to? Is it Nigeria? Maybe there's still hope, but I don't know. But Carrington Palmer, let's talk. Feeling great to have you as well. Welcome. Good morning to the Sports Republic Show. Let's have you.
Good morning. Good morning, Kizzy K.
Yeah. Carrington Palmer, the news is Flying Eagles lost yesterday. Bad news. What's your take on this?
I feel the Flying Eagles, I watched the game yesterday, and their first half performance was really not encouraging at all. It was very, very disappointing, especially in the first half. But the second half, they played very well. They were actually the better side in the second half. And just unfortunate that most of the referees' decision didn't go their way. And they also missed a couple of big chances.
Yeah.
So I think that's what the coach and the players, they really need to improve on. When they have their chances, they should be taking it. Like early in the second half, we saw the chance that fell to the striker, where he failed to even hit the target.
Yeah.
So chances like that, if we continue to mix chances like that, it's going to continue to hurt us big. And I think that's one of the reasons why we actually lost that game yesterday. But the second half was a really fantastic half. The Flying Eagles, they were the better side in the second half all through. The Norwegians didn't threaten at all in the second half. But I don't know why the referee decided not to give us a penalty after he went to the VAR twice to review penalty decision. I don't know what the handball rules are any longer, but definitely I believe they are going to explain to us later on today. But the Flying Eagles, they did well. They need to build on from this performance for their next game against Colombia. The Colombia side, we all know that right from time they are.
We have the Saudi force. The Saudi comes Friday, Saudi Arabia.
Okay, yeah, the Saudi side. Well, I fancy our chances against the Saudi. I didn't say
because in Saudi Arabia, because in Saudi Arabia, no worry.
No,
they beat Brazil for big men. Oh no, I just tell you.
No walkover side again. No walkover side again. But well, if we played like the way we played in the second half against Saudi, I think we stand a chance of getting a good result against them.
So do you see Nigeria making out of the group? Nigeria, Colombia, Saudi Arabia, and then the Norwegian side.
Oh yeah, if we can make it automatically out, then we should try at least to make sure that we finish as one of the best third place to play to finish as one of the best losers. So we still have a chance of qualifying.
Okay, so let's leave the South African news. Let's leave the the Flying Eagles news story and talk about South African. I feel like the South African news is just in my head. I want to talk about South African news, but it's no longer news that Polokwane is a stadium set to host Lesotho and Super Eagles World Cup qualifier. Everyone knows that the 26 people World Cup qualifier between Lesotho and Nigeria, earlier scheduled for the Free State Stadium in Bloemfontein, has been moved to Polokwane Stadium in South Africa. The change follows concerns raised by the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) over the poor state of the Free State Stadium, the pitch, which drew heavy criticism during the Super Eagles clash with the Bafana earlier in the campaign. The fixture is slated for October 9. Nigeria final away game in the qualifiers before they return to Uyo to host Benin Republic 3 days later. The Super Eagles must secure victories over both Lesotho and Benin Republic in these decisive matches. It's called crucial encounters to keep their hopes of qualifying for the 26th World Cup alive. Yeah, DK, I will take it back to the Freestar Toyota Stadium. What happened some days, and we later learned that FIFA banned South Africa on that pitch. That's like a rugby stadium. They took us to that place. I don't know if they've trained so well there. I don't know. But now, Polokwane, Lesotho game is the South African thing.
Yeah.
Is this any decider for the Super Eagles?
This game against...
Talking about the stadium-wise, the stadium as well. This one's nice. This one's fine. This one's a good stadium. But the game's still going to South Africa some kind of way anyway. Yeah. And that's aspect. I think it was Ola Aina and Wilfred Ndidi that raised concerns. And we have a body that governs the game, the Nigerian Football Federation, which I just want to believe that they should have been the ones to have made the concerns, raise the eyebrows, and let the FIFA or the CAF know this is wrong. But they didn't say anything till Ola Aina is still injured at Toyota Stadium. Ndidi is back. But all of this story now, this Polokwane now, Nigeria, Lesotho, is this to say that we can make it out on this very away game?
The Polokwane Stadium is way better compared to the Bloemfontein one. I watched that game, that stadium we played our last game. The game ended 1-1. That stadium the pitch was a mess. But
was that why we drew the game?
No, that's not.
I want to know if that's the excuse.
We both played on the same pitch.
Okay.
South Africa and Nigeria, but this game, the remaining two games we have against Lesotho and Benin is a must-win for us, and it doesn't even justify our qualification to the playoffs. But no, our qualification to the World Cup, because it's a lot easier for us to go directly if we top the group.
Yeah,
because making it through
that phase,
the
second round,
the playoff is going to be very difficult, because if we win all our games, we just have like 17 points.
Yeah.
Some teams already have 19, 16, 15 points with 2 games to go.
And those ones are going for the playoff.
They're going for the playoff, So even if we finish second, we need more than 17 points to make the top 4 for the best losers to go to the playoff. So our best chance of making it, our best bet, is to pray. You know, our normal calculation, we will have to pray Rwanda beats South Africa, because even if South Africa wins, because South Africa will definitely beat Zimbabwe.
Will definitely beat. But I thought you said there's no minus in the game anymore. How would they just beat
South Africa? If we tell ourselves the truth, South Africa is going to get their 3 points from Zimbabwe. So we are most likely going to have a chance if Rwanda can, because Rwanda they are amongst the top 4 in our group. Yeah. They have their own chance. If they win,
they also want to make it to the World Cup.
Make it to the World Cup. So there's a chance of but even if that game ends with draw, we're still out of it.
Yeah, that's 18.
Yeah, because South Africa will have 18 points and we'll finish with 17. So we need Rwanda to win that game for us.
That's aside point docked for now. That we are saying. 18.
Yes, because
the point docked. Okay, let's talk about that one now quickly. Let me talk about Kopama, Carrington Palmer. Kopama, sorry to call you Kopama. Carrington Palmer, before we talk about the point deduction, Polokwane Stadium, does it make sense for you Is it good for Nigeria to play?
What I'm seeing on the screen, the stadium is in a very good state to host the game. Yeah. I'm not saying I won't want to give the Super Eagles an excuse that the stadium in Bloemfontein was really, really bad. Yeah, I know it was bad, but that's not an excuse. We've seen teams play in worse stadiums before, and they find a way to get results. We see club teams like when they travel for the Europa League or the Europa Conference League to countries in Eastern Europe or Northern Europe, and you see that most of those pitches, they are not good, but those big sides, they still always find a way to win. So we should have found a way to win the game against South Africa. I know it wasn't going to be an easy game before, but yeah, it ended in a draw. That game has ended, but this one, this stadium, it's really looking good. So I don't think the Super Eagles players have any excuse this time around to say that, oh, the pitch is bad, because the pitch I'm seeing currently, it's looking very, very good to host any games at all. Even if you are facing a European side, you can as well play this. You can as well play the game in this stadium because it's really okay. And let's see what the Super Eagles can take away from the Lesotho game come next week Saturday.
Okay, so let's talk about the big one, the long-anticipated result, the long-anticipated way to what we've been clamoring for. Now it's at your doorstep, but it's a very big decider. Is there a word to appeal? Maybe, just maybe. But FIFA right now has officially deducted 3 points from South Africa in the ongoing 2026 World Cup qualifiers. The World Football Governing Body confirmed this on Monday. We saw it. But moving on, it is a punishment for Bafana fielding in Teboho Mokoena, who was ineligible to face Lesotho in March. South Africa has also they've also seen 3 points, 3 goals rather, deducted from their tally by FIFA, also with points. An official statement reads, and that's about the FIFA. This one says, the FIFA Disciplinary Committee has sanctioned the South African Football Association, SAFA, that's, SAFA, for having fielded an ineligible player, Teboho Mokoena, in the South Africa versus Lesotho match played on 21 March 2025 in the FIFA World Cup 2026 preliminary competition, thereby breaching Article 19 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code FDC and Article 14 of the FIFA World Cup 2026 preliminary competition regulations. Consequently, the FIFA Disciplinary Committee has declared the match in question to have been forfeited by the representative team of South Africa by a score of 3-0. SAFA, talk about the South African body, has also been ordered to pay a fine of 10,000 CHF to FIFA, while Teboho Mokoena has been issued with a warning. We've been seeing him playing all the while. The parties were notified of the team of the FIFA Disciplinary Committee decision yesterday, just like yesterday, Paul. So we say yesterday, in accordance with the relevant provision of the FDC. They have 10 days in which to request a motivated decision, which, if requested, will subsequently be published on legal.fifa.com. This one is on the line. You can see just a link. Now, the official decision remains subject to a potential appeal before the FIFA Appeal Committee. So, DK, with what I'm saying on the screen, I'm so sure Carrington is also saying it. It looks like an undone something, but looking at the way it goes now, there could be an appeal. But sanction is normal. Teboho Mokoena giving the warning. This will come to play. This is not the first time. It happened to Nigeria. I think that's at 2018, 2019, or thereabout. Shehu Abdullahi, he was carried. We played him, and they gave us that ban, and we're fined. But looking at Teboho Mokoena, sometimes when I talk about the sanction thing, I always remember that Patrice Motsepe is a CAF president. He's the CAF president, and also he's a South African. And I also want to say, I don't think he would want to dent what is building, not even about his CV, his legacy on the game for the time, credibility, that's the word, for the time being now. But looking at this scenario, this point to be docked, it's a confirmed one. But if, let me not say if, now that it's this way, what's the hope, the chances? Because this sounds like it's a big boost for Nigeria. Let me even tell you quickly, let's even talk about this quickly on the show, and tell you before we go back to the talk about this, and also DK. Consequently, we already told you, this is an action that we are waiting to see how it comes to play. But the truth of the matter remains that this is a very, very big boost for Nigeria. This represents a significant boost for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, who still have hopes of playing at the World Cup, the biggest mondial. But Hugo Blues men, who were at top of the Group C with 17 points from 8 games, will now drop to second spot behind the Benin Republic. Who they drop second spot? Yeah, already dropped, so that's a bad one. This looks open now Because Bafana will now take on Zimbabwe and Rwanda to finish off the qualification campaign, while Benin Republic and Rwanda are also, do what they need to do. But Nigeria and the final 2 qualifiers need to win their game. And you can say the latest development, or this development, has now thrown the group wide open ahead of the final round of the qualifier, with the top 4 teams standing a chance of picking a ticket to the biggest mondial. I'm liking this on the screen. Let's talk about the World Cup. DK, 14-14, 11-11, 9-4. Rwanda needs it as well. Yes. Rwanda needs it. Rwanda needs to stop South Africa. I'm just saying, I'm just being Nigerian here, but Rwanda needs to stop South Africa.
Yes, Rwanda.
But you have to do your own job.
They're playing their next game against Benin.
Yeah.
Very crucial game for Benin and Rwanda.
What are you even hoping for in that game?
I'm sensing it's going to end in a draw.
That's what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
But Rwanda should win that game.
Yeah.
But because you see, Nigeria, and this is our problem. They always put us in a very difficult situation where we all turn to scientists and mathematicians that start calculating now. If you don't understand integration and differentiation, you won't be able to figure out how we qualify for the World Cup. But if you're looking at it now, we need to win our next 2 games. That's Lesotho and Benin, which will give us 17 points. With that alone, it doesn't justify our qualification to the World Cup. Because if South Africa should win their next 2 games, they would have more points. If they win 1 game and they draw 1 game, that's 18 points. They're still on top of us. Same for Benin. Because they have 14. If they win and draw 1, they will have the chance to knock out Benin because we played them in our last game. So if we win our game against Lesotho and win our game against Benin, Benin is out of it. But we still need either Rwanda or Zimbabwe to beat South Africa. So South Africa, they need to lose 1 game for us to have a chance to qualify to the World Cup.
They need to
the
lose
other
1
route to the World Cup for Nigeria is the best losers.
Yeah.
The group of best losers. We have teams like Gabon, Madagascar, DRC Congo. They already have 19,
Namibia,
16
points,
big points. So even if we get our 17 points, it's going to be very difficult for us to make the top 4 because it's only the top 4 that will go for this fight for the slots. That's 1 slot given to us in Africa. So it's going to be very, very difficult. We are not on the table yet, as you can see. So if we finish with 17 points, these other teams with 15, 16, 19 points, they still have 2 games to go.
Yeah.
So if those with 15 points, if they win 1 game, they already have 18. And we're out of it. So this route is a no-go area for us. So we shouldn't even be thinking about it.
So we should talk about topping the group.
Just topping the group, that's the only way because I don't see us making the top 4.
And your destiny doesn't lie in your hands.
Our destiny lies in Rwanda's hands.
So why just Rwanda? Why not Zimbabwe?
I doubt, to be frank and to be sincere, Zimbabwe, they're not going to get any point from South Africa. South Africa is going to win that game. If you say I should predict, I'm going to predict 3-0.
Okay.
Yes. So we just pray we get our Rwanda, not a draw. Our hands, if there's anything we could do, let's just pray and support Rwanda. That game, Rwanda against South Africa, is more important to us. Because I believe,
but you must do your job.
We'll do our job.
You need to do your job before you hope for the other one.
I believe we'll do our job. I think the coach is already making plans to tweak the team a little.
Yeah, true.
So
I think, DK, the good news about this is that Rwanda also need this point. That's just why. That's
exactly.
How good
that's why I believe Zimbabwe, they're the last on the table. There's no hope for them. So they can easily forfeit that game or play the game as a friendly.
Yeah.
They have nothing to lose or nothing to fight for. So most likely South Africa is going to get their 3 points from that game. But the main game is Rwanda. If Rwanda should win against Benin, then they will most likely want to fight hard to see if they'll get their points.
So why not pray? Nigeria is in a very tight corner, very fierce corner. Why are you not praying that Rwanda? Why not saying Rwanda should win? If Rwanda win Benin Republic, what? If they this is how far they've gotten us. Nigeria and it was bad team. If Rwanda gets a draw against Benin Republic, right? They go all out to win South Africa. If they win Benin Republic, the anxiety and energy they need to win their both games.
Exactly.
To make it to the World Cup. So how does it help Nigeria? If you want to talk about it, it helps Nigeria in what way? That you are praying they get a draw against Benin Republic and win South Africa. Then you win your both games and you just climb.
If you win their both games, we win our both games. We'll be 17th. Then we rely on goal difference. Most likely, we already have 2 goals ahead.
This is a deep permutation,
yeah,
bro.
I'm telling you,
it's a very
this
deep
is the
one.
problem. Like some of our ex-Super Eagles players, they've been saying that we need to do our job, and we put ourselves in a very difficult situation. Is winning all our games doesn't even guarantee us a slot in the World Cup. So I don't know. I don't even know if we deserve being at the World Cup.
Could this be the reason why we've been waiting? We've been glad Nigeria, better word. Yes. We've been clamoring to see that this point is docked, so that the group can be this way. And now this is what we want. It's not what we want. This is what we want. But if Nigeria had won all their games, what if Nigeria had won South Africa in Bluffington?
Yes, we'd be in a better position now.
So now we do ourselves.
Yes, exactly. The other game we drew before South Africa's game that we considered a late goal. I think it was in Zimbabwe or Rwanda. Those kind of games, that's what put us in this dire situation. We should have picked up all those points.
Zimbabwe.
We've played how many games? 8 games. Nigeria, the giants of Africa, despite they have really only 11 points from 8 games. And that truly, if we look at it, we don't deserve the World Cup.
We're not worthy of making it to the World Cup.
We don't deserve it.
All right, so let's put it again in the comment section. Carrington Palmer, I'll come back to you very soon. Shortly, stay with me. Yes, I have my South African friend back on the comment section. Wadi Namoro, he's back on the comment section. It's been a while. I don't know where you've been all the way, but good you're here on the show today. Now, he said Bini Rwanda is a South African. He's joining the show, a Nigerian show. So I always commend him anytime I see him on the comment section, be part of the show. He said Bini Rwanda and Nigeria will cancel each other. He's a South African. Now, he's talking from the South African perspective. And he said South Africa finally will get the bread. Then Pajay Sports, yes, that's my friend, the Nigerian, but I don't think he's Nigerian, but on the comment section as well, we talked on Instagram. He said, bro, I don't like the way we Nigerians are talking about South Africa team. No disrespect to them, but giving them 3 points before a game is no longer football. That's what you're saying already. You're saying Benin Republic. You're saying Zimbabwe would lose the game because you think it's a walk in the park for South Africa. But he's against you and he's countering what you're saying. He's saying, no, you just cannot say that. It's not right for you to be in the studio. I'm just saying that is what he's saying, to give the South African that point. But I know you're looking at it from the perspective of Zimbabwe not fighting for anything, or maybe, right?
Exactly.
Okay, let's go back. And then this one said, he said, we can as well tell FIFA to give South Africa the ticket to the World Cup. Paji, let's not go there. Then Wadi Namoro, Cabo, my friend, is saying Hugo Bros is not a joke. They love him in South Africa. Hugo Bros, he's done well. Yeah. And they know what he told them, I would take you to the World Cup. And there's so much belief on the Belgian international. But Paji says, if Zimbabwe loses to South Africa, the coach will not take the team to AFCON. Then it's like a counter here. The South African man is also saying, what in the morning saying, one thing for sure, Bafana players are fuming right now. They are upset. I know. Yeah. It's well noted. We know this thing. And he said,
and they're going to take out their grievance on Zimbabwe.
On Zimbabwe, and also, and they say they will tear Rwanda apart. Mbata, Mokwena, Mbole will tear Amavubi apart. And he said something. He's not forgetting the history. He said what they did to them in Kigali, they will have to do it this time around. And he said, okay, someone else, Leatherman says, Wadi Namoro, he's tagging him on the group and saying, on the comments, saying, that Rwanda will look very ordinary come to the 14th of October. The noise pollution pokes the beer. He's still talking. So it's a lot to be talked about on the comment section. But Carrington Palmer, let's have you quickly. You can see a lot to be checked about this one now. South Africa are back on top point. And are you thinking what I'm thinking? I don't know what you're thinking, but is this the way for Nigeria? This is what you want. I know you want this thing. Yeah, you want it.
Oh yeah, every Nigerians wants it actually. And like we said before, we put ourselves in this precarious position. We were never supposed to be arguing if South Africa should be dropping points or not. Because come on, we are the better side. We are the bigger side in that group. How will you tell me that we are having to settle for a draw against Zimbabwe home and away, having to lose to Benin Republic? Yeah, those kind of games are games we should be winning. But right now, as it stands, our fate does not solemnly lie on our hands. We need to win our remaining 2 games and hope that Rwanda and Zimbabwe actually find a way to get a point off South Africa. Rwanda, like we all know, they are still in this race, so they will want to go all out and try to get a result against Benin Republic and South Africa. While for Zimbabwe, they don't have anything to play for again. They are out already from this side. They are out already. There's nothing to play for. I don't know if they would be able to upset South Africa, but we've seen teams in the past before that They are not fighting for anything, but they just want to upset you. Since I'm not going, they don't also want you to go. They'll find a way to upset you. But as it stands now, the Super Eagles, we need to win our remaining 2 games against Benin Republic and also Lesotho. And not just winning, not just about winning, we also need to score goals in case it goes down to the point whereby we have to use goal difference to see who is going to top the group. We also need to score goals in that in those fixtures, because if you notice, we've not been scoring goals. We just have a goal difference of +2. We've not been scoring goals even in the games we won. We won Rwanda by 2-0, and the second leg we won by 1-0. That's not enough. Against Benin and against Lesotho, we need to score more goals. If at all we can get 4 goals from both from both games, we should be able to top the group if South Africa and Benin draw points in their remaining 2 games. But we don't know what will happen. Let's see what next week holds for us. But I really want and hope that the Super Eagles qualify for the World Cup.
Okay, let's take it this way now. GK, I heard from Carrington Palmer. Let's say this now. Zimbabwe, a game we played in South Africa. You know that?
Yes,
you know. Now, it's more like on social media now, it's trending more like,
so it's like a home
South Africa
game,
we're playing home twice.
Twice, yes.
Is this not an advantage for them?
It's an advantage for them, but it's not their own making out.
It's not.
Yes.
But things are working in pleasant way for them.
For them, yes.
It's like a paved way for them.
Exactly. Like I've always said, if you go by all the metrics, South Africa deserves to be at the World Cup.
Hard work.
Yes, hard work and everything. Nigeria will just, if we're there, it boils down to luck. You understand? I know they made their own mistake by fielding an eligible player, that's Mokoma. But now we have the opportunity. Let's do our own job, like Amunike has said. Let's do our own job. Let's win our games. If we pick our 17 points, we're always, I don't know, the thing always, we have that favor that goes in. Like, they have sounded as a patriotic Nigerian and the added supporter of Super Eagles. But if you look at it, man, we don't deserve that ticket to participate in this World Cup because we've not fought for it like other teams. South Africa is the 4th house for it. Look at the other teams in the other group, how hard they're fighting for it, like teams like Morocco and the rest. Some already have secured their ticket. That's what the giants of Africa is supposed to do, not struggling and praying to qualify because South Africa will lose 3 points.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to the comment section quickly and say this before we move on. A whole lot of them just coming up. This one says, still watching tomorrow. The South African man is saying, Rwanda poked to beer in Kigali. Now they must stop that angry beer. And he said, we want Rwanda. They made us play in a poor pitch. This is South African complaining, but you know nothing I do, Sabi. And he's saying they made us play in a poor pitch. Now they will have to defend against the bruised team. Then someone else in Nigeria, also in the comment section, is saying to him, at Gabo, my brother, South Africa are under pressure. As we speak, they will draw their remaining games. And another man is in the comment section saying, at Pajay, we are not, you are. Oh, another man is South African. Okay, so we have two South African in the comment section that are really typing at this point in time. And then Wadina Moro is saying, we are not under pressure. We are angry. Are they really angry?
The South Africans?
Yeah.
Sort of, they're angry. Like, you know, the South Africans, we have this little rivalry we have with them. So some of them might not really look at the technical issues. Like FIFA, they're trying to be technical and follow their rules and regulations. This guy is eligible. He had them, I think, from 2 yellow cards. He wasn't supposed to play.
Yes.
Yes,
and they still played him again.
They still fielded him that game. Yeah. So they have to do the right thing. You understand? So it's not like, but to them, you know, a lot of us are really sentimental when it comes to sports people, not just South Africans, even Nigerians who do that. They're looking at it like, oh, they just want Nigeria. There's a rumor there that FIFA, they want Nigeria to be at the World Cup because they will have more tickets because Nigerians will have the population and the rest.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. You understand? They fielded an illegal player and they deserve to lose these 3 points. Yeah, to be punished. But they still have the opportunity to make it to the World Cup. If they win their next 2 games or win 1 game and with a draw, they'll be there.
So looking at the Group C now quickly, looking at the Group C, the way it stands, which nation is more happier to say this point dot off? Which nation? Benin Republic, Nigeria, Rwanda. Who? Between these 3, who? Nigeria. All right, sorry. Now let's move on quickly and tell them more news. This one is about the ex-international, former Super Eagles star Emmanuel Amunike and Abiodun Obafemi have warned Nigerians not to celebrate prematurely after the FIFA docked South Africa 3 points in the World Cup qualifier. Now, the sanction imposed for filling in Teboho Mokoena, he's ineligible, actually, we know, against Lesotho in March, overturned South Africa 2-0 victory into 3-0 defeat. The ruling has reignited Group C, leaving the Republic and South Africa tied on 14 points, respectively, with Nigeria and Rwanda close behind on 11. While the development hands the Super Eagles a potential lifeline, Amonike said qualification remains a daunting task. He urged players and fans to remain focused and grounded. Now, in the words of Amonike, who played for Barcelona during his playing days, played for Zamalek of Egypt, also played for Sporting CP, he said it's a good news for Nigeria. We must be realistic. Even with the removal of 3 points from South Africa, we are still behind. You see how is it good bad news or bad good news? I don't know how to call this, but I don't know how it works.
It's good news for us because it gives us a chance, but it's still an uphill task, very daunting task. If you win your 2 games, the thing is on in our hands. We need to pray for Rwanda. Okay, let me include or Zimbabwe, because you people believe Zimbabwe has a chance to beat South Africa. We need one of those teams to beat South Africa, so they need to drop 3 points for us to have a chance to qualify.
Okay, so Amonike went as far as saying, he said this, and said the players, this is him talking now, as relation to an ex-international who have done well for himself. He said the players should not be celebrating because they did not take 3 points directly. Nobody will get the point. And he said they must focus on winning their remaining games. The former winger who scored Nigeria winning gold at the 1996 Olympic Games final added that the team's early stumbles are the reason they face such pressure. He said also, we did not do well from the beginning, and that is why we are having these challenges. Nothing is impossible, but it's a very difficult task, a very big one. We all want Nigeria at the World Cup, but we must be honest with ourselves. Not just Amonike talking, Obafemi also, a member of the same Olympic gold winning squad, echoed Amonike's caution. He described FIFA's ruling as a reprieve, but stressed that Nigeria qualification hopes still depend on their own results. We are not, now if you look at this communication, this talk, we are not even talking about what we are going to do. We are just talking about South Africa, Rwanda, and Benin Republic. You need to do your job. Now, Obafemi said, Abiodun Obafemi, not Obafemi Martins, he said, this is a lifeline. The ball is in our court to do the needful, and that is to win the remaining 2 matches. Any slip, and we are out. We cannot celebrate yet. At best, our only realistic hope may be to qualify as one of the second best finishers, and that remains uncertain. You know Nigeria will face Lesotho. We already know the story. Well, I mean, are they making sense? Not celebrating yet.
Yes, we shouldn't celebrate because we need to do our job first, win our 2 games, which is against Lesotho and Benin, if I'm correct. Even at that, if we win those 2 games, we've not secured our tickets to the World Cup. Because if South Africa should win their 2 games, or Benin, okay, it's not possible. If we win our 2 games, Benin can win their 2 games. But one's going to be against Benin. If South Africa should win their last 2 games, they'll still finish ahead of us. So, but first of all, the first thing is us winning our 2 games. Then we leave the rest to luck and prayers. We pray that either Zimbabwe
does it work? Does prayer work in football? I'm just asking, I don't know. Does it work?
It doesn't work with my brother.
It does not work.
It doesn't work hard.
Okay, so Carrington Palmer, looking at the group now, everybody holding themselves for Shukutu. You understand? Everybody holding themselves, they get connection. There's a link up somewhere. Nigeria has a connection with Benin Republic. We need to stop them. They are also not bad on the group. South Africa need to do their job. I don't even know what they were thinking at this point in time. Then Rwanda, they know now they are close. Have you ever imagined a World Cup with Rwanda and when you World Cup, I don't know. Now, I'm just so not happy about this story because this story doesn't say well, because this is like the new format, the World Cup. Gianni Infantino, you know, they've done a lot of, communication and the new format in the World Cup, and we're seeing like 10 African country being participating on this very one, and Nigeria is not out of it. What could we be thinking now? Is this really worth celebrating? 3-point dog to South Africa, but they're not giving you the point. IB.
Worth celebrating yet for we as Nigerians, because we still have a job to do, which is to win our remaining 2 games, and also pray and hope, like my fellow sport analyst on the programs just said, that we should also hope and pray that Rwanda and Zimbabwe take points off from South Africa, and also Benin lose one of their games. We win our game against Benin, and probably they also drop points in their remaining game too. So it's not worth celebrating yet, because the 3 point that was deducted from South Africa was not awarded to us. It was awarded to Lesotho. So we are not having the 3 points, and now we need to win our 2 games. If we had been winning our games before now, we won't be in this position thinking that, maybe when we win this one, when we win that one, and South Africa drop points here, we won't be having all this permutation and calculations all year right now. So we have been done before, but right now, the ball is on our court. We need to do our job and also hope that the job that the other side are going to do will favor us. So we just have to win our games first of all before we start. We don't need to even be thinking about what will happen in South Africa games and what will happen in Benin game against Rwanda. We just need to be focused on our own games first of all. Win the game against Lesotho and also try to win the game against Benin Republic. This time is no time to start losing focus or start making stupid and silly mistakes. Stay focused. When you have your chance, you take your chances. Then, after taking your chances and getting the win in your games, then you cannot wait and see what happens in the other games. Without all these things happening, even if South Africa drop point, even if Benin drop point, and we don't win our games, we are still not going to go to the World Cup. So we find ourselves in this position. We need to do anything to salvage whatsoever we can salvage out of the remaining qualification round. So we just need to win our games and hope and pray the other side drop points in their remaining games.
Okay, so let's go back to the comment section before we tell the what South Africa also said. There's an appeal from South Africa, but I'd like to get you the part from Pajay saying angry at who? Your FA on the comment section so we can bring on the screen so we can talk. So you see some things going on right there on the social media page, comment section, because someone is asking a question about Victor Osimhen. Would he play? He's fit for the game to play against Galatasaray. He's been on the warm-up story. But let me read from here. This one says, let me see. The question is, Wadi Nomoro is also asking and talking about, bro, Zimbabwe and Rwanda were playing against a furious South African team. B Master Production said, question, would Victor Osimhen be playing the next 2 games? Yes, Victor Osimhen will be playing the next 2 games for Nigeria. That's the answer, yes. And Nomoro is saying Rwanda must pay. Well, Pajay is asking, Super Eagles of Nigeria will qualify. He's saying, and do you know the comment, do you know the reply what Nomoro is giving him? He said, on social media, and I hear this thing, Nigeria will qualify for social media. See, I don't. He said, walk up, we go walk up on our social media. That means our mouth. I don't know. He said, we're actually poking a lot. And then David Ando is saying South Africa will qualify, but Nigeria will not qualify. That's his opinion. And he said, Benin Republic, rather, will book the second spot. Then tomorrow saying, Bafana fans will carry the team forward. Trust me, Rwanda won't survive over Boston cities. Yes. Then Leatherman, yes, I came to understand that Leatherman is a South African. He said, at for J Sports, who is a Nigerian, you really need a strong Babalawo at this point. So you know what Babalawo, okay? Well, I don't know what you're talking about actually. And then Wadi Nomoro, Cabo was saying Rwanda and Zimbabwe will not survive this throw. The way they call the name Mbata, Mbole, Makena, we will win our midfield battles. Mokwena has been warned. If it's going to be fine, then maybe he can be fielded in again. But he's a very strong player for them. But let's tell you this one quickly now. Meanwhile, South Africa Football Association have lodged an appeal against the ruling. So you know, describing the decision as unprecedented and confirming their intention to approach FIFA. So South Africa SAFA people, they're not asleep on this matter. They said they will approach the FIFA appeal committee and they want to see this go to end. As SFA or SAFA, you already know the body, they said this is from South Africa now. They said we are deeply disappointed with this unprecedented outcome, noting that it was delivered by a single-member panel without reasons. They're not happy, and without affording the association an opportunity to present legal arguments. The association confirms that we have requested written reasons for the judgment and intend to lodge a formal appeal with the FIFA Appeal Committee within the prescribed 10-day period under FIFA disciplinary rules. That's what the association is saying. No, that's about South Africa now. Now, the South Africa also saying the verdict offers hope for Nigeria, but both ex-international agree that Super Eagles cannot afford to rely on external factors. As Amunike have said, the ultimate task is to win our own 2 games. So, South Africa, is there anything they can do to make this thing overturn? Is there anything they can do? Because we've seen, this is visible. What are you trying to do? Mm-hmm. Is there any appeal that they can appeal? That's the word, appeal to appeal.
They have 10 days to appeal.
Yeah, they have 10 days, but can they come out innocent in this?
I don't think they will restore those 3 points. They've lost those 3 points, but they still have the chance to qualify. I don't know why. To me, I don't think that it should bother them
Just get focused.
They just stay focused, win their next 2 games, and they'll qualify. So I don't think that thing should bother them that much. They're saying it's unprecedented that they don't give their own legal argument. Now they have 10 days to give their legal argument. They should do that, and let's see what the outcome. But I doubt if they're going to reverse FIFA or whatever is going to reverse whatsoever the outcome is, because they've done 3 points already. I think they would have had some serious evidence to have done that, because this has lingered for a long time.
Yeah.
They would have done it earlier. So I don't think they're going to reverse it.
All right, so let me come to you quickly. DK, now that it looks this way, Nigeria, quick one, just tell me in one word, Nigeria can qualify for the World Cup, yes or no?
Nigeria can qualify for the World Cup, but
just tell me yes or no.
Nigeria can qualify for the World Cup. So that's what you're saying.
Can Nigeria qualify? Okay, my question is actually twisted.
Yes,
can Nigeria qualify for the World Cup? I'm just trying to.
Nigeria can qualify for the World Cup. It's open now.
It's open.
Nigeria can qualify for the World Cup. South Africa can qualify for the World Cup. Benin can qualify for the World Cup.
Who will qualify?
Rwanda can qualify for the World Cup.
DK, answer like a politician.
Yes.
You answer me like a politician.
Yes.
Don't do me politician, Nigerian politician way. That's how they used to respond. Can Nigeria qualify for the World Cup? I like
you're saying, no, this is your question.
I'm asking
Will Nigeria qualify for the World Cup?
Can Nigeria qualify for the World Cup?
Nigeria can qualify for the World Cup. But if you're saying, will Nigeria qualify for the World Cup? My answer to that question...
Do you know why I use the word can? I'm using
can
because they need to do their job.
Yes.
If you want to hope for anything, you need to do your job. Okay, let me ask Carrington Palmer your own question. Carrington Palmer, will Nigeria qualify for the World Cup?
You're asking me where it's different.
I think I will have to go with what DK is saying too. Nigeria can't qualify for the World Cup because this is not a yes or no question.
So the next yes or no question again, okay.
No, not be yes or no question. So we don't put ourselves for where we did. So if we feel qualified, we qualify. If we not feel qualified, congratulations to whoever qualified.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that response. That's just a precise one. But let's go up. Quick news to tell about Cyril Deserts. Terry Murphy, there's a news about the Super Eagles every year. But let's get into the big one. I'll be coming up later tonight. The Champions League is back. Match day 2, or you could say match day 2 is back. And I can't wait to see. A lot of games will be coming up. But there's some games that look like a walkover. Like walk in the park. The Purples, the Cyprus team against the Bayern. Harry Kane is hungry. Musiala is also in the team. You know about that man, Michael Olise. But I think the big one tonight will be Chelsea against Benfica. Mourinho returns back for the Champions League. So let's talk about the Champions League now. And also, I think for me, my opinion, I'll be seeing 2 games. One on my TV and one on my mobile. I'll be seeing Galatasaray, Liverpool because of Victor Osimhen. I need to watch Liverpool and I like the way Liverpool play actually.
But the biggest game this night is PSG, Barcelona.
No, for me, this is me. I want to watch this one. I want to watch Osimhen because I want to see what Osimhen will do Benin Republic. But I also want to watch Mourinho return. But let's talk about the Champions League. DK, today's game, what are you expecting?
Yeah, it's fun. We're so happy that all football fans were so happy.
The Paris game is tomorrow.
Yeah?
Tomorrow. The Paris game.
Tomorrow, yeah. We're so happy Champions League is back.
Yeah.
We could see from the match they won. We saw all the wonderful things that happened.
Yeah, shocking news.
Karabakh, FK coming back from 2 goals down to win 3-0 and secure Mourinho a new job. And all the other games like Juventus, was it Juventus? Who did Juventus play? 4-4.
Borussia Dortmund.
Yes, Juventus, Borussia Dortmund.
Yeah.
So those kind of crackers, we expect to see more of those kind of games on this game too. But I think, like you said, Chelsea, Benfica is the most watch because we want to see what Mourinho is going to do against his former team, Chelsea. Because we know Mourinho is a fan and a great fan of Chelsea, and that Chelsea is one of the clubs that built his career. Then, like you said, Liverpool, Galatasaray.
Yeah.
We want to see our boy Osimhen, but we want to tell ourselves the truth. We know Liverpool, they're
very strong.
Liverpool, they're a very strong team.
Okay, so DK, if you want to pick out in this game, just predict one of the games, just one today.
Only one game. I want to predict Barcelona PSG. 2-1 for Barcelona.
That's for tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, for today's game.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give Chelsea 3-1 to Benfica.
All right, so TK, this is where we have to sign you out on the show. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Feeling great to have you on this one. Thank you. We can do more. Yes, okay. Without a talk back. Now, let's quickly go on and tell you, Carrington Palmer. Yes, so you predicted of the games in the Champions League today for me. Let's have you. I don't know if I have Carrington Palmer there, but I don't know.
Yeah. What did you say?
Just leave me with the results today. Champions League is back. Leave me with one of the results, just one.
Okay, I'd say Chelsea Benfica playing out a draw because Chelsea they are not. Yes, a draw. Yes, a draw.
Okay. Carrington Farmer, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for making it with me on the show today. I really do appreciate you, all the time. Yes, Lagos, Nigeria, back to the studio. Sports Republic show will come your way, or will come your way right out tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Nigerian time. And for those on the comment section, I want to take out this time to also say a very big thank you for being part of the show. Tomorrow we'll continue to know if all of these things we are saying will actually come to pass like a Bible verse, because I'm seeing so many comments here. Some saying nothing to worry, South Africa. Someone is saying South Africa should report Nigeria's goal. That Kamibasi goal. It's a handball. We saw it. If that was a VAR, we should get better, right? That's goal is supposed to be disallowed, but we're not talking about that. But for Super Eagles, if you love Nigeria, let's tell you that the team is preparing very well. Very, very soon, Venezuela-Colombia game in USA coming up, because the Nigeria Football Federation has confirmed that the senior men's national team, Super Eagles, will take on Venezuela and Colombia in the United States of America during the FIFA window for international friendly match in the month of November 2025. NFL FIFA match agent Jaro Parchin of Eurodata Sports said Super Eagles will be up against Venezuela on Friday, 14 November 2025 at the Shell Stadium in Houston, Texas, with kickoff billed for 8 p.m. Texas time. On Tuesday, 18th of November 2025, the three-time African champions will confront the Los Cafeteros of Colombia at the Satterfield Stadium in Flushing Meadow, borough of Queens, New York, and kickoff billed up for 8 p.m. Eastern time, 1 a.m. Wednesday, 19th November in Nigeria. So, in the last sojourn in the United States of America, the summer of 2022, the Super Eagles played against Mexico at the AT&T Stadium in Dallas, Texas, losing narrowly 1-2 with Nigeria goal coming off a powerful header by Cyril Dessers. But it's time to sign out. I don't know, came back to me on this way, but just what it is. This is where we have to close. This is where we have to go on the show today. But I tell you, this one is intense. We need to prepare to see that we win in Morocco. Even if we not go World Cup, we'll try just win this one. But thank you again. This is me signing out to my producer. Yes, some like to use the word amiable producer. I realize that English don't fade, but someone behind the scene making sure the show is looking very well, and also going so well. Yes, thank you so much, Hafiz, and also to the backroom staff, making sure that the production goes so well. Every of you, thank you so much. But we'll do it again when we return tomorrow, 11 a.m. Nigerian time. I remain your host. My name is Kizzy K. Don't forget, I am the only football player without a jersey. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
International Equal Pay Day, marked on the 18th September, highlights global efforts to achieve equal pay for work of equal value. Despite progress, women worldwide still earn 20% less than men, reflecting deep-rooted inequalities in access to resources, opportunities, and power. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to close this gap by promoting gender equality, decent work, and equal pay. However, turning these goals into actions remains a challenge, and progress has been slow. The United Nations, including women and the International Labour Organizations, urged governments, civil societies, and business to promote equal pay and the economic empowerment of women and girls. Achieving pay equality is essential for human rights and sustainable development.
International Equal Pay Day is actually a day set aside to celebrate those that earn same salary or they earn same pay. My opinion is, I think it's proper for genders to receive same salary. But I'm not talking about hierarchy now. I'm not talking about hierarchy where we have tech bro, and we have senior engineers, junior engineers, and mid-level engineers. So I know their salary might differ, but when it comes to gender-based, I think it's very proper for them to receive same salary or equal pay. I think the government can simply infuse this equal pay strategy. I think they can infuse it in their system. And I think it will help us, get a better economic system.
As the world marks International Equal Pay Day, it's a reminder that the collective actions from governments, organizations, and individuals is essential to create lasting change. Mr. Mokbala reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. Strike continues as Pengasan, Dangote truce meeting deadlock.
Power supply drops below 4,000 megahertz on Dangote-Pengasan dispute.
FG cancels Independence Day parade.
NUJ demands forensic investigation into Somtochukwu's death.
Pencom demands 20 billion naira capital from PFAS, RFCS before 2027.
PDP disowns Ghana pro-Jonathan claim.
In business, Pencom demands 20 billion capital from PFCS before 2027.
And in the world of sports, FIFA deducts 3 points from South Africa over ineligible player.
In the world of entertainment, Ofala Festival pushes for global recognition. Now on the news and details, the ongoing industrial action declared by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, continues on to the second day today as a meeting being brokered between the union and Dangote Petroleum Refinery over a lingering dispute ended in a deadlock on Monday. Being coordinated by the federal government, the meeting attended by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dingayadi, the Minister of State for Labour and Employment, Nkiruka Onyejocha, and representatives of the concerned parties lasted for about 9 hours into the early hours of Tuesday. However, Dingayadi said the meeting would reconvene at 2 p.m. on Tuesday to continue the reconciliation efforts. In a related development, a power supply fell below the 4,000 megawatt threshold on Tuesday morning as the industrial action by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, and sympathetic oil and gas workers over a dispute with Dangote Petroleum Refinery entered a second day. The dispute stems from the company's sack of 800 workers as well as unionism. As at 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning, grid load allocation to electricity distribution companies had lost 664 megawatts, dropping from 4,320 megawatts recorded during the previous day to 3,656 megawatts. Abuja Disco received 537 megawatts, Ikeja Electricity 530 megawatts, while Eco Disco got 451 megawatts. This comes as most gas-fired terminal power plants were off the grid. The 472 megawatts Delta plant and the Egbin 447 megawatts serving as the main suppliers. According to the Nigerian Independent System Operators, NISO, the shortfall in generation was due to the industrial action by Pengasan within the gas supply chain. NISO noted in a statement on Tuesday morning that these disruptions triggered widespread gas shortages, reducing available generation from over 4,300 megawatts in the early hours of Sunday to about 3,200 megawatts at the lowest point.
Moving on, Nigeria may be heading into tougher days as the nationwide strike declared by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, takes full effect. The industrial action triggered by the sack of over 800 Nigerian workers at the Dangote refinery has halted crude oil and gas supply and is already raising fears of fuel scarcity and prolonged power outages across the country. Voice of the People TV's correspondent Oyedamola Lokuto reports on how the strike is unfolding and the growing concerns over its impact on the economy and daily life.
Companies announced a short Nigerians may be heading into tougher days as the nationwide strike declared by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria takes effect today, Monday. The strike, which began at 12:01, has altered crude oil and gas supply to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, sparking fears of fuel scarcity and higher petrol prices. Oil marketers have warned of several disruptions in fuel distribution, while power generation companies announced a shutdown of all thermal plants, a move that could plunge the nation into prolonged blackouts, crippling economic activities and deepening hardship for millions of Nigerians. Pencil says the strike follows the dismissal of the 800 Nigerian workers by the refinery, allegedly for joining the union, and claims they were replaced by foreign workers in violation of Nigerian labor laws and international conventions. Unless the federal government intervenes, the situation could further strain the economy and escalate public discontent. As Voice of the People TV, we're on the street to witness if the filling stations are still selling fuel to the commuters, and also to gather the opinions of citizens regarding this pending situation.
Everything in Nigeria, once government is handling something and individual decide to come in, it's never a process. The individual that is coming in always see it difficult to come in because some group of people may be thinking he's coming there in order to deprive them some certain benefits or whatever they may feel. I think this is what I personally feel over it. Dangote, he will not find it easy because of some certain issues lingering there. I think this is not the first time we're having a fuel scarcity in Nigeria. For a very long time it has been happening, and Nigeria has been going through it, and Nigeria has been surviving it. All I know is that even if they have to go strike for good 1 month, Nigeria will still survive it. There is no way Nigerians will die because there is fuel scarcity. Nigerians must find way, one way or the other, in order to get through.
Because Nigerian people must benefit for inside your own meters. So you're not supposed to be like that.
My own take on this is just that you just find solution to it, because it's going to create a lot of chaos in the country. Not one state, the whole 32 states, you understand? So sacking 800 workers in a day, wow. Well, because that's what they do for a living. They have a lot of family that depends on them. So how are they going to live? So you should just look into it so that maybe they should just resolve every issue on ground. So, and the issue of the fuel also, because it's to affect every millions of Nigerians, not one person. So we just pray that things go the normal way that we pray to, for a better Nigeria.
Despite the strike, filling stations are seen still selling fuel to commuters. But Nigerians don't know how long this is going to continue. If the strike placed on Dangote for not getting crude oil as a result of laying off 800 Nigerians in a day would affect general commuters, and there'll be blackouts in Nigeria. Citizens are worried and calling on the federal government to look into this and see a way to resolve this at an amicable level so that Nigerians don't face having hardship or fuel scarcity again at this moment. I'm Oyindamola Olukuto reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so much, Oyindamola Olukuto, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that story, the federal government has declared Wednesday, October 1 as a public holiday to commemorate the independence anniversary. In a statement, the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunjojo, enjoined citizens to continue to uphold the patriotic spirit, unity, and resilience that have sustained the nation since its independence in 1960. Also, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, says the federal government is planning a low-key celebration. According to him, activities start with the Jumat prayers on Friday and end with the Thanksgiving service on Sunday. He added that the National Value Charter, being championed by the National Orientation Agency as a framework for cultivating national pride and fostering responsible citizenship, will also be unveiled.
Meanwhile, the federal government has cancelled the parade earlier scheduled to mark Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary on Wednesday, October the 1st. A statement by the Director of Information and Public Relations Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Segun Imohiosen, said the cancellation does not diminish the significance of these milestone anniversaries. Expressing government's regret at any inconvenience caused, it stated that other activities lined up for the anniversary will proceed as scheduled, including the traditional presidential broadcast, cultural programs, and the grand finale of the National Campus Debate.
Meanwhile, the federal government has called for national unity and the collective participation of Nigerians at home and abroad for the ongoing reform under President Bola Tinubu's administration to succeed. Addressing a media conference to commemorate Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary in Abuja, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, described such support as critical to consolidating the country's progress. Idris, who highlighted the theme of this year's celebration as the hands on deck, said that it underscores the need for citizens, partners, and the international community to support the government's reform.
Meanwhile, the Federal Capital Territory chapter of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, has called for a thorough forensic investigation into the death of Somtochukwu Maduagu, an Arise television news anchor. Maduagu was killed during an alleged armed robbery attack at her Kantabe residence in Abuja on Monday. In a statement by the Secretary of the NUJFCT Council, Comrade Jide Adekunle, the union urged the Nigerian Police Force and other security agencies to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death, and swiftly arrest and bring to justice all those responsible for her killings. The union further described Maduagu's passing as a devastating loss, not only to the immediate family and Arise News, but to the entire Nigerian media industry. According to the statement, Somtochukwu was a brilliant, passionate, and dedicated broadcaster whose professionalism and poise endeared her to colleagues and viewers alike. It added that bold, ethical, and committed to the truth, Somtochukwu represented the best of a new generation of Nigerian journalists.
Meanwhile, the Federal Capital Territory Police Command says it has ordered a discreet and comprehensive investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of a news anchor with Arise News channels, Somtochukwu Maduagu. Confirming her death in a statement on Tuesday, the Commissioner of Police FCT Command, Ajao Adewale, said the incident was a cruel and senseless act that has no place in a sane society. He further directed the deployment of intelligence and operational assets to track down the perpetrators, while commiserating with the deceased family, colleagues, and the media community. The statement by the police public relations officer, Josephine Ade, added.
Moving on, the People's Democratic Party, PDP's National Working Committee has disowned the statement of the former Minister of Information, Professor Jerry Ghana, that former President Goodluck Jonathan would become its presidential candidate in the 2027 general elections. According to the NWC, Ghana has neither the party's mandate or authority for such disclosure, adding that the party does not lack presidential materials for the next general election. Ghana had said that Nigerians, having seen the disparity in their lives after 8 years of former President Muhammadu Buhari and 2 years of incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now know better and wanted Jonathan's return.
Away from that, the presidency has mocked the reported 2027 presidential ambition of former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, saying that what it described as his disastrous tenure in office will be a major obstacle if he contests the 2027 presidential election. According to presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga, who was reacting to claims by former Information Minister Jerry Ghana that Jonathan would run under the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in 2027. Ghana's comment was delusional. He argued that Nigerians would remember what he called Jonathan's dismissal record in office, adding that the former president cannot stage a comeback after 12 years to defeat incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
As the world confronts rising food prices and environmental challenges, the observance of International Day of Food Loss and Waste Awareness on September the 29th is a reminder that every grain counts. Reducing food loss and supporting sustainable banking are not just economic choices, they are moral imperatives for a greener, hunger-free future. Voice of the People TV's Victoria Ogbaki has more in this report.
In homes, restaurants. Every year, the world produces enough food to feed everyone. Yet, over 1.3 billion tons are either lost before reaching the market or wasted on our tables. Food loss occurs during harvesting, storage, and transportation, while food waste happens in homes, restaurants, and supermarkets. This double challenge not only deepens global hunger, but also worsens climate change, with wasted food accounting for nearly 10% of global greenhouse gas emission. But the fight against food waste is no longer left to farmers and consumers alone. Financial institutions are stepping in using sustainable banking practices to fund eco-friendly farming, food recovery projects, and innovative storage technologies. Experts say individuals also have a role to play in planning purchases carefully, storing food properly, support food donations program. Together, these efforts can save money, feed the hungry, and protect the planet. Let's hear the thought of an expert who is a farmer, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo.
Now, food loss and wastages globally is a very serious case because we have a lot of people, malnourished, who doesn't get to them, and the food that gets to them is not enough. So it's a very serious case that is affecting almost every part of the world. The first thing is during harvesting. Now, when we should use modern method in harvesting, like combined harvest, so that can quickly harvest everything on farm at a short time. Some can even process it almost to the last stage on farm. So that will save a lot of wastage. Second, transportation from the farm to where they will be stored is also very crucial. So they need to be transported quickly. So we need a good transportation from the farm to where they will be stored. And then transportation from where they are stored to the market is also important. And then government should also subsidize a lot. There should be a lot of subsidy in production so that the money for producing it will be so low that the farmers can sell it at a very affordable price, so that within 1 week you already finish selling everything, so that what you have harvested again can get to the people, so that they can make use of it. That's how we can really stop wastages.
As the world confronts rising food prices and environmental challenges, today's observance is a reminder that every grain counts. Reducing food losses and supporting sustainable banking are not just economic choices. They are moral imperatives for greener, hunger-free future. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Victoria, for that particular report. Well, we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the midday news, and joining us to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also in the capacity of a public and political affairs analyst here this afternoon. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
Fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing this week, Barrister?
I'm okay. And Fina? My pleasure.
All right, then joining us virtually as well is Mr. Kwemi Ogulami. Mr. Kwemi is the coordinator, Take It Back Movement. And I understand Mr. Kwemi is presently with us. A very good afternoon, Mr. Kwemi.
Yes, good afternoon, and thanks for having me with you this afternoon.
Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. Well, again, let's jump right into it. And I want to start with you, Mr. Kwemi. Interestingly, as it sounds, the presidency has, marked 2027 presidential ambition for former President Goodluck Jonathan as a joke. But again, the PDP is coming out to talk tough. But first off, let's have your general overview of the return of the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan in the race for 2027. You might have to unmute yourself, Mr. Kwame. I don't know if you heard my question.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear your question. Can you ask again, please?
Okay, now my question is, I want to get your general overview of the return of former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan in the 2027 race for the presidential seat. Some have described it as disastrous tenor, but some Nigerians are still saying at this point we need the person of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. But from your perspective, first off, what's your general overview of his return to the race for the presidency in 2027?
First and foremost, I need to just make this point that what difference is the ex-president Goodluck Jonathan coming to make in Nigeria? Is he taking Nigeria back to what he left it? Was Nigeria any better when he was the president of Nigeria? And then the anguish that started during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, we cannot still go back to it. We need to move forward. Neither are we looking forward to maintain the anguish and the penury that Nigeria is experiencing at this moment. So my own view of is coming back is just saying that Nigeria cannot go back to the past life that we used to live. Neither are we enjoying the present life we are living. We need a total different life, that we need to retrench all these old politicians and their cronies from the system. That's just my own stand on it.
Okay, I'm still gonna stay with you, Mr. Payemi. Interestingly, you said the anguish that, of course, Nigeria, according to your words, that Nigerians were plunged into under the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan administration. Then again, the question that comes to mind is, inflation was not at this level during the Jonathan era. But, and as it stands, would you say that the economy of Nigeria presently, as against the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's administration, is anything to be compared to? And then when you say, that's one question, when you say we need these old folks to leave the political space, who would you want as the younger folk in the presidential space? Two questions in one, if you can answer.
First, to your question, I would like to say Nigeria was not this plunged into abject poverty during Goodluck Jonathan, but at the same time, Nigeria was not fine under his administration. A lot of corruption cases, abduction, kidnapping under his regime also took place. And then if we are looking at Goodluck Jonathan of the past, thinking that he would be able to take us back to his previous, or let me say the previous administration he headed, Nigeria will not go back to that level, regardless of the people taking up the administration within this present government. So if you're saying Goodluck Jonathan coming back, it does not say that Goodluck Jonathan will take Naira back to 150 that it was during his tenure. And then it does not still say that Goodluck Jonathan will take the economy back to what it was. It's just fact and clear that Nigeria remains retrogressive with the system that these current politicians has plunged it. So who would I support to be a president of Nigeria? At this moment, there's no other person that I'm looking at other than the person of Omoyele Sowore. That's the only person we have seen so far that maintained the rightful opposition and what Nigerian masses really wanted. The message is resonating and is clear. Different from what people forming coalition in ADC may be putting together. Coalition is what brought us here, and we cannot go back into those systems again. That's my position.
Well, I would still come back to you on the path of Omoyele Sowore because so many questions are begging for answers, particularly on his economy policy and, of course, what he said thus far going into the next election. But let me bring it back to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, you would also recall that as it stands, the economy is the bane of the conversation here. And the call for Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Barrister, first off, your holistic view about his persona coming into the race for 2027. And then, from your perspective as a lawyer, is Goodluck Ebele Jonathan very fit and legally worthy to come run for 2027? 2 questions in one as well.
Thank you, David. You see, Nigeria, because of the nature of our environment and our polity, we create heroes that are ordinarily are not actually heroes. We major on minor. If not, why would anybody be telling Jonathan to come and run? On what basis? Unfortunately, the same people that harass him out of office are the people that are calling him to come back now. So how can people go back to their vomit? Granted that yes, his administration was not too perfect, but he did well. In fact, if we were to be in the regime of that PDP by now, maybe what we are seeing today, we will not see it. At least the man was able to uphold democratic norms. People were not gauged, you know. Your freedom is guaranteed. The rule of law was obeyed to an extent. You know, there was relative peace in the country. We're only talking about Boko Haram under his watch. Now we have 7 of them to deal with, terrorists. You know, so Jonathan was so humane enough that he was not drunk with power. He was not harassing the opposition.
All right, no, Jonathan has not really come up to tell Nigerians plainly, I am coming back. Even though some persons will say he went to visit David Mark the other day, but he has never said anything about joining any coalition or running under PDP or any other political platform. Now, it's interesting that PDP have come up to respond to the statement by Jerry Ganawa, information here in Nigeria, when he said that Goodluck Jonathan is going to come back to run under the platform of the Democratic Party. Are we seeing, politicians trying to more like test the waters to know if Jonathan is going to take the bait and come up again and contest, or is this more like a distraction from persons who wouldn't want the coalition or even opposition actually to come upstream? What do you make of that?
Remember that this type of thing happened earlier on when Jonathan was almost forced to join the race. A group of people went to buy phone for him for 100 million naira. At the end of the day, that exercise was in futility. Jonathan did not run, and it ended like that. So if we are seeing the same thing that happened before now, then it means that Jonathan is he's setting himself up for ridicule, because the paradigm have shifted. Nigeria of that year or those years are not the same thing today. Things have changed drastically.
A whole lot of things have changed within 12 years.
Exactly. So I don't think his coming in now will help him, because there is a legal issue here, which I'm even more concerned with.
Barrister, that legal issue, talking about him being sworn in for 2 times and making it 3 will be illegal according to the Constitution. When Jonathan was a president, remember that clause actually was not there. So don't you think that is more like a way to exonerate himself from such? Given the fact that if we're to take it back, for example, the likes of Olusegun Obasanjo happens to be the military head of state. And he returned back and also served a double term in Nigeria. The later Muhammad Buhari served also as a head of state, and he came back again and served 2 terms too. So
I don't think that particular narrative will fly, because the law is the law.
Okay.
You cannot choose and pick when a law has been established. Nobody can come and tell me that one part of Jonathan's administration was under the law, the other one was outside the law, so he's eligible. No, it will not fly. That particular argument will not fly even before any court, because it is the same person we are talking about here. You cannot come and tell me that he was sworn in before the law was amended, and after the law was amended, he now was sworn in again.
So in other words, Barrister, according to the law, former President Goodluck Jonathan cannot get into office again.
As long as he has been sworn in twice, he cannot. If it's
whether or not he was standing in for somebody who passed on or not.
As long as he has been sworn in, that is the position of the law. It didn't state. The law did not state whether he is representing somebody or whether he is finishing the tenure of somebody. The law was very clear. If you have been sworn in twice.
Now, Barrister, sorry, just an aside. As it stands, the presidency has said clearly that according to poor record, which again they are attributing to the Jonathan administration, that again would mar the fact that he would want to even contest the presidency. Let's talk about his record a bit.
That he had a bad record.
Yes.
I don't think so. In fact, if you want
economic bad record?
No. If you want to compare record, please, I'm saying it clear without any equivocation. If what we experienced under Jonathan is compared to what is happening now, I pray to God, let us go back to Jonathan era. Serious. If what we are seeing today, if you want to compare it with Jonathan era, by all intention, let us go back to Jonathan era. Why are they calling him now? No, why are they calling him to come back now? If not for the performance in office.
Barrister, you're saying the more money in the reserve is not a big enough achievement for the present administration as to compare to that of Goodluck Jonathan?
When you compare more money that is in reserve, check of how much money you have borrowed. You cannot choose the other one and leave the other one now. Which money? $42 billion against 149 trillion naira. What did Jonathan leave behind when he was leaving office? And where are we now? So please, let us be sincere whenever we want to talk about this thing. If you compare what you are seeing now on all fronts, economy or politics or democracy or rule of law under Jonathan, it is 100 times better then than now.
All right then. Let's take this conversation to Comrade Opeyemi. Interestingly, as it stands, the Federal Capital Territory as it stands, clearly the Nigerian Union of Journalists have asked for a forensic investigation into the unfortunate incident that happened in Abuja, particularly on the path of Arise TV news anchor, talking about Somtochukwu Maduago. From your perspective, do you think this would put to bed the reality of what Nigerians are talking about when it comes to insecurity in the land? Because again, this unfortunate incident leaves a sour taste in the lips of broadcasters like us and of course other broadcasters across the country when it comes to safety of life in Nigeria. What's your overview with this call by the Nigerian Union of Journalists, particularly on the part of clear forensic investigation on the death of Somtochukwu Maduago?
The situation is sad and pathetic. And also where we have found ourselves in Nigeria today, it's so sad. And that's the reason someone like me at first didn't want to get involved in journalism. I worked with MITV in the past, and I had to just, within a year or two, I decided, no. With the current situation of Nigeria, it will be very dangerous to toe the line of broadcasting, especially when you want to say the truth and all. Apart from talking about safety of life and property, life in the country, which is not even guaranteed, lives and properties are not safe. The life of activists and journalists are more plunged into more unsafety. We cannot even guarantee that after you take up your profession, your life is safe. Apart from talking about Nigeria as a whole, now taking it as, okay, this is what happens generally in the country. There's no safety of life. And this is one of the primary obligation of any government. Whichever government is not taking that serious, then that government can be seen as a sham. So at this point, I don't know how to place this situation because it's so emotional at this time that Nigeria is going through such an unsafe moment. The profession of journalism is also experiencing that. And it's not just, she wasn't the only one. There was another man yesterday who was lost to such death. So at this time, I think Nigeria needs to work on the guarantee of safety of human life. And I am not missing word to say that on a daily basis, Nigerians die like chickens, and we move on with life without looking. Now, investigation into this matter, I pray and I look forward that we would have a headway as a result of this investigation, and we will find the depth of the cause of our death. So this is just my own discussion. Is so sad.
Quite unfortunate, really. Let's also bring this conversation to Barrister in the studio here. Barrister, this is of a major concern when it comes to insecurity surrounding us as a nation. But then, how can citizens navigate the urgency of getting rescue response when it comes to situations like armed robbery, kidnapping, and the likes that have bedeviled us as a nation presently? How can we navigate response team to be prompt enough as to getting lives and properties really secured at a time like this?
You see, the problem we have here is that the government of the day is no longer interested in protecting life and property. The facts are there. Seriously. That is why mass murder will be going on in Nigeria, and the president will be somewhere without even caring and all that. We have seen it several times when the terrorists will go to a village in any of the northern states, Benue, Plateau, Zamfara, and the rest of them. And they will slaughter an entire village. And the president will be outside here. Say it's a holiday and all that. So it shows you that the humanity in us is gone. We no longer care, we no longer bother. When you hear that an entire village was slaughtered, we just sigh and then move on, because we have been seeing a lot of deaths and nothing is being done.
Barrister, when you say we've seen a lot of deaths, Nigeria tomorrow will be 65 years. Now, a country that gained independence in 1960, 65 years down the lane, and we're still having the back and forth we're having now, up until the fact that insecurity, and all that is turning out to be more like a normal thing. Like you pointed out, people are willing to check the number of persons. 8 persons, it's more like normal. After all, in Plateau, so a number of persons were killed. In not just that too, in Benue, 200 were killed. More like getting normal. What are we celebrating, if I'm to ask? Because in one breath to learn that the presidency just come up to say there will not be any parade for tomorrow's independence and all that. What are we celebrating at 65?
If you notice, since APC hijacked our life, they hardly celebrate Independence Day. I don't know, from Buhari to Tinubu. I don't know why. They hardly, even June 12th, they had to do it in inside the National Assembly. So that will tell you that something is wrong somewhere. Is that some people are afraid of the monster they have created? Because everybody knows how this insecurity came into our life. It's on record how they brought it here. And now they can no longer tame this monster. That is why the 400 names they gave them as to those who are sponsored this, they can't even open the book or the names.
Interesting, Barrister. Interesting, and we believe that as a Sahel nation, they made Nigerians understand that they will give us the names of politicians who are sponsoring the security from Niger, from Mali, and from Burkina Faso. So we're looking forward to them to do that. We are pressed for time. Would have loved to continue the media news analysis.
The list are already with us. I don't see, they are not going to show us anything new. It's already with us.
Okay.
So whatever they are going to say now is like a deja vu. We are not interested in protecting life and property here. That is why everybody has become a law unto himself.
Okay.
And unfortunately, this thing is spreading.
Okay.
Without any respite, it's spreading.
It's spreading, and I believe the government is also looking into it to make sure they curb it on a bit of the board. Now, thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. for being part of today's media news. Also, Benjamin Bayemi Ogulami, thank you so much for also being part of today's midday news. We sincerely appreciate. And it's also important to know that the expression shared on this particular platform is solely that of the analyst and not that of Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the media news continue.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel,
Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every week.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My
weekend is a new.
My name is Patrick.
To the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, that's the NEL Fund, says its application portal for the 2024-2025 academic session officially closes today, September the 30th, 2025. Stating that the scheme will now move to the next academic session, NEL Fund explained that the closure marks the conclusion of its second full cycle to enable it finalize the processing of pending applications and continue disbursing upkeep payments to approved beneficiaries.
The Department of State Services, DSS, has arraigned a Kaduna-based social media activist, Abubakar Muhammad, popularly known as Sultan, before a magistrate court at Rigasa in a Gabi local government area of Kaduna State. Muhammad was arraigned before Chief Magistrate Muhammad Musa on a 2-count charge of alleged extortion and criminal intimidation by anonymous communication, contrary to the Penal Code Law of Kaduna State 2017.
Moving on, Governor Monday Okpebholo of Edo State has reassured residents that the ongoing reconstruction of the Sapele Road in Benin City will be completed by December 2025. The governor, who spoke after inspecting the project site, expressed satisfaction with the pace of work, stating government's commitment to addressing flooding and easing traffic congestion along the busy corridor. Voice of the People TV's correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more on this report.
inspected the ongoing reconstruction of Sapele Road in Benin City. The project features surface drains, underground canals, and reinforced concrete pavement designed to tackle flooding and improve traffic flow along the busy corridor. During the tour, Okpebholo expressed satisfaction with the progress and assured that the project would be completed by December 2025, noting that government would ensure timely funding to contractors. The governor also trekked sections of the project site to verify the quality of work and monitor compliance with contractual standards.
I've seen, I think we're on the right track. The contractors are doing very fine. It's what I'm seeing, and they are promising me by December we'll commission this road. I'm very much happy to hear that kind of news from there, because I was looking at maybe March, June, July next year. But if they are giving me this, we'll make sure that we pay them on time so that we will not default and they can continue doing their work. That is the most important thing right now.
Special Advisor on Project Implementation, Engineer Fobi Williams Bello, and Project Engineer Demola confirmed the work was on schedule and would be delivered within the stipulated time frame.
We have seen the underground channel which leads to the old Sapele Road, which the contractor have also achieved up to 1 kilometer on that road. So from this progress of work, we can say that the contractor is in line with time schedule. We have a set pattern of how we monitor their project, depending on payments and all of that. So we are hoping that from the work schedule, this road will be completed by God's grace in December.
So far, the surface drain has been completed. So we are the ones also handling the old Sapele Canal Road, in which 1.2 kilometers out of 1.6 has been achieved. Then there is a cross cover we are taking to take all the runoff from this Ogege down to the canal. That 3 bus covered we achieved now. And the second phase will kick off very soon. And we are hoping that by December, which it will be completed as scheduled.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, GOP TV News.
Rhoda Johnny for that wonderful coverage. Now to the business segment of the Media News. The National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has raised the capital base for pension fund administrators, PFAS, from 5 billion naira to 20 billion naira by December 2026. In the circular release on Monday to that effect, it also directed pension fund custodians to raise their capital base from the current 2 billion naira to 25 billion naira. Similarly, that of the MPF Pensions Limited, which cater only to the police force, is raised to 30 billion naira. According to the circular to all licensed PFF and PFCS, the review is to enhance their financial stability and operational resilience, as well as improve their service delivery and long-term viability.
And from business, we move straight to talking sports. The South African Football Association, SAFA, has been sanctioned by the FIFA Disciplinary Committee for fielding an ineligible player, Teboho Mokoena, in the 2026 FIFA World Cup preliminary qualifiers against Lesotho on March the 21st, 2025. According to FIFA, SAFA's action breached Article 19 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code and Article 14 of the FIFA World Cup 2026 preliminary competition regulations, which resulted in the match being forfeited 3-0 in favor of Lesotho.
Moving on to the world of entertainment, the Onitsha community of Anambra State is taking deliberate steps to elevate its annual Ofala Festival into a global culture event, the organizers said. They noted that since 2019, the community has worked to position Ofala as one of Nigeria's leading festivals and has now applied for recognition as a World Heritage event to expand its visibility and attract a wider international audience. He noted also that the Nigerian Tourism Development Commission has already endorsed Ofala as a major Nigerian festival, adding that the 2025 edition, with the theme as Njiko Nantachi, which translates to unity and perseverance, emphasizes the values of community resilience and cultural identity.
This story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People
telivishọn awụchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị? Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu? Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And today, I'm not alone. we have our runaway, oh Lord, a runaway princess that actually came back to join us today. And yes, she's here with me. She's actually smiling and putting on those beautiful faces.
I don't understand. Run away. I run to England. Before people will come and kidnap me, I did Nigeria. I'll not beside travel out.
No, please. All right, please stay put. We are bringing you an exciting blend of jests. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot to talk about today. Please stay put, sit tight. We'll be right together. And yes, first on our list, we're talking about ex-Big Brother, Mercy AK. She actually got herself and has become a landlady at Ikoyi. And yes, you know, we are talking about Mercy AK. She actually celebrated her 35th birthday, and she came on an Instagram post expressing her joy, her happiness. She expressed growth and stuff like that. Trust me, this is beautiful. See, wow. And you know, she actually was the fourth winner of the Big Brother house, you know, then. And when you normally say, I like vain things, but please allow me to love vain things.
So this time
because this is beautiful too. It's so, see, when there are some acquisition you get like this, you'll be so proud, you know, to put it out.
I don't want to talk. I'm trying to be a good girl.
Please
today.
don't be any good girl.
Like, because when she's dragging, that's how one late celebrity who told us he bought a car. Only for when he died, we found out that the car that he told us he bought then never pay finish.
Please, but let's be serious.
But this is actually very
Messi actually, trust me. Like
this, like I think she's doing well for herself. It's good though.
Like, what are we not saying?
I don't understand. You won't buy a house.
I beg. You don't know what thing God don't already talk. Like God is actually, you know. Don't worry. When my own will come, oh Lord.
God they talk. I mean, you won't start to they plan yourself.
You don't know whether
this thing are planning.
You don't know whether I don't they start to they put things in places.
But we know. I wait. Okay, just say new home.
New home now. What do you want me to write before?
No, please don't come for me. Don't come for me. No be say I don't get a room set for Lagos. Or for to say I get. I won't take complete it. But I just I won't see behind that, seeing things for myself.
But trust
seeing is believing.
I'm actually very happy when I see young ladies actually doing something for themselves.
It cannot be emphasized.
I'm telling you,
trust me.
It's actually beautiful to see. A lady getting your not like some persons. There was a video I saw where a lady was like, she posted her vacation, and the guy was like, that why won't you post the man that actually did that for you? Like, there are girls that are making it, and you're not coming out to say.
I know a lot of girls. You get one girl who announced also she buy car too. Just this year, now they don't collect the car back.
You're supposed to support. Like, I don't understand.
They don't collect the car back, and she tell us that she pull ribbon. Not mean that the guy been using the car for like 4 months before the guy gave her. Now when she and the guy come fight, you come here see the guy don't go collect him in Legady's Benz back. But now to make it worse, the guy doesn't even have a Camry to her name.
But I understand what you're trying to say. But trust me, guys now everybody don't they get that mindset that guys, especially guys,
but you have mindset our agenda.
Now men they always, when you see a lady trying to make it, a lady buying a car, buying a house, they don't already emphasize and say nah man, they're not
too lie because sometimes our agenda now from man they get that thing come from. Some people even call they say they get popular name. Small girl, big God though. Until you find out saying allergy be the big God.
Hey God.
They now talk true.
But she actually managed, even she winning the season 4 Big Brother, whatever. She actually managed herself. Like, trust me, ever since she left the house.
You did a part of managing.
Jesus. No, let's be. How many?
Say what
I think
you
this
know.
is the number 4.
Say what you know.
Auntie, this is the fourth house. I think the 4th house she's getting for herself.
Like I said, I'm happy for her. This is a good thing. If irrespective of know whether she don't set the remaining 3 to buy this 4th one.
She don't talk like that. If she talk like that, we'll go no.
But she don't go tell us now.
Even though they don't already, she don't already tell us say
she has a new home.
Yes.
Which somebody like me, I'm actually happy for her. At 35. And you being able to pull strings is not easy. Mm-hmm. It's not beans. It's not money. Regardless of what you are doing to get it. But I am just of the opinion that this is not to mount pressure on anyone. You don't know how this person has gotten to this position in their life.
Yeah.
You don't want to know the back end story. Agree with me.
Because nothing good comes easy.
No, some good things comes easy depending on your own perception as a person. No,
that's true.
Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
Are there no good things you've achieved that you've acquired for yourself that came easy?
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to term you being disciplined as not being easy.
Yeah.
So to some people that use that terms is as a result of what they are willing to give to get some things, and that doesn't cut it for me. But this is actually a good thing. 35 and you're doing this for yourself. It's not beans. It's not moi.
Lord.
If this is the Lord's doing, I'm happy for you.
We're happy. Please, I am personally happy.
You're subscribing to the happiness.
But only has been telling me like, Precious, you too like vain things.
No,
but
way Precious always IT that will perish, that cannot follow you to the grave.
I don't
Precious,
understand.
I don't want. See, this life, not only you waka come,
please,
and not only you go waka
when
go back.
You see people like this making it, you also key into it. You don't know how God.
No. I mean, I have learned a lesson earlier in life. Yeah. Not to say the Lord that did it for Lagbaja should do it for me. Because what Lagbaja did, me Tamedu, I might not be able to do it. So I would not want to put myself in a position to use somebody else's success as a landmark for myself. I don't want to go into details. I have seen things. I've seen some people that come out to play the good girl, church vibe. We see what they do behind closed doors.
But you know, a lot of persons now, they like, you know, they don't like, especially Nigerians, when they see good things, someone acquiring, like getting a house, and maybe they've gotten those things allegedly. You get what I'm trying to say? And they will now come. They'll be like, they will surely find one thing to say. That will make you, that in fact that will just break your heart, that you won't even call show yourself, you go just before Kukuma no even bring and come out.
So you agree with me?
But no,
that some are because not in a legitimate way.
I was just saying this because only don't they support
my
this
love.
kind of
I agree with you totally.
And for you don't have a choice. You just have to agree with me. Please allow me to love things in peace. When you see something that is nice,
you
it's nice.
loving it is one thing, and your mindset to acquire it is another.
We always have that.
I'm of the opinion of the mindset you should have in acquiring it. I have seen people that legitimately worked their way up. I have seen people that legitimate start in between, they do zigzagga, then they came up. But they won't. You know, a lot of rich people there won't even tell you their back end stories. And somebody told me that it's because they're narrow-minded. I said, sir, do you? But all of us, nobody even know if everyone is real or not.
No, not.
But by the time let's all have a clean conscience. Do whatever works with your own conscience as a person. If your conscience agree with you to do anything, I feel help you spend the money. No be say I go join.
So you not go join us?
I'm not go join you.
You know, see life.
I love to sleep with me.
You know, it's well with you. You know, a lot of persons have actually come out to say congratulations to her, and yes, people are also happy for her, while some haters, they are one side smiling, say, why should we go back? No, they calm down in Jesus' name. But let's take some comments. We have a lot of persons coming out to say, yes, Mr. AK, congratulations. Yes, Young said, Omo, jokes apart, she's big. A landlady in Ikoyi, Omo, Clare Road. Clare Road.
Even in that house, they are paying instrumental. You are a big... It's a big deal.
But when you come to think of it, you know, things that are actually happening now, you know, people that are staying in Lekki with the flood, you know, the swimming flood and everything.
To think that this house in Lekki is not cheap. And they still have to put themselves at the risk.
They have to swim water.
No. Lekki get areas. Lekki get area.
But Lekki is Lekki.
Lekki is not Lekki. Some people, if I tell you where they live, whether lack where Onigbe, then they'll tell you they're living in Lekki.
Which one is
people that are living in Peninsula will not face that same problem. People in Lakwe are facing.
Sometimes when I see people like on the video and they'll be like, my house, so that, you know, I got this house for after a while, you will see they need to use boats.
Aquafish.
They need to use boats to swim. Like when you want to go to the kitchen, you now use your boat, you know, that kind of
and
Lord.
No, the irony is that you don't even know where that water is coming from. Whether water has missed it. Whether now from one sock away the water they generate from, you don't know.
But in as much as I like paintings, my own question now is, how can I buy this painting now?
No. I'm of the opinion that I don't know what God has in stock for me, but if I should have money and I want to acquire property tomorrow, I think I'm one of those that want to acquire property first in the mainland. Because you really have such cases of flooding, and they are safe places in mainland. In short, I don't think I've seen anyone say, okay, they like Bariga them, they but there are still parts in Bariga that are safe. But I am of the opinion there are so many areas in Lagos where you can get. You don't have to see some of these problems they encounter. I don't pity them.
But I think are they not meant to, you know, check places?
They know. That's where I'm going to. They know. Area where get flood. The floods didn't start today. Me, I have been in Lagos for over a couple of decades. And I could tell you for free that we know the areas that have flood issue. Even on the mainland, we have areas that have flood issue. If you go in Ikorodu, I don't even call Ikorodu people Lagosians. Please, people are outskirts.
I don't understand. Why
if they are outskirts, that will meet some people. The
Ikorodu people will soon come for you.
They cannot come for me.
Please, allow them to be in their Ikorodu.
Ikorodu will come for me. You want to come for me on their behalf? Which one are you choosing?
All right. But trust me, See, I don't know what the aim is, but getting houses in those places that you already know that you can't stay there for long because of maybe flood.
No, during rainy season, they evacuate.
And go where?
No. For people who get plan, they go buy house for Lekki, can't still buy for like Songwater. So during rainy season, they come to Songo.
Oh, good.
After rainy season, I'm telling you what I know.
But how can you get something
then they
that
go
you don't
back.
even have peace of mind?
They even know when the rain will start. Now then they follow weather forecast pass. Because they know say problem.
You know them.
Now then, most times they don't see before rainy season, I go see they move load. For that in my area, they go they bosses truck go they pass, they move load. They're evacuating their property.
Someone said to me, Precious, I like as God take great problem for everybody.
Oh my God. Fine, Lekki sweet. No, when you live in Lekki, you are big.
You see things when they sweet
when
like
they
this.
live for one room for Lekki, then they say they are big.
Which big?
They won't tell you it's one room.
Rainy season, you go big again. When you go to four trouser, you go there.
Now you look down. It's a normal thing.
Please, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments because seriously, like getting houses in the right places is also nice. So someone said, how many houses? Okay, how many houses does she have? All right, I think she has, this is her fourth house. I think so. Yeah, at Easy Money. I think this is her fourth house. And for her, it's
easy money. Wetin easy money? What is the number do? Wetin be?
You know they see name Easy Money.
You sure say your money easy? If your money easy, na person how many hours person gets 9 day after.
Please let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and people talking about this. And Gary VI said, for those of us that have many things to say but kept mute, and congratulate her. We'll surely buy our own house this year. Amen. Gary VI, I don't understand. What did you see? I want
you
to
save your own money 9 days. You say you buy your own.
Is well with you. And another person says she's one of the few people that blew up well through Baby Naija. And I think so.
That's not true. There are a lot of people. No. Don't even go there. I can start mentioning names that are doing fantastically well for themselves after Big Brother. Even people that didn't even win the grand prize that are doing way better. But it's a good thing that she used that platform as a leverage.
Yes.
And it was mind blowing to see that she was the first female who won. And it went ASAP. And a lot of people, a lot of endorsements came for her. And she really utilized it well. So it's a good thing.
It's a good thing. So Real Skilled said, never seen a logo look so on a dress. I don't understand. This guy, you are
Nigeria.
This Real Skilled. you carry I don't know. I not just know, but you are so. This is so is harsh. You know, you see fine thing, you can't call them a logo. Be coming down in Jesus' name. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying congratulations to her. And Slicky Vic said, "Oh Lambo, big congratulations, Messi Lambo." I like that her name, like you know.
Yeah, the name sweet that time.
It's sweet that time.
Sweet, yes.
Which one be said that time? I don't understand.
Even though I saw it written, I forgotten she was still Brenda. But I remember that name. It stood out.
Yeah.
It was one of those Big Brother names that, when they want to talk about all the hashtag then, in which one. What did she say they do now? We will still not use the hashtag now. It don't pass now.
It's well.
So like now that I'm seeing, I'm like, oh, that's true. Remember we used to call her Lambo then. It's how many years ago now? This is the 10th Big Brother.
Yes.
My dear. Big Brother is moving forward.
Moving forward, we move. All right, that takes us.
We moved to our own house too.
Amen. My amen will even be louder than oh Jesus. But it's all right. Congratulations to Mercy. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. We're talking about a nurse actually has revealed her ordeal with her patient's husband. So a nurse has come out to state that why her interest in marriage is fading after she encountered her patient's husband flirting with her when the patient is in labor. Now my question is why? Why would men do you know there are some men that don't just have conscience. I'm not categorizing right now, but it's the truth. You get men where you go there, they don't get conscience. Your wife, where you give belly, they inside labor. They try push pikin, and you know fully well what women go through.
No, he doesn't know what women go through. He doesn't know what women go through.
I don't understand. Definitely would have been with
first-hand experience that makes you know what women go through. So that's why I don't subscribe to that statement that men, they should know what women go through. They don't. You know, some men feel like women exaggerate when they're in their
do you know that some men
that
go,
feeling
do you
pain.
know that there are some men that go into the labor room with one only
they
to
still don't
see
know, and they just see say the thing, the cervical, they do like this, they do like this, they go faint. So they don't even know what the woman that is doing like that in her body.
Stand it. So if you're scared, why would you even do that? Now be flirting with another woman. Ah, Jesus, this man
fine.
This
Whether the woman fine. The man is not blind.
Wait
now.
first.
When you fine thing, you appreciate it.
Blood of
He did
Jesus.
not say it's so stand. Now flirt.
I want to say something right now to this lady. Flirt.
Now flirt now.
You don't even. You are not supposed to.
Maybe if you know,
you're supposed to concentrate.
Maybe
on
that's
your
how
wife.
it deals with pressure. You don't know. Don't be like that. Don't people are just putting that man in a tight
Which
box.
pressure?
You know, there's some people that they try to lock their mind off what they are feeling. Instead of him want to feel the pressure that my wife is there, you just like, okay, let me distract myself by looking at it, and maybe the nose can't still find tight, show all those kind of I don't say nose that uniform. The guys they be.
Lord Jesus.
But it's the truth now.
I've forgotten that. Okay, now I remember that you are the boss and I'm the boss, because I don't understand what's going on right now. Wait first. Because I don't. Are you trying to support the man that what he's doing?
I'm not
good?
supporting.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that people should at least let the man breathe. He's a poor man. The Nigerians are coming for him.
Please.
To think that maybe that's how he handles pressure.
I want to say something.
And maybe the woman fine.
I want to just say
something. But if you
something.
see good thing, you go say you.
But thank God, say man no be God, because the man I got me, but I will choke him. Oh,
for where they labor now, you want.
I'm gonna
choke. And maybe the wife now all those people say pregnancy they transform. You say by the time you say the belly they will come war.
The nose go come.
Exactly. Whether the man can't see fine for the first time in 9 months.
Do you know?
It's not easy.
Well, you know there's some videos I see of women there right now.
Other videos are terrible.
Oh,
please,
Jesus.
God.
I don't even want
you. I'm begging God already.
See, God, please. Women, we are strong. And trust me, going through this, with one man misbehaving by the side.
The woman, the wife, no now. You know that's the
annoying.
Wife present. Why people, please?
See, that's why I love the nurse, what she actually said. Because it's girl supporting fellow.
lie. To say that man now get money, forget that thing. And the nurse like first say, hi baby.
Which hi
baby?
Whether
the man no quick pay money for counter when they ask him, now where the nurse no for.
But I can't even imagine, like maybe because I'm pregnant somehow, and my body starts to change, and maybe I get too fat, get swollen nose.
That's why you're supposed to package yourself. Some women they package themselves. Not in Nigeria, women they hug me for belly.
Let me tell you something. There are some things you cannot even package again.
In Nigeria. In Nigeria. You agree with me that when you look at pregnant men in abroad, they see slay because they have some vitamins they'll take. In Nigeria, not only food. They'll come down to food.
You cannot blame them. Why are you talking like this? You cannot blame them.
Please.
Do you know the things that they face when they are pregnant? You'll be eating a lot and try to even if you want to control it, you cannot control it and see.
But there are sometimes that there are some things that you know that you're not pregnant when they have seen shege in their hand. Especially the ones in my family that they were pregnant before. All of you have shown me shege that it has made me to say that thank God I'm not a man. But if I be a man and I marry a woman, I'll just say, baby, don't get belly. Let's bring another person to get, because I don't know if I can face that.
Seriously.
So men are trying.
And getting swollen legs, and that is even the one. Do you know that particular one? The swollen legs is something that really touches my heart. And I'm like, okay, you get pregnant, you start eating and stuff like that. You don't have to have. Maybe you stayed for a very long time in a particular place. When you stand up, your leg has gotten bigger, and your slippers no can't enter your leg.
No, I learned something about that. One thing I learned earlier is the fact that as a woman, from when you are a child, there are some things you should take into cognizance.
Yeah.
And there are some, like, let's say salt, for example. You're not supposed to eat much of salt.
Okay.
Because the more you are eating it, the years of your eating it. Some people, when they need to fry plantain, they still have salt. Are they for God? Like, it be like say a meat person having. So when they get pregnant, they are at the risk of having more swollen legs. There are some women that got pregnant and never had swollen legs.
Okay.
And there are some women that immediately, even I learned, and this I saw, someone when she was trying to conceive, a year before she conceived, she changed her diet.
Okay.
And her entire 9 months, 2 weeks, pregnancy, you do me say make I get belly.
Even though.
And it's not like that rich. So it's not about money now. It's about you knowing the right thing. Then she changed her bread to wheat bread. She changed there were some things she started adding. Please. And they were normal price.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you one question. The taste of wheat bread.
I love wheat bread. I don't have any issue. Funny enough, it was during our own pre-pregnancy plan that I started eating with bread.
You're saying this because of you, auntie. Other people can
learn so that you don't want to look like Ameba when you get pregnant.
I don't want to learn.
Don't you want to look like Regina? Then Nanny got pregnant. See how she fine, set, she born.
You see on you now. You're calling Regina Daniels. And
I think another thing is that I think when you get pregnant at a very younger age, you are still at the edge of not having all those excesses, look and the likes.
Yeah.
But for older women, we are on God's hand. The Lord.
Back to what I was just saying. What I'm trying to say is that the man is not supposed to look at any other woman. His focus should actually be on his wife. His wife that is in the labor room, trying to, God forbid, batting. Same thing can happen to your wife. So you go leave the wife.
We know fear as no.
Some men get I don't verse.
No verse. Whether they don't born like two before, the man don't as they do the woman. So that's why you know bother. But I'm not trying.
Because why? If I be that nurse, I'm gonna shout.
It's not even the nurse. You know, if the woman if she gets a sniff of this thing, it's gonna be very heartbreaking for her. Knowing the fact that her husband was inconsiderate when she is at the verge of life and death, just to bring forth a child. That will bear his name.
What the? I don't understand.
We need to look for a law. My children should be bearing both their parents' last name. Sure, which person name
it's where?
Name go plenty.
Actually, a lot of people have actually come out to say things like, maybe people have brought out their own experience about the whole situation. But yes, we'll take some comments. Let's take some comments because I'm already pained. Like, why would you even treat a lady like that? You understand what I'm trying to say? The men, they want us to treat them well. So you people should treat us right.
You know, go no say the nurse go talk like that.
That is what I'm saying.
On behalf of the
women. Lord, if I be this nurse, I know she did her part, but if I be coming online, I will be shouting, "Oga, stop asking me, and stop doing that, stop flirting with me. Your wife is here."
But the man feel not talk anything verbally. Maybe saying that the nurse read meaning to the things where you do.
I don't understand.
When somebody uses the word, when person uses the word flirt. Flirt doesn't mean that maybe the person came to you and say, "Hi, I like you." But we know as women, we know when a man is hitting on you. But it's not. It's kind of irrelevant in conversations when it comes to if you sue that man now and you say he was flirting, they'll say bring evidence.
Maybe if you go to do and go to video.
Maybe when they cut eye for her.
But I don't go blind. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take some comments, please. Seriously, we women with the try. We are so strong. I'm telling you the gospel truth. We are strong. And trust me. Yes, Creative Oliver said, some men be doing too much. Your wife is in a state of life and death. Thank you. God will bless you at Creative Oliver. And you have the mind to be flirting. Omo. The Omo is in a capital letter.
In the man.
Very disappointed. See, your gender, sir. It's too bad. Crazy Euphoria said, the reason I left wedding planning business, I am planning your wedding and you are busy flirting with me. Not one person, not two. On my left, because if I had continued, I forgive up on love.
Yeah, if you are making money, you will not give up. You just stand, you'll be more professional about it. One thing I think I've learned is the fact that regardless, even if in a pepper seller you be, men, it's their nature to flirt. So anywhere, any day.
You see this nature to flirt. If you talk out now, they go talk, say, men go talk, say, it's a lie. They are good men.
They cannot say that. Because evidence, we will give them evidence.
Jesus.
But the irony is that they don't understand that even women, we do that. Do you agree?
Right now, we have another person talking about Grace. She said, our parents will be shocked. Most of this generation won't get married.
No, I want to get married. Grace, speak for yourself. Which are your generation? Please speak for yourself. Say, Grace.
But do you know this? What she says is actually true.
Because no, I know. I think every human should have their own mindset. One person's experience should not determine your own.
You know I'm saying this because a lady actually came out to say that she doesn't, if she was asked then if she would say yes to a man, that she would say 100%, like she'll be 100% sure that she would say yes. But right now, ask her the same question and she'll be like, I'm not sure I want to go into that again.
Why?
Because she's said the kind of breed of men.
Which breed?
Naim now. He said with Naim.
That's why
breed of men they have right now. They are so inconsistent.
You pick your among thousands. That's why you go keep throwing your nets.
But
you pick
but he is where even the Lord said he left the 99
to chase after.
So
you chasing after.
Oh my God!
You won't give up.
Well,
it's see, for someone like me, regardless of what I have heard, what I have seen, or what I have experienced.
Yeah.
Honestly, I never experienced anything.
Hey, voila.
Because I know they wait to witness the experience. Really, I'm just sniffing this loyalty from you. Piam.
They have like a thief in the night.
Honestly, that doesn't stop me from saying that I still desire a good man. That doesn't stop me from saying I still want a good marriage.
Yeah.
No, if I even know why I say husband kill wife did it just see we tend to hammer more on the male's own.
Yes.
Women are not doing better. We have seen men that good men will marry a woman. We thought that women are not supposed to be evil, but some of them they carry the emblem.
Especially the generation nowadays. I don't know. See, they
learned from our generation that our generation is more outspoken.
Yeah.
And some of us are still unmarried because we are outspoken. Yeah. So they learned the trade of pretense till they get what they want. I tried learning it. But I couldn't. We're not trained that way.
Oh Lord!
So I congratulate them, but they are doing the worst. Gen Z. If there is another word, please let that generation not come.
All right. Somebody said, our parents will be shocked. Most of the generation won't get married. Yes, and that's from Grace. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments before we go to the next gist. All right. Seriously. So Adetoro said, we nurse, they see so many things. And come to think of it, see
that profession.
God will help. See nurses and doctors. Oh Lord.
That profession.
This profession, God will help people because una eye.
Aside their eyes, they said they too do. That profession.
Okay. Right now, I'll go mute. I won't say anything concerning that. All right. Me Shortlet said she don't have manners. The hospital should check her out. Why does she keep having issues with me who brought their wife in? Okay.
Oh, I think probably that's not our first time of saying such. So you see when I talk and say people say that lady fine, tight, constantly they wear revealing things. You know, when we say men, or maybe like a perfume.
I don't understand.
The hospital should
wait.
I'm trying to be a man now.
Wait. Perfume they make person they.
My love, yes.
Oh,
they used to say it before, and I never agreed until I had a first-hand experience. A lady entered my public transport.
You are not saying something like I don't understand.
Perfume. A lady entered a public transport that was inside. Yes. Marwa, that is 3 persons. Immediately the lady came in. 2 minutes into the drive, my body changed. I was feeling so like I need to hold a man. And then it occurred to me that if me as a woman can feel that way by a perf, then I can't look the man where they beside me. You know they use clothes, they cover in leg. And I looked at him and I'm wondering what kind of perf you wear that can arouse not just the opposite gender now. Even me, your same gender, I'm not left out.
Jesus Christ.
I said immediately we just reach our boss, so you need to see the speed at which I highlighted and ran away.
But actually, I come to think of it, I love perfumes.
My dear, I've never smelled that girl perfume. I nearly wanted to ask her. Because I think what even happened was that the minute she entered, the perfume was so enchanting. So, and I started inhaling more. Because I'm the kind of person that hold my breath a lot.
Yeah.
But I was like, I say my body don't change. I can't hold my breath. Say, no, may even not happen to me.
Many things they happen.
Wow. And I was shocked.
So, really?
And you need to see the lady in question was a plain looking lady. She was casually dressed. Plain look. If there's any word that came down from plain. And I'm not like,
only perfume, only perfume.
Is where
men, we understand you people right now,
it's
but
not easy on men, please. Yeah, we know you guys are trying, but try harder. On that one way that man doing, try.
But it's well. But trust me, what we are trying to say is that men should do better, and I'm not only talking about the men. The ladies too should actually do better too. You get, because I don't want to categorize this basically on the men, but when your wife is actually in the labor room, you're supposed to be there with her. If she they cry, they follow and they cry. If she they laugh, they follow and they laugh. Because at that moment, she just wants, just to push that picking come outside. And trust me, that child is for you. So you're supposed to, see, like, I don't even have to explain it again, but try to be kind to her. Not looking at, flirting at another woman, and it's not nice. And to the women too, that too do. You don't know whether the clothes where you go wear, they attract the man, like you said, perfume. Jesus. But does that mean that we should not be putting on perfume again?
No, I am a perfume lover, and I've smelled a whole lot of perfume in my life. Big, small, middle. Like I'm one person that when people even wear a particular perfume, I can tell you the name to tell you how much of an addict I am. But that particular one, I don't even know the name, and I don't know where the girl bring her from. Be like a marine perfume.
Oh Lord, please. But don't worry, the man God will protect you people from seeing all those kind of things. In Jesus' name, I face your wife. Yes, thank you for that. And that takes us to our next gist, and that has to be a popular forex trader, Dapper Wheels, has revealed what his uncle does. And basically, it's talking about rich people. I don't know. But so a young man, Dapper Wheels, has revealed that he has an uncle that lives in Lagos but doesn't eat fish locally sold. He said his uncle calls his driver in London to buy fish there and have it delivered to him the same day, delivered to him the same day at the airport and sent to him to Lagos, where he can have it for breakfast at 8:45 a.m. the next morning. And I'm like,
be
rich people.
No, don't say rich people. I am telling you, be rich. Only the man, you have to be rich.
You have to, Precious, you have to be rich.
But may I not be vain by the time I'm rich? Because that sounds like vanity to me.
Vanity.
Because I don't know why, because you have money means that you are ordering fish from London. Why not relocate to London if London is where the fish you like there? Or maybe once, see. Okay, I think there was a time I visited a particular popular restaurant and I ate their fish, fish for lunch, something. I can't remember the name now. Yeah. But it tasted like I said, I've never eaten fish in my entire life.
Oh Lord, you didn't say that.
I don't know the kind of fish where they use, but it tasted like that taste. That's 3 years ago, and like the way I'm talking about it, I can taste it in my taste bud. I don't know how, but that fish, I don't go back there again, no, because
when you're just talking about the fish like this, and I'm like, I'm already salivating. Like, why would you do that?
Why did I have to?
Why?
I'd only start surprised.
And you already know that I love food. Lord,
and to think that now, I think they are to have an access to that, and it's not even everyday thing. So I don't even know which day of the week. I can't go and be testing every day of the week. And I don't even know if they still do that fish to date, because like 3 years ago. But if it's what you love, Daddy, live in London. When you get the money, we cannot tell you how to spend your money, but you can help some of us. The money it is to shipping that thing. If you help my life,
what is all this?
Thank you. Why? How?
You just sit down and be ordering fish from London to become. Please,
but
give it human being.
Maybe it's the day he wants to eat it. But regardless,
there is no difference. What is the difference there? Why would you be sending fish from London to Nigeria to come and chop fish?
No, I attended a food program in Lagos, and the chef actually came with the chicken from England. I won't mention it.
So is there?
We told him to his face there. We said, don't try that. We have so many chickens in Nigeria. Why
I don't understand why they are now ordering fish.
Leg. Oh, it's also London, no. I think it has something to do with that London people.
Please, people staying in London, is there something that people are not telling us right now? Because we are confused.
I don't want them to tell me. I want to experience it. Please, people should help me to come to.
Maybe you will now replace the plane that will carry the fish and come. You will now be inside the.
I would like to tell that man. Can I just be the person to be getting it for? At least they pay my ticket just to go and come.
Oh my! But seriously, this is really funny. You just sit down for us. They order fish from London. No. When we get local places.
No, he might be scared of germs. Because the last time I checked,
auntie. I don't understand. Scared of germs.
Or no. In Nigeria, not happen to you. Nigerians sometimes cannot be trusted.
Yes.
So the man doesn't want to jeopardize his health. And he has the money. Why not? Why would he not? Because what if he eats Nigerian fish? So whether the fish they debone them. Just in Nigeria, we have specialty in boning fish. Like if you are not careful, even dry fish, they choke first.
Please, are you trying to say that the ones Nigerians are doing that?
I'm being serious.
The way Nigerians are packaging it.
I'm being serious. No, joke aside.
The blood of Jesus, because I don't
Nigerian. In abroad, I learned there's a way they will do that. They will remove the skin of the fish without even the fish should still dead there. Nigeria, the day where I try them, all my fish scatter on you.
Lord. Oh, please, we have a lot of comments concerning what Dapper Wheels has said. And yes, a lot of people are like, Kilo, there is because of fish. You transport fish from London to Nigeria, please. All right, somebody said, this guy just lie, no be fight. Flight, land 5 a.m., bro.
Wait, this person might be right?
David's boss.
This person might be right. But you feel if you say the man get private jet.
these things they happen for Nigeria. We don't know.
Nah.
It's possible. As Osaspi said, nobody that can afford overnight flights shopping to Nigeria will be buying fish from Sainsbury's. They turn your dodo. Is well. Oh. Arch Money said, I have uncle that have been living his room in Nigeria and his bedroom in US, but always takes his bath in South Africa.
Linus Mbare. Who be this person?
The blood of Jesus. See, Arch Money, yeah, just what is this?
No, this one Alamba. Alamba.
You be living in Nigeria, then you will now be going to maybe how will I put it? Maybe London to go and have your bath. Jesus.
Now there they put in power.
Now disappearing.
No, now there they put in power.
We have a lot of comments. Seriously, see comment section. See, I think this is my best part because I will laugh. Like this when you see
you are those people who used to give popcorn in comment just to come and view.
When you have a comment section, just carry your popcorn with drink, drop it one side. Oh, you have water, drink. You will enjoy yourself. All right, somebody said we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments because trust me, this is where this guy talk now. I'm like, really? Money when you go use take do other things? You go to use and they do. Oh Lord, Father. All right, experience holism said flights arrives at 5 a.m. Chef cooks at 7:30 in Lagos. Lol, they can always have an uncle. Somehow. All right, Eddie James said all that for Sainsbury's fish. Wow, my dear, is well. Call me MK said, guy, 100% guys. I have a sister who can't drink any pure water unless it comes from the US.
The US is
something is going on right now.
No. I understand what the comment section are trying to do. They're trying to tell us that jackpot, they give us lamba. But it's possible that.
But it's possible he's saying the truth.
You say it. And they know they catch that kind of cruise.
Please.
What time did they open store in London for the man to buy fish same day and they arrive? What time?
There's nothing money cannot do.
No. This is not money now. What time did they open market for London? I mean, middle of the night. Is it the fish for the goddess?
Say we our singer went to go and spend how many million? 8 point something million to buy drinks. You not talk anything again.
Vain. Vanity upon vanity.
See, there's nothing ego. You see money.
Wait, that the drinker will he stay in your body forever till you die?
I think you should ask but that boy that question. But it's well. All right.
For how many years did they take that drink?
Because I'm like just for drinks. But see, when you're big, you know, you do whatever you want to do with your money.
So thank God I don't drink. So even when I become big, I'll not be big in drink. I might be big in clothes, shoes, bag. Because that means I won't carry all those Gucci and.
You don't even know what some people do now. They buy the drink and be pointing it on their wristwatch, you know, on their phones and.
Wait. Please, let's start a drink. Now I know why our Baba doing drink.
Because
they'll make the money.
What are we not saying? They will pour it on the wristwatch, they'll pour it on the, and I think, yes, I'm kilo, they all these things, vain things. I love vain things, but not when it's
Can I be their PA?
You will need to apply.
Please. I am soliciting to be your PA.
Oh my God. Because trust me, it's actually funny seeing those kind of things and what they do, you know, just because of fish. You will go and order fish from London to Nigeria just to eat.
But that chicken one, I saw it live and he off me. Because I see the man actually, because of that chicken, he did not fly